Hello everybody and welcome, CCT Season 2 Series 20 Overseer. It's a little bit emotional, a little bit sad, man. We're coming to the tail end of the season. It's been such a long journey, right, to get to this point. Series 20, we're in the thick of things in the Swiss stage. I don't want it to end, man. Give me more.
No, I don't want it to end either, but unfortunately that's just the way the cookie crumbles, as we like to say, and surely we'd love to see more, and I think we will see more. Soon information will be available, hopefully to the general public, about the plans for the future, but the plans for today's future, Hayes, we've got ourselves quite a few games on our hands. Partizan versus GTZ is up first. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we won't have a lot of time to go over this, but quick thoughts.
Well, okay, quick thoughts is that Partizan, what on earth are they doing in the 0-2 bracket? They were in the finals of Series 18. They made it all the way. They beat Ents. They had some great victories. And now they're 0-2 in the Swiss stage. Life comes at you fast. Life comes at you really fast. And yeah, I mean, 9 Pandas, another big name, and 0-2 as our guns. So it's no easy games here. I remember before the VRS system got adopted, 0-2 games, if you're a team like Partizan, you would have felt pretty comfortable. Either way, like you say, we have to speedrun this pre-game. Now we're looking at GTZ.
Yeah, GTZ on the other hand as well, another team that kind of started strong, but really fell off the grid too quickly, didn't have the stability to sustain, the, let's say, the quality that they started with. And in the end, they find themselves as well in the 0-2 bracket, starting with their losses. I believe they took a loss against Zero Tenacity and Monty, both 0-2, and against Zero Tenacity, oh boy, I don't even want to mention it. It was disastrous. Rafax had a 0-14 result. I think he got like 2 kills in the whole series. But yeah, let's focus on the game ahead of us, right? It's going to be, of course, Partizan's second pick here. Ancient is first for GTZ, makes sense. Dust 2 for Partizan, makes sense. And then we go to the ban. But it's not so much the ban that is important. More important, I think, besides Inferno as the third, Hayes, I think, is the fact that Partizan, we got to remember, they were invited in Series 18 to playoffs, and unfortunately they did get eliminated by BC Game, I think, in the round of 8. Could have been round of 16. But in round of 19 already, they bombed out. They went 1-3. So, unfortunately for them, a little bit out of their depth. Though I do agree with you, I would expect them to do better. I think they are a better team than they make it out to be, but they've just had very poor performances lately, and hopefully today will be different, because GTZ seems to really be off their game.
Yeah, excuse me, it was Series 17 that they made it to the grand final, where they lost out in the final, and then, like you say, things have kind of fallen a little bit off since then for Partizan. And it's surprising, because when I got to cast this team, I think it was against Parivision, they actually won that series against Parivision, and they looked very compelling, they looked super convincing. But, yeah, things have kind of tapered off a little bit since then. I don't think that there's a team they'd rather play against in the 0-2 bracket other than GTZ. If you think Guns and 9 Pandas are the 2 other teams there as well. With all due respect to GTZ, this is probably the more favorable matchup for them. And if they lose this game, then I think that's going to be a pretty rough result for Partizan, in all honesty. I think they're absolutely expecting to win today, especially with the stand-in for GTZ and the kind of turmoil within their roster.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you, brother. I think Partizan should take this, and it should be a no-brainer. In general, GTZ, as I said, recent games, recent performances. If you take a look at their series, I believe in Series 19, like how they played, how it went, you can tell that it just wasn't meant to be, almost. I mean, they're still not over, but nonetheless, it was a little bit questionable. But nonetheless, GTZ, I mean, we're watching 3 maps that they do play, but statistically speaking, Dust is a concern. Inferno is a question mark, and Ancient is always going to be a question mark. So it's like, I don't think they did themselves too much of a favor. Without Anubis, it feels like they could be out the deep end.
Yeah, what I do like about the veto is neither of these 2 teams play train, and they both floated it. Neither of them banned it in the opening phase of the veto. They kind of try to maybe remove some of their opponent's strengths, and well, we're going to find out exactly what this series has in store for us as we're going to jump into the first map. It's GTZ's pick. Let's get into Ancient.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Ancient, our first map here of this series. Partizan start CT, GTZT. And honestly, it's a game of wits as well as of a game of chicken. Who's going to be the one to hit the shots first? Starting with GTZ. As you said, they do have Spray today instead of the Diaz. The turmoil seems to continue, and hopefully not for long, as round 1 kicks off. Oh, that's so satisfying, I can't tell you. Snappy, usually the one to do that, instead receives the tough end of the beating stick.
That was a beautiful shot there on the little jiggle, man. Honestly, love to see that. Now there's going to be some pressure mounting over on the safe bomb site. Vladden falls back to A main. Problem is that Dragon's stuck between a rock and a hard place because of the pressure from Donuts, and that's a great shot from Rafa with the P250. There's something about AWPers and P250s in the pistol round, man. And this is going to be quite a one-dimensional retake. Collins and Kindo both coming through from the temple have their prayers answered. And, well, Collins has been dinked, but it's only Snappy left, excuse me, it's only Spray left remaining. And I don't know how he's the last alive. There's no bomb plant here either. They're wrapping around him. He's trying to isolate these jewels right now. He has got a little bit of time to play with, and Collins is very low, so this is doable. Big wide swing on the CT player. He's inflicting damage, but Kindo will finish it off, and Partisan open up with the pistol.
Yeah, it all starts with a great kill by Dragon from Donut. He gets that jiggle peek. I believe it might have been Linko or no, it was Snappy. Yeah, Snappy gets killed right here. Beautiful start. Then they kind of forget about Donut. Obviously, they let them pass through mid. GTZ get a good foothold. The bomb plant also begins, but it's let go. And I think that was obviously a mistake. Spray letting go of the bomb plant. You know, he should have just sent it, full committed to it, regardless of the consequences of it. But in any case, GTZ, Rush A, this is not going to work out, I'm afraid. Matthew, I think it's fair to say it's about to be a 2-0, and Partizan, they'll be happy.
Yeah, but they got to convert, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any issue with the conversion. It's not like there's much of an investment here for GTZ, and it is going to be a good cleanup for the CT side, keeping 4 players alive. Now, like we've already mentioned a couple times, Spray is playing for GTZ. He has played a couple series for the Portuguese team already, but Diaz played yesterday. So it's not like, you know, Diaz has been out of the roster for a couple days. It's like Spray played a few games, Diaz was back in, Spray's back in again now. So it's difficult for GTZ to actually really find consistency, I reckon.
I wonder what the reason is, because they are not the only team that have been doing this. NIP, you remember, they were trying to game the system with Jax. I'm not saying that's the case. Absolutely, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's like, why are you changing players mid-tournament? I hope it's a good reason, obviously, because if it's not, you're just harming yourself and your chances of victory. And we see this again on mid. A challenge by Dragon, he takes it, he wins the duel, and pulls back, plays it safe. GTZ have no refrag, have no map control. And it seems like changes should be done when you're not actively playing a tournament, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's probably some fairly good advice. But let's see if they can try and find some sort of success. Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated 0-3, and that is never a great place to find yourself. Not much to take away from a performance like that. Let's see. I mean, GTZ don't have much to show for the round. They're already 1 player down here. Dragon got the opening kill, and now they're going to go in towards middle. The bomb is there as well. They've got sprinkling of utility. Couple mollies, still another smoke nade to work with as well. Trying to just pressure the B-bomb site a little bit, and they're going to make their way through Donut into A here. There are 2 CTs in play, but one of them is very low.
Oh, Vladan. The fact that he holds for 1 at least, I think, gives enough of a false pretense to GTZ that nobody else is here, and Dragon plays his spot beautifully. He might be low HP, right, but he doesn't care. He still gets the win, or at least the kills.
Yeah, and that kill could just result in the win straight up. And look at how he's just staying alive here as well. Nice little jump peek there to figure out what's going on. Linko doesn't stand a chance with the pressure coming through from CT. And Dragon, I mean, he's the hero because he doesn't just immediately swing after Vladden dies to try and get the trade. He knows playing the long game is the better option. Vladden does well to find a frag. He was never going to get more than that. And here we go. Dragon just bides his time. Nice swing. Denies the plant. And then just stays alive. That's what affords the time for the rotation. And Partisan never looked out of sorts in that round.
This is becoming a bit of a Groundhog Day. Seems like we're just repeating the same thing time and time again. And yeah, Dragon misses that nade. Welcome to Counter-Strike 2 and Counter-Strike Go. But it's going to be an A take. Oh, that is a friendly flash if I saw it correctly, right? As they try to split out mid, it doesn't work. Dragon's still alive. They got crossfire, though they will both now be caught as they're standing still and waiting for the bullets to fly their way. Vladan, though, responded in time. That's the C4 as well, so no A plant, and we should be seeing a 4-0 start.
Do they know that Nope J is in towards Donut right now? I don't know if we're going with like Nope J or Nope J. I never really know which one we
either Nope J. I think either is fine. Nopej.
Okay,
I think
alright.
Somebody called him Nopej for some reason. I think I heard that before.
I kind of like Nopej. For me, I think I'll go with Nopej. Yeah. I mean, someone in chat can correct us.
Yeah.
No doubt that there are some, Portuguese fans watching to support GTZ right now. So if you are there in chat, be sure to just confirm and let us know on the pronunciation of his name. But one thing we do know how to pronounce is the scoreline, 4-0. I mean, it was a nice little initial start there for Partisan getting those 2 frags in mid, but they were both very low. So I was always expecting the trades to come through. Problem is, then Vladan arrives on the scene, right? And he's the difference maker with that double kill.
He really is. He kind of stops the whole attack in its tracks, and afterwards, GTZ have no way to recover. And we can see again, they're going to have AKs out. They're going to be ready to take this head on. We'll talk about the individuals after this round, I think. This one is... you and I can safely say, and we've said this before in different ways, but this is a round that's going to kind of set the stage for our first half, plus kind of the first map. I mean, Partisan, we know they are a strong team. We know they can do it. There's a reason they find themselves on the ladder they do, but sometimes they just kind of are a bit of a miss, on the day. So hopefully it's a full send tonight. But GTZ, on the other hand, we've already spoken enough at the recent changes, or at least recent things happening. It's time to kind of butt their heads together and get out of this slump.
They're trying to fake A here, and now they're going to head in towards the B bomb site. That's very good awareness there from Snappy to draw first blood. Going to cut the map down the middle, and Collins has just been steamrolled on that A bomb site. Sure, Kindo's there with the York, but how does he actually get a multi-kill? Well, that's how. He's found a second. Vladan's just rolled into Snappy. At least they do find the frag on the Yorpa. Raffa's going to be able to get the plancher, I reckon. Oh, Vladan's looking hungry. He wants to push forward, and he does. He's been able to find the frag, and I think they know that Nopej is in towards ramp as well. Nade is going to dunk down on him. They've got a flash as well. There's even a kit in play. Dragon is the one who doesn't have the kit, so he's going to have to cover Vladan here. And Nopej is just hoping that it's a fake. And there we go. The cover will come through. And that's made to look way too easy for Partisan, I reckon.
It was a beautiful retake. It definitely works out wonders that Kindo holds the line. Big ups to the man. We didn't get to see his magic, but the fact that he's standing on right at default, or just behind the pillar at default, and he's able to shut down 2 players coming in through ramp, that is a fantastic up that you don't get to see very often. Or did he get the first kill into cave and then ramp? I'm not sure, but regardless, he holds buys time for the rotation. He delays the bomb plant, and that gives Partisan the chance to retake successfully. Absolutely well played. That was fantastic. Let's see if they can keep it up. GTZ now angry and mad. They're gonna rush A. I mean, yeah, respect the choice. Rush A is usually a valid one. It works, but it's gonna cost them, and Dragon gets caught. That's a problem. Vladan low. Could be a save right now, Partisan, if you don't find an entry within the next few moments.
Yeah, I mean, money's okay, but not fantastic here for the CT side. I'm surprised that they don't use the HE to try break open the smoke, and, well, let's see how long they're going to leave this one. Looks like they're still setting themselves up to attempt the retake. They're trying to go through Temple, but it's just taking too long here. And like you said, there's nothing on offer. They're still feeling it out, though. They're leaving this one incredibly late. Emmy, that smoke's going to fade. Raffle will become exposed. His cross is not perfectly placed, but that isn't a problem. And now, surely they have to pull the plug on the round, but they end up suffering more losses than what they would have if they'd made the decision a bit sooner. And, yeah, May even died to the bomb explosion here.
What are they doing?
Kindo, rather. Yeah, why would he not have fallen further back there?
What?
That was questionable.
Oh my god, that is so dumb. I'm sorry to say to everybody that's a fan of Partisan, but that is not a good call. Amy should have called the save. immediately after losing the round, like losing the HP on Vladan, you need to call the save. Like, you're not in a position, you don't have Donut, you don't have Temple, you don't even have Elbow in CT. Like, it's a near impossible way to get in, and it's a pointless waste of money. And as you said, they are not really good on it right now. Look at how little they have on them. The MP9s, M4A4s, and one M4A1S. Snappy catches Kindo, and that's pretty much it. That's the op down. It's round is over. Partizan, because they were stubborn, they pay the price.
I don't know. I mean, that's how Kindo just gets rolled over there in that position posted on the angle. Dragon is not going to stand a chance. Nice break open over the smoke. And like you say, the round was already over before that skirmish even broke out on the A-bomb site. So GTZ, welcome to the series, lads. That's a great way for them to announce themselves on the server, as they're able to find a couple consecutive rounds, and fairly convincing at that as well. Also, we'd just like to say we have got confirmation from Mr. R1CS, probably butchering his name, but he told us that in Portuguese his name is Nope J. So that's what we're going to go with then, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I suspected it might be something like that. Usually, you know...
Yeah, you called it.
The older I get, the more I feel like the rules of Occam's razor. I think that's the expression, or rather the saying. Like, usually the easiest solution is the correct one. Is that... No, that's not Occam's razor, is it?
Occam's razor is that... It is. It's the simplest explanation is normally the correct one.
Exactly.
Right.
The simplest explanation is usually the correct one. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I've been surprised plenty times enough with names in the past, so I rarely like to take I rarely like to take a stance on. Yeah, no, it's exactly like that, unless I'm 100%. It's like. Unless the name is written in the language I can speak, then it's different. In terms of, in my mother's tongue, perhaps. In that kind of sense.
There's some interesting ones out there. Some of the most difficult ones are normally the ones from, like, East Europe, like Ukraine, Russia, normally the two, because then it's, the enunciation is completely different to what we're used to in English. Like the classic one, Boombla, is actually Boomich.
Yeah.
Which is always a weird one. But it's tough at this level where it's not like the players get as much exposure. So you never really hear them like talking in interviews or getting referenced by their teammates or anything like that. So we kind of just have to figure it out by ear. But yeah, look at this from Linko, my goodness, just charging out into middle, not taking any prisoners. They're still not trying to set themselves up here at the front of A main. Indo does have a Tech 9, he will find one, but then he just overcommits, and as soon as there's some range there, the AK will prevail.
The collat and
Rafa just get a, what the hell? That's not a collat you're used to seeing at such a big range. But he still will come through the smoke, he's gotten one, but he can't finish off the second. That would have been such a big second kill to pick up there, man.
Yeah, Emmy is, he's having a tough time. And this is not the first time as well. That's a problem. For Partizan, that's definitely going to be a problem they're going to have to address if this continues. But Emmy's currently on 0-5. And I'm not saying it's a problem just yet, but it's going to become one for sure. Especially if you want to reach the very top of the game that we're currently, kind of loving, observing, seeing.
Oh, Rafa does die. Way. This is a very long retake. Vladim's gone the entire way around. He has got a kit indeed, but Nope J has an HE grenade. Yeah, exactly. Vladim's going to try and edge his way forward here. He's going to now stick the defuse. Does Nope J read into
it? He's going to get it! No freaking way! What?
How has Vladen won that? How has Vladen gone and done that? That was an eco round for Partizan. They didn't invest in that round, and Vladen is the hero, and that is a totally appropriate response from you.
That is insane. It's a... I'm just I'm perplexed how he is able to pull that off. I mean, what, he had 11 or how many HP? Like 12, 13? I don't know. It doesn't matter, but very little effect.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
In any case, it's round 9. Partizan back on track. And as I was saying, the difference is going to be seen along the lines on the T side once we start. But Dragon and Vladan holding mid. Beautiful run boost. They take control of elbow. They do lose one, but they've still got the advantage. And oh boy, this is. I mean, despite the issues for Partizan, GTZ is losing, and I would be very worried in their stead.
GTZ's map pick as well, right? So we have to see something from them here. Going to Dust 2 next. That is a strong map for Partizan, even with their recent dip-off in form. So I feel like if GTZ are going to stand a chance in the series at large, winning here on Ancients is really important for them. What do they do to try recover the round? Problem is they're light on util. They don't have a single smoke grenade to try and get into a bomb site and maybe block off one part of the site itself. Going to be B here as the final port of call. Collins and Emmy lie in wait. Emmy's yet to frag, so I guess they are heading into the slightly weaker bomb site in that regard, but that's a fresh smoke, just not a great one. That's not a great smoke at all, Emmy, because they can actually just like basically push into the bomb site without him realizing, and then just try and phase through it in an awkward position. But there's a rotation. Kindo's arrived. But look, that's the missed smoke. They've just been able to cross onto the site for free because of Emmy's missed smoke.
Oh boy. This is going to get tough, isn't it? Rafa's going to get a free kill. He is. Emmy falls as Kindo to reply. The speed of the attack is great, but it's going to be the retake that matters. Collins first in, and bringing out spray means Linko is in a 1v3 action. It's a near impossibility. No way. Nobody's watching ramp. Are you kidding me, guys? Are you kidding me? What are you doing?
They were all watching Cave? Like, it's not even like Collins was sticking the defuse. All three of them were looking in towards Cave. I mean, I know Linko was there, but that was like 20 seconds ago, guys. Come on, just like one guy post ramp, please.
They're giving me ulcers, I swear. That's insane. Like,
well, best they pay for your flipping your health bill at the end of the day, then, man. That's only fair.
So. Like, what? That takes me like it takes me back to the pug days of at the start of Go. Like, it's crazy how oblivious they seem to have been to that ramp spot, and it could have easily gone into a 1v3. Linko could have clutched that, and you were seeing a very different end to this first half if he does, or if he did. But luckily for Partizan, they've still got the balls, they've still got the rolls, as Vladan and Kindo on 12, Emmy on 0 and 5. That's a concern to be addressed at a later stage when they start losing. So far, it's effectively an ineffective player, but you know, it seems like they can do a 4v5, no issue. As harsh as it sounds. You know?
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I agree with you. The problem for GTZ is they're getting kills in these rounds that they're losing, but that doesn't matter if you can't actually convert the round afterwards and then break the back of that CT side economy. And a round win here would be like guaranteed 7-4, if not even 7-5 for GTZ, but they have to win the round. That is where they've been falling short, and that's a pretty big problem ultimately.
It is. It really is. And GTZ seem to want to fake A again, I guess, or they're faking B and trying to run A. This is like this fake feels Temu vibe. It gives me Temu vibes. In any case, it's gonna be Emmy. Oh.
Okay, I like that. Emmy's still yet to frag. He's 0-6. Dragon is going to be able to open up the save bomb site in its entirety, and you just got to save. You're going to have to just head for the hills of your Partizan. It's a Temu fake. That's hilarious. I love that.
Honestly, there was nothing happened. There were like 2-3 nades thrown, and that's it. And I guess Partizan didn't really respond, but they left Emmy alone in Donut, which obviously shouldn't be the case, and it's round over.
Emmy is not bragging right now, man.
Dude, he's been having a very tough few weeks. Like, honestly, if you take a look at his past, let's say, 8 games, maybe 10 games, it's been concerning.
Oh, man. I mean, GTZ have been hitting some good shots, I'm not going to lie. Like, they've been having some good entries, their crosshair placement's been good. I almost want to say the individuals for GTZ have looked better across the board than the individuals for Partizan. Partizan have just been bailed out by Vladan and Kindo. They have 25 kills between the two of them. The rest of the team have 12 combined.
Yeah.
They're more than double their 3 teammates right now. And this is why I was saying if GTZ win that round, then it could almost be 3 for the price of 1. Because now it's going to be a force buy. You win the 7-4, it's another force buy afterwards for 7-5. So it's very recoverable right now.
It is, it is. It's not the worst spot GTZ could find themselves in, especially not an Ancient, right? The question is how they handle the pressure here from the pistols and what exactly Partizan do. Because if they continue to play default, I'm going to be a little bit mad at Emmy for not changing it up at least a little bit. We do see more presence towards A, but they've already lost B, and it seems seems like like even the calls right now are not on point. He's just not reading the game right. GTZ is now getting free entries onto B, free entries onto the rounds themselves and the sites themselves, and this will be a fourth, and it likely will be a fifth as well. Unless Kindo does some magic on the next one, it's a straightforward round here.
Yeah, well, another player hitting the deck. GTZ have been ruthless with finding these execills, man, and this has been a very good recovery for GTZ here on this T side. It was looking a bit bleak at one point, especially after they lost that eco round, but
honestly,
they've tightened up the screws.
Let's think on the details of the first few rounds, right? How many clutches went right for Partizan? From Kindle to Vladan to Dragon, right? There were at least 3 or 2 that I distinctly remember. Hey, first kill at least.
You're right.
But yeah, I do feel like it must be said that GTZ, the score could have been wholly different if those clutches had not gone the way they did. Like, there were
it certainly
some
has
absurd
played
ones.
into Partizan's hands, yeah. I mean, like you said, they've been bailed out by Vladan and Kindo more often than not, Dragon at the moment as well. But now we head into the final round of the first half. It's going to be another broken bye here for Partizan. Kindo's going to have to find a way to affect the round with the AWP. He can't afford to just, like, sit in CT and post on A main or something.
Absolutely.
I want to see him getting a bit more proactive. Maybe take up a position in, like, Cave or Jag and try find a first pick. Maybe allow for a teammate to grab a gun. You can fall back after that. I don't know, but this is, if this ends 7-5, do you see it as, like, an even split between how happy both the teams would be in the half, or do you think one team would be happier than the other?
Honestly, I think GTZ will be happier than Partizan. Simply because it looked like Partizan could have been able to steal this first half down to a 9-3 maybe even. Like, it was legitimately on the table that perhaps they could have done better, right? And they probably wanted to do better. And GTZ, I'd say if they get to 5, that they'll be content. They'll be like, okay, we got 5, we can do this. We now know what, we know what our goalpost is, where we need to go. I'm worried for Partizan T side. I really am, because the calls for Emmy have been a little bit hit and miss, and it's nothing worrisome. It's, first game of the day, it's going to happen. It's never going to be super perfect, but sometimes things have to go better than just the baseline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's see GTZ pressuring on the speed bomb site, going to be able to trade Dragon out here. I do kind of agree with your sentiment, though, that if this ends 7-5, GTZ might be the happier of the two teams because of how they've been able to recover in the round. And Emmy, does he want to go searching? I don't think he has to go searching right now. And, oh man, I don't think they're really ready for this. Collins is going to be in some trouble. There we go. Once again, the AK prevails. Emmy's able to get the AK,
but they know he's
but
there.
How much can he get done with the weapon? Has he been spotted? It does look like they're trying to wall bang right now, and he's going to be able to find one, but the trade comes through there from Nuke. At least, I mean, it's still somewhat doable here for CT side. Vladan throws a smoke on the bomb. It's the 2 chief destroyers here left for Partizan, but they're completely locked out of the bomb site right now.
And they don't have their marks of office, or how do you call them, the symbols of office in this case, which are their weaponries and their utilities. As GTZ 7-5 will be recovered, I will say after all of the shenanigans of the first half, the defuse that we remember seeing, the 1v1 defuse, the clutches from Kindor to hold on to site to allow retakes to happen, from Vladan surviving on A and giving us multi-frags, to even Collins not getting caught and just kind of playing his hand from the pistol on. Point is, GTZ, they could have been in a much better position, but unfortunately find themselves now still on 5, though we'll be happy with that. And
yeah.
The one thing I have to mention is Emmy has been hit and miss, so we'll see how the calls go on T side, where the calls matter most.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think he's been fine in the IGL department for Partizan since this team has been together, even in their recent different form. I know that his individual level has certainly been under scrutiny or in question.
For good reason, yeah.
Let's see, what's the plan? Let's see. Yeah, certainly. Going to be a numbers in towards mid-play coming through from Partizan. And Emmy, my brother, give the P250 to somebody else, honestly,
yeah,
with all due respect.
Give it to
someone with armor.
Yeah,
right, like, surely. I don't know. All right, well, Dragon, he's going to use the Glock here, and that's an instant opening kill, but there's still more where that came from. There's still 3 players around this A-bomb site. Does that even matter, though?
Seems like it does not. Rafax is the last player here to hold the line. He's going to find 2. Dragon on a reply still. Emmy coming in from the elbow. He's going to be able to deliver, I hope. Bomb going to have to be recovered towards Stemple. No way, Spray catches out 1, and Emmy gets caught himself, and the pistol is not so solidified as it might have seemed. Vladan runs out of bullets. Knife comes out, and it's going to be Snappy that finishes the job in style. And oh my god, Partizan, it looked so good. It looked so good. And like I said, it's the calls, it's the positioning, it's everything that feels wrong today. I know, I agree with you. Usually I would never have, even mentioned this, but today seems to be a different one. And right now they're just not feeling some of these rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't seem that way. Rafa is the hero there. The fact that he's able to get 2 kills to shut Partizan's momentum down from Temple was massive. Sure, he got traded, but Partizan just took too long to kind of figure themselves out on that A-bomb site. And, well, I guess the numbers stacked there for GTZ certainly did help out. But yeah, despite the fact they don't get a plant, they're going to pick up Tech 9s. But Tech 9s are so dangerous in CS2 in for the T side second round after they lose the pistol. I can kind of get behind this decision. Let's see if they can find a way to make it work. Oh, Limco on the jiggle. He spots a number of players. It's going to be the elbow smoke. GTC are going to fight for mid control. Yeah, they've got 4 players, and that's going to make the difference again, having the numbers stacked up to the correct side of the map. Could be a bomb plant up for grabs here, though.
I mean, a bomb plant is possible, and I'd expect that, but they're taking too long because they expect players to be on the site itself. And because they took this long, players are actually on the site itself now.
Now they're not even planting even when they are on the site, man.
Yep.
Okay, what was the scoreline at its most one-sided for Partizan? I want to say like 6-1.
I think it was like 7-2-2.
No, it was 7-2. You're right, it was 7-2.
It was 7-2?
GTZ have won 5 rounds in a row since then.
Yeah.
And they should be able to add a 6 to the tally as well, because now they're just going to be playing against the Pistols. GTZ on course to get the lead here.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit concerning. And mind you, GTZ, their last series that we saw them play, had them lose in the most... when they played against Zero Tenacity, GTC lost 13-2 and 13-4. Just want to mention that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is a far better showing than that.
Absolutely it is. But regardless, it's going to be Linko and Rafax clean it up, and that's it, I want to say.
Should be.
Should be.
Look how ruthless they are. They are fighting unnecessarily. They're just flexing on Partizan right now. No respect at all. Rafa will get out with a single point of health, but that's the round for GTZ. They've got the lead 6 in a row. And now Partizan are certainly going to be feeling the pressure. They're going to have their first full gun round here of the second half. But if they lose this gun round here, then the pressure ramps up exponentially.
Oh yeah, Partizan need to win this gun round, otherwise they're going to be facing possibly 10 already. Definitely will be facing 10, and then it's just a sprint to the finish here for GTZ, no longer a marathon. Money-wise, GTZ haven't really established themselves as the dominant world force, but they're looking to do this here, and if they are successful in, dealing damage and surviving, oh boy, yeah. I would consider that a successful start. It's going to be an A push. They've got 2 players in Donut ready for this, Nope and Linko.
Okay, he's going to be the first one to take contact here. Never mind, it's actually Rafa who'll go down through the smoke.
And going back?
Looks like that might actually persuade Partizan to reassess, yeah, apparently.
I can't say I'm too surprised, but then I can't. Oh boy, this is gonna be mad. I already know something's gonna be timed against them, guaranteed. Yeah, Snappy's gonna push into T-base, right? Yeah, he needs to get that info, because now Linko's checking double doors. We got Spray on long B, and they're walking all the way through T-base. They've wasted over 40 seconds now. So it's time to go, and pronto, as the Italians would say, immediately. Yep, there's the spot. The confirm is, okay, it's B. And look, 3 players already. Nope, J, Spray, And one more. Nuke is traded out. Counter sprays and rather flashbangs work.
Oh, trades have to be the name of the game right now here for Partisan to get full side control. Problem is, there's only 14 seconds on the clock and the rotations are coming through. Sprayer's not giving anything away. He'll eventually step out of the back of the flash and he finishes off the job as well. A brilliant little multi-kill there. A 1 versus 2. Not that it ever seemed like a clutch situation, just because of how quickly and ferociously those frags came through. But that's 9-7. No bomb plants, and GTZ read Partisan. I mean, there was so much pressure on A. And GTZ did have 2 players in Donut, and then they're like, well, there's nothing else going on here, guys. It's radio silence. They're probably rotating back across to B, and they then accordingly rotate their players in that direction as well. And they find themselves stacked on that side of the map, and Partisan just looked like there was no one who was keen to be the one to like push deeper into the bomb site. They were maybe all looking at each other, wondering who's going to force this fight with Spray, who's going to break the crossfire. It doesn't happen, and now they have to half invest again.
It's a bit of a disastrous move, unfortunately. And I think it was Snappy that was in elbow at the time when they were rotating towards B. And instead of him going T-base, he went towards Shelf, and that's what actually won the round for them, because he was ready there as a tertiary or a tertiary player to basically put an end to the shenanigans of Partisan at the right time. The pop flashes, everything came in perfect. Good start for Emi, by the way. He's going to get his kill here early on from Shelf. So they take mid control, they find a rifle. They bot again. I can't say I'm surprised, but also I can't say I'm overly happy to see it. Though, imagine if this works. 1 by 1, GTZ are dying.
Yeah. Looked a little bit liberal here in their approach in this round against the Pistols. Maybe just taking things a bit too casually, which is the first time we've seen them get a little bit relaxed. Nice angle here for Dragon. Damage done, but he's able to find the kill on Nope J. And now there's only one player on that B bomb site. Linko is going to have the world on his shoulders. Can he carry such a significant weight? First frag found without taking damage, and there's going to be some support coming through. He can't do anything about the bomb bomb, but Spray could find the frag on the planter. Oh no, not like this, Tio. Not a 5 versus 2, surely. It's a health advantage. Vladden has got the kill on Linko, but do not count Spray out of this one. He knows there's a player coming through from Red Room. That's a free frag. Only 1 bullet on Vladden would be enough to get the job done, and he spotted Vladden out. Where's the plant? The bomb hasn't been planted. I didn't realize that. I thought the bomb had gone down. Vladden will activate the C4, but there's no way he wins the gunfight. Or is there? How on earth has he made that one work?
Magic.
That's the only explanation.
It's the only explanation. That should not have ever worked in a million years, but it does. Somehow Partisan clench their teeth and, well, more specifically, Vlad unclenches his butt as he clutches the hell out of the round. Damn! It shouldn't have been possible, but it is, and Partisan used their last time out here. This is going to be fun. Troy certainly has a lot to talk about, I think. If I'm him, I'm maybe not yelling, but certainly I'm at least trying to hype up the lads. Oh my god. The shenanigans in some of these games are just too much for me sometimes, really.
They should never have been able to win that round with how low they were and the fact that the bomb wasn't planted either. I thought the bomb was planted the whole time.
Yeah. I could tell, and the thing is, it should have been, right? Plus, it never should have come down to a 1v1. That's just the core of it. In any case, round 18, before we get ahead of ourselves, this is the last chance for GTZ to get 10 before they'll be forced to play eco, and that means Partisan could take lead for the first time in a long time again. I mean, this is their first T-side round. This is their first round since losing, what? How many in a row? Let me double check. So this would be a
it would have been 6 in a row, yeah.
Yeah, 6, yeah.
7 in a row, right? It was 7-2, yeah.
Good point.
7 in a row for GTZ. If they lose this one, though, then it's 9-all and they've got no money. What a game between these two teams. And the 0-2 bracket as well with everything on the line. I mean, this is entertaining. To be fair, this is entertaining Counter-Strike right now.
Let's see how it goes. Smoke into Donut. They're going to try and aggressively stop them in their tracks. Dragon even eats a full nade. What? Nope, Jay? Just nopes Dragon out of there.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, as much as I made the point about if GTZ lose this round, then they're going to be in economic turmoil, you could say the exact same thing for Partisan, and it will be even worse for them because they're behind by around 10-8, no money, 11-8, most likely. And Nope J, he's on the correct side of the map as to where the action's going to go down here as well. Look at how low Partisan are running this clock. This is going to be tough to clear out as well, man. You're not necessarily expecting this. And there we go. Nope J's going to step out on a timing. There's no trade either. Oh, it's going to be hugely devastating. Snappy with the dig is not too clean, but that's okay because support has arrived. It is disastrous indeed. Spray is just going to pick them off one by one. Kindo will head for the hills, and GTZ are up to double digits.
That is, without question, one of the worst things we've seen in a while right now. This push out A just had no leverage, had no panache, no strength, no nothing. And it fizzled out as soon as it began. And that's a problem because Partisan never really established their economy to begin with. They're left with about 3K across the board, give or take. And they're gonna full send it. Wait, did Demi... Yeah, he dropped an AK. Okay, he's gonna go for the Partisan buy.
I mean, they've got max round loss bonus if I'm not mistaken.
So... I think it's 2.9, right, that they have right now. So next one will be max, yeah, if they lose.
Yeah, I mean, going into the next round if they lose
yes,
this one.
If they lose, the next one will be max. Yes, yes. So if they stay around...
And that's...
You know, if you're around, what, $800, you should be okay, I guess, at the end.
Yeah, looks like they're going a bit deeper than that, though. Looks like they're just emptying their pockets. Vladden's the only one who hasn't spent his money. He's like sitting, looking around like, guys, are we really doing this? Yeah. It's not like they're on map point, guys. We could just let them get to 11 and then get a full buy of our own. But is this a sign of frustration, perhaps, that they've only won one out of the past, like, 9 rounds or something like that?
I think I think the reasoning is more like, we know GTZ are low on money themselves, so let's try and break them. But I feel like that's the wrong way of approaching this. Instead, they should be thinking about themselves and not the opponents. As, yeah, they're going to deal with the massive amount of util GTZ have and the firepower that they bring. I mean, look at the damage already. Collins is on 11. That's not a great start. Dragon will die as he gets caught through the smoke. Nope J will nope the hell out of there. And Snappy finds Vladan for free through a smoke, and Collins is still on 11. It's what I'm saying, right? That a force like this, you better have a great plan to back it up. You better know what you're going to be doing with it. And I think in some cases, I know this is going to sound dumb, and I'm sorry I'm going on a tangent here, but I can see buys like these work. I can see them work if you have a very bold strategy, Cotton. And that would usually be a fast as hell push where you try to supply or overwhelm your opponents before they can respond. That's a good trade. Let's see if it works. Emmy needs to go massive here. Emmy needs to go absolutely massive. He runs out of bullets. It's a 1v2. Collins on 11.
I don't know if he did run out of ammo, mates. I think it was just like a instinctual, like just muscle memory thing to do.
No way.
I don't think he ran out of ammo. I think he got the kill and he...
If that's the actual case, that is...
I'm pretty... Yeah, if we could get a replay to confirm, that would be great. But I think Collins... Does he just have to save the AWP here now? He's barely got any health. 25 seconds on the clock. Partisan, yeah, he's going to try and run to the safe bomb site, but you've got Snappy, who's in Temple, and this is going to be the freest frag of his life. 11 for GTC, no bomb plant here for Partisan. Means that either they just have to commit to the full force train now, or they have to let GTC get to map points. And let's remind everybody, it was 7-2 for Partisan at one point. They have won 1 round since then, while GTZ have won 9.
Yeah, it's... it's definitely not their map, I think. Ancient... Now, I'm not saying they don't know how to play it, but perhaps it's time to take a look at a different map for the future, right? Because this is clearly... something's not going right. And maybe I'm just overthinking this, maybe I'm just overcomplicating, and maybe I'm over-dramatizing it, absolutely. But the point is, we can see the way it's being played, we can see the calls. Now, it's either down to the shot calls being made, or it's just to the fact that they don't like playing Ancient. One or the other. Like, something's gotta give. So you gotta take that discussion to the table at one point, right? I mean, these force buys...
They beat Paravision on this map a week ago, 13-9. They beat 500 before that. They beat 9 last month, so... I mean, yeah, they have had some form on the map. They had. Not at all today.
They've had, but the problem is... it's like you're losing still against teams like BC Game, 1-13. You're losing against teams like ENS, 5-13. Against BC Game, again, 7-13. Against Sashi, 7-13. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all moment, but it feels like perhaps a different approach for some of these rounds would be definitely a better one, and probably would have ended up getting them more than just scrapes and scraps. As Dragon will find Snappy. It's a 3v4. They find A. Like I said, speed of the attack matters, and they do get to sight at least. Will it be a bomb plant for a change?
Oh my. Spray can't double down. There we go. Partisan going to be able to persist with this man advantage. Just plant the bomb now, fellas. Dragon. Why? You don't need to do this, Dragon. You don't have to do this, Dragon. But why has Linko gone for the trigger discipline? I don't understand. Was he hoping a second player might come through the smoke? Dragon just turns 180 degrees, but I can't believe what I've just watched.
I am shocked. Linko should have just took the he should have taken that shot immediately. Doesn't matter what else he's thinking. That's just a very big error in the moment there by the individual. Partisan win the round. They rush A. Like I said, if you go faster, if you go at the speed of light, you might succeed. As number 9, it's the second round on their T side now they pick up.
And it should be round number 10 here for Partisan as well, because there is literally not a single penny invested into this round here for the CT side. My goodness, these two teams just fighting tooth and nail here in the 0-2 matchup, the opening map. It was a half investment for Partisan in that previous round as well, by the way.
Yeah, it was a pretty strong investment, actually, from what I could see, right? There's like a good few thousand in it.
Yeah. They had some upgraded pistols and armor, but they definitely didn't spend all of their money.
No, absolutely.
They were looking forward to the round afterwards, so that gives them a little bit of a boost here as well on a couple players, so yeah, man, 11-10, this game on a knife's edge.
Kinda is. GTC leaving themselves vulnerable. Definitely the edge getting sharper and soon to be cutting deeper. I worry for Dust, though. I gotta say, man, individually right now, yes, we've had great showing from the 3 on Partisan, and I'm expecting the rest to step up on Dust, absolutely. But what happens if it's GTZ starting sooner? If they get a better... Like, imagine if GTZ get the 7-5 halftime. I mean, we'd be done by now.
Then it's game over,
yeah, it's
right?
already game over. That's what I'm saying, right? So that's the concern I'm having on Dust 2. That can definitely happen. I'm not saying it will, because GTZ are not historically good on it, or at least not as much, but nonetheless, you know, definitely some concerns. Absolutely. In any case, round 22 pays. It seems like we might be in for some shenanigans of the tie potential.
Well, let's see, because if this does go 11-all, then GTZ don't have any money, mate. GTZ will have to then try play for overtime. And what a crazy turn of events that would be, considering the way that the map has played out ever since the end of the first half. It's going to be Snappy the first on the scene, and Dragon, well, I guess he's trying to check behind that little box at the back of the bomb site.
Oh my god,
and
they're going
this
back.
has been enough here to dissuade Partisan altogether.
No.
They have got, I think it's Collins who's on the other side of the map, but it's not like it's unchecked right now. Linko is in the corner. This is a difficult corner to clear, because generally when you swing through the doors, you're worried about, like, cave and middle, right? And the cubby on the left-hand side when you push through.
Thing is, they have to make a decision here.
They've done this before, though, Tio, where they pressure A, and then it's just radio silence on A.
Yeah, and they mollied themselves
GTZ, that's probably a bit of a missed jump throw or something, but they've done this before where they fake A, and then there's no further presence, and then GTZ just rotate B, but this time, it's going to be a double pump from the T side. Okay, I like this option.
I hope it works, and I hope they got their ducks in a row, because it's got to start now. They got to walk in. There's no more delay to be happening. Snappy's going to be holding alone, calling for rotations immediately, and first contact is the most vital. Emmy, where's the rest?
The second player to swing, though? Yeah.
Where's the rest of the team? Finally, Snappy will fall at least, so there's that. GTZ, an unrecoverable position almost if they can't get another kill in the next few seconds as Partisan. Will they be thinking about the flank, though? That's a massive one.
Yeah, that flank could be the difference maker. And spray straight through the smoke is taking down Collins. And you've got Kindo with no health, but at least he finds one before he goes down. It's now all on Vlad, and he's going to force the fight with the CT player, but he comes off second best. Spray will be the one to find a multi. The stand-in here does the damage. 12-10 GTZ up to map point.
Holy.
Where was the follow-up here? Where's the rest of the team? Emmy's just walked in first. There's nobody on point to trade. There was one player throwing util, but there were two players just with their hands in their pockets. Just chill guys there for some reason, man. You can't be a chill guy. Not in this instance.
No, you gotta be right there with your IGL. He goes wide, you go wider. Like, you really have to be there for him. You have to have that refrag immediately available, because if Snappy dies ASAP, you've got the bomb down before the rest of the CT arrives. You can't get the bomb down. And instead of that, you again find yourself on teetering on the edges. They're gonna go fight for mid at least. Partizan this time, they're not messing about. The speed of the attack changes, and they are getting some control for it. But nonetheless, somehow all of these rounds still accumulate back in the favor of GTZ, which is insane.
Yeah, I just can't. This whole game's been insane, honestly.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Maybe not as much as you would think, but both teams just making some questionable decisions. GTZ certainly been the more convincing of the two outfits so far here in the series. 5 versus 4 though, Partizan fighting for overtime. They have to win 2 rounds here. And if they win this one, there's just not much money for GTZ, so overtime seems incredibly likely at that point. And look at the way that the map is set up. Partizan are kind of cutting the map down the middle.
Yeah.
There's only one player over towards A. It's Nuke. He has had a good game though so far, so don't discount him from making this one work.
I'm expecting him to get at least one, and Rafa will die here. That's a guarantee. Kindo's on an off angle and a high ground position that's much better, much more favorable to him. Now they're at least stopped the bleeding through middle, right? So they've stopped that immediate loss of the round if in case mid is overpressured. The problem is Partizan could just put a player in donut, which is what I expect them to do here, and that's a free oh my god, they keep walking into him.
Kindo, they're feeding him.
Like, they're not even going A yet, and now finally Nuke alone. He finds one. No way, you're gonna go through the smoke. All runs out of bullets. Oh god, that is so lucky for Vladan. That is the luckiest thing I've seen for Partizan the whole game long.
I think Vladan would have been in trouble there, right? If he had like
he
5 bullets
died.
left in the clip.
100% he dies.
I think so too. Yeah, I reckon. That's unfortunate. Either way, Linko left alive in the clutch. It looks like he wants to attempt this 1 versus 2, and Kindo's AWP will seal the deal. Who else but Kindo and Vladan to just save the day here? Dragon's also done a good job in the second half, to be fair. He's actually eclipsed Vladan, who's kind of tapered off a little bit on the T side, but now look at the finances, Tio. Look at the finances for GTZ. They just don't have money. Are Partizan really going to do this? Are they going to force us into overtime? What a crazy game this has been.
It kind of really has. It has been a little bit awkward. I'll say that much. I feel like GTZ are half investing into something in terms of defense. They're like, oh yeah, we'll leave one on A. But it doesn't really work like that, does it? It's like you might be able to get away with that once or twice, especially if the player is able to hide into donut. But generally speaking, you leave A alone, as in, you know, you focus mid and then you retake A. You focus A and then you retake mid, etc. And here it feels like GTZ are trying to do all of those things combined without actually having to follow the rules of sad tactics. I feel like they underestimate how far, like how good Partizan can be. It feels like they're just thinking, yeah, this is an easy win. Like, in some cases, obviously it's not an easy win, but in some cases it feels like they're super underestimated.
Yeah, a little bit relaxed. Either way, this is not a relaxed approach coming through from Partizan. They're kind of employing what you've been calling for a bit throughout the half. They're playing with some pace. There's going to be pace from the CT side as well. Whose flash was that? Was that a team flash?
Yeah.
I think that might have been a CT flash, you know, Tio. And it blinds both of them as they come through the smoke. That just means that they're sitting ducks. That's it. Partizan surely have done enough here. 3 versus 2. Massive weaponry advantage. Bomb plant to follow. Oh man, this is completely falling apart for GTC. That team flash is just an awful one.
Yeah, it really is just not a great one to observe. And with that, I guess
gonna run it back?
Yeah, we're gonna run
wipe
it
the
back.
slate
Yeah,
clean.
basically, we're gonna run it
Previous
back.
24 rounds mean nothing. We're going into overtime, baby.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to overtime. That is for sure. I am still, like I said, I'm still perplexed how GT usually taking control of middle and then retaking A, because you want to focus your attention to a single spot instead of having your forces split. As we see what happens when your teammates are split across the map and nobody can hold for long. But regardless, it's first to 16 to those that don't know, and 4 rounds is what's required to win. 6 is what we get. And Partizan T side, let's see if they start off on a good note. Collins is having a very tough time, by the way.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Like, Emmy, I get.
Oh, wow, okay.
Collins,
Hold on.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Partisan have just shifted through the gears. Maybe they were listening to the stream, they heard your advice, and they're like, well, let's maybe just go for that approach here. A lot of damage has been done, though. A lot of damage has been done. Smoke lit up by the nade. Kills going back and forth. Bomb plant denied. Bladden's doubled down. He brought a Mac 10 into this round, despite the fact it's overtime, where he had all the money in the world. And do they try and get the bomb off the side here? No, Collins is actually going to go for the plant, but there's a huge health advantage for GTZ right now. There should be no world in which they don't make this retake happen. Or can Collins come alive here when it matters the most?
Together, they have
9 health
HP.
between 2
Yep.
players. Yeah.
Oh, man. Some of these moments, some of these rounds are just crazy. And Partizan, I love the fact that they move fast and furious. Now, they do get the bomb down. That is the focus of it. But they are not yet losing the round, apparently, as it's a 1v2. Linko, can he get both? He gets one. He knows where the second is. He probably should suspect it, at least. The smoke up into the C4. There's the molly that breaks it. And now it's Collins' turn to stop it. And he does. Collins, just as we were saying, he's been quiet. He's been underperforming, underachieving from what we'd expect out of him, of a player of his caliber. And yet, in the end, the clutch is real. And it's 13-12. Partizan, I cannot believe my eyes, but they are now stringing a few rounds together with either luck or sheer skill. Both intertwined in a way I can't even distinct them anymore.
I have no idea what we've just witnessed right now there from
Yeah.
Partizan. I mean, like, they took so much damage on the entry, there was so much chaos on the B-bomb site. 2v3 with barely any health between them. What a time for Collins to find a multi-kill. Probably his first multi-kill off the map.
Pretty much,
And that is Partizan regaining the lead here. Oh my word, okay. Well, I'm not even going to try and predict anything that's going to happen anymore because just nothing is going according to the way you would expect.
Oh no. The exact opposite, in fact. It goes almost the exact opposite. As Nope, J finds Dragon. Good start. But they lost Snappy beforehand, so the trade perhaps as equal as it gets. Big ups to Kindle, by the way. He stepped up massively with the op. His double on middle 2 rounds ago before we went to overtime, right? That was one of the more lovely things to see.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been like the one consistent factor throughout this entire map so far for Partizan.
Yeah.
Without him, this is game over ages ago.
Oh, absolutely.
Certainly slowed down the pace coming into this following round here. 4 versus 4. GTZ are heavily stacked up on this B-bomb site though, man. They've got 3 players here. It's just Rapper with the Zorp who's in Donut. Thankfully, there's no one coming through A-main. We haven't really seen much A-main action from either of these teams. They've been quite content to just play one player in Donut and not worry about that wrap onto the A-bomb site later on in the round.
That seems to be the predominant team for
Emmy.
sure.
Double peek. He peeks into 2 players, and he actually sees them both. Kindo, you don't have to, and he's actually just keeping them locked in. This is really smart. He's not overstepping the mark. They've now seen him. He's missed his shot. Nope is on the bomb side itself. They've gone through the smoke, and there's going to be more support here as well. Nope's doubled down. Emmy is going to go down as well. Oh, Partizan, they decide to go through the smoke probably by virtue of lack of time, and that's going to be GTZ leveling it up.
That is a very scary notion being kind of put forward here. Partizan, the fact that they can hard clear cave like that and yet still lose the round. Yeah, it comes as a bit of a surprise. Nope J, again, a factor of the defense that makes the difference, right? I mean, without him, this round would have not gone the way it did. 13-13, and Partizan They'll have to lick their wounds and try and, again, one last time on their T side here. Let's see how the first overtime actually ends. Collins aggro into cave. Looking at Leopard control. He's going to fight it against none other than Snap. Excuse me, Link.
Right, well, yeah, like you say, big round here. This one's for the lead going into the second half. Both teams got, what was it, a 7-5 half? Both teams got 5 rounds in their T side in regulation. So if Partizan could double down, that would certainly bode well for them. Emmy doesn't see anything on the jump peak, and actually he's quite lucky not to go down there, considering that he had a bit of a false sense of security.
Second time.
But there's quite a lot of space that's been afforded here to Partizan in middle.
Yeah, that is true. What they do with them with it is the question. Nobj's pushed all the way to elbow. This is a big flank coming, and Kindo's about to die. That's the C4.
There we go. Yeah.
The gig is up.
That's a great little flank through A main.
GTZ know exactly what's coming their way now. There's no...
I feel like Partizan have just been taking way too long in these rounds. I mean, we've seen like either super fast rounds or super slow rounds.
Yeah.
Dragon seems to have an idea. There's a player in the corner here. 28 seconds. They have to start making some moves. They have to get past Rapper's orb. Eventually, Dragon will deal with Snappy, but there's still 2 players on this A bomb side. Do they try and go B from here? It looks like it, but they've smoked themselves off. They have to go through their own smoke grenade. Oh my goodness, they have to get the con spray, and they will. There's enough time for the plancher. 2 versus 2.
Oh, Spray lets himself die too easily there. He needed to be the difference maker. It's now Nobj and Rafa. Rafax, if you want to call him that, as Collins and Emmy have to sort out another round. Second time they're trying to duel this, and could be successful if they find Nobj. It's Rafax without really much of anything else to do with. Nobj will lose the duel. It's going to be Emmy to win it, and can he escape? He can. The flames do not burn higher, as Rafax is about to be burned out of orbit here. Oh, what? Oh, boy. Oh, he feels it. He feels it, but he doesn't get it.
Oh,
Collins.
my God. I was feeling it as well there. I was feeling it as well with the AWP. I thought he seemed to know that Collins was behind the pillar. I thought the no-scope might come together there. And it will be Partizan who end the first half of overtime with a narrow lead. They win 2 of the 3 rounds. Is that enough?
Whew. CT side Partizan was, how shall we say, okay, but not exactly what, perhaps we expected. How many rounds did they win because of luck, let's say? Clutches that perhaps would have otherwise gone in the hands of GTZ. So right now, Partizan, I hope those clutches are over and it's time to show their skill. It's going to be round, well, actually 28, I want to say.
Yeah, that's it. Round 28. It's going to be Snappy who opens up this round as well. GTZ, it's been a while since they've been on the T side. But it looks like they've been able to just get things straight back into business here. And I love how they're pressuring this B bomb side. Partizan are licking their lips because they've got 3 players on that side of the map, but it's going to be Kindo who has a job to do on A. He's just bobbing and weaving back and forth between Donut and main. And, oh, they're going to be so far out. Yeah, there we go. That's a free frag. That's round over.
Rafa gets caught, sure, but there's another player embedded deep into the lane, and that's Linko. Yeah, he basically catches rotations off. Partizan now is left to, again, kind of just lick the wind, really, here, to get a whiff of where the opponents are. Vladan finds Snappy. Hold up. Can Emmy find Nobj? He can. Hold up. What is actually happening? Linko, they still know he's coming from shelf, so Emmy right here can be ready for him, but he turns on the other side. No. The timing is just abysmal. And I think the hopes and dreams of a retake now have gone.
Yeah, he doesn't have any utility, no way to force his players out. He has to accept the stake. Maybe just going to be looking to try farm a kill, but that will cost him his life. How good has Spray been? I mean, everybody across the board for GTZ is delivered, to be completely fair. The Orper up has got the least amount of kills here. He's had some moments, but you can just compare the consistency across the board between the 2 teams and realize why GTZ have been so competitive and actually have looked the better team.
Let's see how this goes. GTZ successfully infiltrating one round on T side doesn't mean you've won it yet. Let's see if they can rebound as Collins finds sprayed. Alpha gets caught. Partizan is doing all the legwork. They're putting in all the time and all the effort. Now the question is, did they know about Linko?
Yeah, exactly. That's the concern here. Seems like Emmy has his wits about him. Okay, well, Snappy... that's who I thought was Linko. Linko's the one in the cubby, you're right. But I thought that Snappy could have been a big thorn in Partizan's side, but Emmy is going to be able to take him down. Collins is on an all-bang glass in the open. He's going to re-smoke the doors. That'll definitely cost him his life there. Linko's able to make that frag free. 4 versus 2. Rotation's coming through. That's an important kill from Emmy as well, just to make sure that the round doesn't get a little bit in question there. And it's only Nope J left remaining. He's been incredible throughout this map so far, but surely this is too tall of an order.
Let's see if it's enough. Nope J. Shouldn't have a chance, though. Never say never. I've learned that the hard way. Was it you and I that we had that 1v5, the clutch? I think you might have been you and me and Nexus.
I can't remember.
I know we had like.
Do you remember which team it was?
Let me double check real fast. But
okay, I don't recall that off the top of my head. It's been a while since I've seen a 1v5, so it might have been Nexus.
Might have been Nexus. Yeah, it's possible.
Not going to happen here though. No big clutch coming through from Nope J. Partizan will finish off the job, and they have now gotten map points on their opponent's map pick. Can they finish off the job, or do we run it back for a third time, I guess? We had regulation, first set of OT, and maybe even OT2 here. That's what GTZ are in pursuit of.
Oh, 9 Pandas versus 500. That was Nexus, I think.
Yeah. I didn't cast that game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
wait, let me guess. Let me guess. You got the 1v5. Was it Result?
Yes.
For real?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm messing.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was. I think it was one of the 500 players. I wanted to make you feel good. Yeah, sorry.
Probably. Yeah. I appreciate that. But then you picked me up just to drop me again. But it could have been ships. Could have been ships maybe.
Yes,
Oxygen.
it was actually.
It was Oxygen, wasn't it?
No. It was ships actually. I think it was ships.
Okay.
You're actually right. I'll have to double check exactly, but I think it might have been ships. Yeah. That was a crazy game, another crazy game. But let's leave that one for the past. Let's see the future. Partizan, 1 round. CT side to finish the job. It certainly is the favored one for them right now. Also, big ups to the whole squad, and basically both sides, really. Even Emmy stepping up as well, given how poorly he started.
Oh my.
Oh, this is massive. This is massive. What is this?
Oh, brother.
Oh, this is double OT. Brother.
Okay.
Oh,
this is double OT. Absolutely, that's what it is. Dragon tries to go through the molly. He's taking so much damage. He just gets destroyed. Second frag is free as well. Amy only good for 1. And, well, wait, hold on. What's happening on middle? Collins, unfortunately, doesn't realize he's walked past Nope J. So even though he gets a kill, he dies straight afterwards. That leaves Kindo alone in the 1 versus 2. Already space is being taken on this B-bomb side as well. Kindo has no idea what's going on. Unfortunately, he's missed the timing to try and deny the bomb getting across onto that B-bomb side. Now has his suspicions confirmed. Does he go through the flames to force the fight? Shot. Evidently not. But this is still a little bit worrying. Linko's really close here. Yeah, and Kindo can't connect on the shot. There we go. OT2 it is.
That's it. That's all there is. Second OT, GTZ. They drive it right back. I'm a little bit shocked by that mid-aggression, not gonna lie. I expected maybe patience from Partizan. I know that sounds weird when I put it like that, but I generally thought they would go perhaps for a delayed mid-take afterwards rather than fight it from the get-go. It really puts them on knife's edge again, and we can see what happens when you gamble like that. They lose. It's going to be mid-control contested at least, but meanwhile it's a full B lane send. GTZ is relentless in the aggression here. Oh, that nade is fantastic.
And Emmy sees quite a lot there on the jump peak as well. That'll allow the rotations, but Spray knows that he's in this corner. Emmy's going to need his teammate to try and relieve some of the pressure. It's Collins who's holding that angle. They're holding the cross, and he will at least be able to find a frag, but he's burning out. He barely has a little bit of room to work with. He will tuck himself in the corner and stay alive here. Nade to break open the smoke, but Dragon is going to expose one player, and that kill is free, but Ruff has gotten a frag back in the meantime, at least to keep this one somewhat doable. Oh, big frag from Collins. That's a huge kill out of him.
Massive pickup. And another one.
And he'll even finish off the job as well. Okay, Collins. He's really come back to the return to form here throughout this map, man.
He has. I mean, he was, I think, almost behind Emmy at one point when it comes to kills, but stepping up to at least bring himself up to 20, I believe, with this now, is a big glow up for him. And like I said, for Emmy as well, the fact that he steps up, that at least he's bringing in some kills, you know, he's not lagging behind too far, is a good outlook. First to 19 to those that don't know. So again, same principle, 4 rounds need to be won out of the 6 that are available. Third overtime is possible, depending on how it goes. GTZ lose a lot of HP to begin, but they're going to fight for mid. And this is going to be a very tough fight if you're Partizan. They trade off, though.
Are you kidding me? Collins, did he come through?
Yes, he went through
to get that trade? That's really big. Yeah, through Jag. I love that from Collins. All right, keeps the numbers level, but damage has been done. Linko, a single hit point to his name. And again, GTZ set themselves up to try and get into this B bomb site. They're here with numbers right now, man. They got no idea what's going on elsewhere in the map, so they can't really afford to take too long. Collins, why? Wait, why has he got his USP out? He's got an AK.
He has to reload.
There we go. That makes a bit more sense. Yeah, but still, I'd rather have like 3 bullets in an AK than a full clip of a USB.
Yeah. No, I don't argue with that, absolutely. And Colin. Oh, no. That's a big mistake.
That was a bit egregious. I mean, it's not like that was complete. I think that could have been avoided.
Yeah, it probably would have. It probably would have been able to be avoided. But let's see if they are able to make this a 16 for themselves. GTZ, a lot relies on this round. And the fact that Linko's on 1 HP does not really help them too much. There's the counter molly. Nobej burning. There's the nade. Nobej. He is as lucky as he gets here to not have been killed by that. Oh no, Emmy walks that angle on the smoke and he gets caught for free. GTZ, they are just given these opportunities back to back. 2 versus 3, good bomb flash. Whole lot of bullets missed, but round is over.
If only Kindo had a rifle. If Kindo had a rifle, I think this retake is completely different because he would have been way more keen to actually try and push forward, roll his sleeves up, and take the fights on the bomb site. And with the players only having 33 health between the 3 of them, probably would have been a lot more doable. That's a great flash though. Rafa has a lot of impact in that round, out in the open to kill Kindo first, and then, to kill Emmy first, and then the flash to find the frag on the long player. I mean, he wasn't too clean on the spray, but he got the kill anyway. As GTZ level up the scoreline again.
Ooh, yes, it's been it's been one hell of a battle. I'll say that much. Honestly, kind of crap, kind of crazy. Let's see what exactly the plan is. GTZ out mid again, this time not contested by Partizan. They've learned their lesson of that 24th round before we went to overtime. You do not mess about. Snappy finds Emmy. They're pushing A main, taking control. It's been a while since we've seen that. It's been mostly GTZ pulling on their CT side. Like that.
Yeah, nice jiggle there, baits out the shot from the Yorp. They know that there was a player in towards bedroom, but Kindo, where's the awareness? He's just backed up into that angle without considering it at all. Emmy died there ages ago. It's now only Collins on the B site. I'm sure he finds one, but he should absolutely be traded, and he is, but he's actually done a lot of damage in the process. The problem is these retakes are going to take a while before they can come into effect, and we've seen how good GTZ have actually been in their post plants. And Rafa posted on Dragon, that's a free frag with the Yorp. Nade will dunk down on Spray, but actually it banks off the corner, so doesn't do nearly as much damage as I was initially expecting. Gladden doesn't see the head there of the player on the edge of the smoke. Spray will swing And GTZ now carry a lead into their CT side.
GTZ might be able to close this out with success. This lead is a massive one, especially when you think it in the perspective of Partizan's team performance before. It was lackluster, there were mistakes, there were too many slow rounds. I think we've said it a few times already, right? There were slow rounds that really made very little sense. But here we go. 2 to go for GTZ, 3 for Partizan. If they tie it up, we are going into overtime again. It's not impossible. It's been a while since...
It's not impossible, but I would say GTZ feel like they're in pole position to finish off the job now. The fact that they got 2 rounds on their T side, which has generally been the side both these teams have struggled more on, right?
Yes, I agree. Like, the 2 rounds T side is a big pickup, and it makes the difference, right? Partizan, we're going to take a moment here, apparently. A bit of a... probably a toilet break, I'd assume, if I'd had to wager. I mean, they've been playing for a good hour and something now, so... an hour and a half almost, actually.
Yeah, that's true. This has been a very long map so far, man. First map of the day. And it certainly is a lengthy one. I'm hungry. I'm not going to lie. I am pretty famished right now.
You know,
slap some toast in the toaster. Got some nice, like, seed bread there waiting for me. Some cream cheese. Slice up some tomatoes. Crack some salt.
Let's go.
So if we could get this one over, that would be much appreciated.
Still waiting for my Balkan breakfast, but got my coffee ready.
Balkan breakfast, a coffee and a smoke?
Oh yeah, exactly. And, well, Dragon, let's see if he makes breakfast out of GTC. It's going to be Linko going through Shelf, and they're going to be... Oh my, what is this push out 8? It's Snappy with a double. Dragon finally replies, but the loss is already at hand. The loss is already felt hard. It's over. It's Emmy last against 3. He's being pushed in through main. There's almost no chance of succeeding, and yeah, there is no chance of succeeding. As GTZ close it out on 18 and look to finish the series out, the map out on 19. Let's see if they do so, huh? This would be...
yeah, 2 opportunities here. Yeah. 2 opportunities to get the job done, and I feel like GTZ are the deserving team to win this map, in all honesty. They've been the more convincing team. They've looked more composed. They've made better decisions as well. Individuals have been more impressive. They kind of check all the boxes, I reckon. To me, it feels like Partizan have been bailed out of some of these rounds by individuals just having pop-off moments. Not like the team has really looked too convincing either way. It's going to be a big arm wrestle here for mid-control. Nade there from Snappy. Actually enough to send Partizan back through the smoke, and Partizan dumped a lot of their util to try and get that mid-control. They will re-emerge back into middle.
Oh.
You got Snappy in the corner. Linko's got in the
corner.
frag. Kindo's not considering this. No, not at all. And Snappy wants more. Snappy, he overexposes himself, and he gives up the 1 frag he had for free.
Oh, that's an insane pull. As Linko finds Dragon, it seems like it's going to be ending soon here. Partizan at the end. I think they had 1 too many opportunities, and they've left 1 too many slip, unfortunately. Partizan, close match, good performance. Even even Emmy bringing it back, given everything. But in the end, it's just not enough. It's a 2 versus 4. Let's see if they do this. 2 rounds in a row is what they require. It seems unlikely, but perhaps they might have some magic left. Kindo certainly could pull it. He's done that before in the first half, or rather in the regulation that we had at the beginning. Rafax, oh, what a peek. Good challenge. Ahemi, knife in hand. 30 seconds to go. You've got B-side. I don't know where the hell was Emmy running, but I guess he needed to get that bomb. I get it. He couldn't have retrieved it otherwise, and without support, you can't do it. Kindo, 1v2. He's almost pulled a 1v4, but he cannot do it in the end. It's just too much.
Okay, well, good attempt. I mean, he does spot the player out in the cubby, but it will be GTZ who get the job done on their impact. One that goes the distance. Double OT required, but GTZ get the map point, and they finish off immediately as they get that first map point in double OT. Really good work across the board, and, well, Partizan, they're going to be kicking themselves with the way a few of those rounds fell apart.
Dude, they really had a proper chance to win, though. We got to be honest here. Partizan at one point, they kind of brought it back. I believe they were you know, they were losing, what, 7 rounds after the first half ended. So they lost the last 3 of the first half, then lost 4 more in the second half to begin. And then they brought it back. It was like 9-8 or something like that, right? Or 9-9. And back and forth, continuous back and forth. Unfortunately, at the end, Partizan just come up empty. And with that, GTZ take the win of map number 1. Ancient, their own pick, goes their way. 19-16 final score.
Yeah, it feels deserved, like I said as well. Partisan got some tough questions to ask of themselves as we head into the next map. We're going to have a break. I'm going to eat food. He's going to have a smoke and a coffee. And we'll be back for Dust 2 in about 10 minutes.
And welcome back, everybody. We return into the CCT Season 2 Series 20. My name's Over, joined by Hayes next to me. And yes, we are getting ready to see map number 2 coming up next. Dust 2 coming out from Partizan, facing off GTZ. We've had a bit of a rough Ancient. It was a close one, yes, but there were some differences that in the end made the game possible for GTZ, or rather the map, to be won.
Yeah, the GTZ fan club are back. We're here to talk about our favorite team in the world because we're very biased and love GTZ. So obviously we're just going to be here to say nice things about them. That's what we do. That's what we're paid to do. If you can't tell that sarcasm, well then probably best to just brush up on your sarcasm. Either way, this is Partizan's map pick, and we're going to be hoping for an improved performance from them. They started very well on Ancient, but they certainly fell off as the map went on. GTZ looked way more convincing as a team and on an individual level as well, which actually leads me to think that maybe there is a world in which they could be competitive here on Dust 2. The one thing I will say for Partizan is their AWP was far better, right? Kindo had a lot more impact on Ancients, and that should translate well into this next map.
Oh, yeah, I think on Dust 2, Kindo's really going to be living up to his expectations even further. I feel like that's where we will see that full potential out of him. Partizan as well as a whole should be feeling a bit more comfortable on a map like Dust, perhaps. Because Ancient, again, despite everything, it's not an easy map to play, especially T-side. You're going to be a lot of times in troublesome spot, in troublesome positions, and honestly, there's a lot of... there's a lot of maps, or rather, there's a lot of positions on Ancient that are just hard to play the way Partizan play. It's a bit more intuitive, you know, they like to play on intuition. Obviously, Emi makes the calls, but the players, they've got their small game plans in mind as well, whilst they're running their own rounds. And Dust 2 is going to be easier to navigate through that. GTZ, on the other hand, I mean, as you said, slow start, really poor start, in fact, only to recover it all in the end. Double OT is all it took.
Yeah, that's all it took. I mean, Partizan had their moment. They had that map point after OT1. They couldn't finish it off, and so now they're down 0-1 in the series, and they're going to have to brush up. Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated here from Series 20, 0-3. It's been quite a fall from grace over the past couple days, and maybe even like 10, 12 days for Partizan, losing a number of series consecutively where, I mean, I feel like you go back 2, 3, 4 weeks ago and they were the talk of the town, and it just shows you how fast things move in Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they really do. They really do. And we could also see, you know, the hesitation, what it costs a team when you take a little bit too long, when you take a little bit too much time to play your strats, to play your rounds. So it really comes down to small details, small moments in the game that make all the difference in the world. And I really hope we're going to be seeing more of the aggressive side of course, Partizan than that slow and perhaps a little bit too of a passive approach.
Yeah. It wasn't very convincing. It felt like there were two gears. It was either all in, run into the bomb side, or let the clock run down to 20 seconds and then run into util and just not have enough time to find the plant. So hopefully that was like just a symptom of Ancient where they haven't, maybe they're not as comfortable, and we do see them piecing those rounds together more successfully on Dust 2. Now, I'm not entirely sure what we're waiting for. Production, do you have any word on how long we expect to wait before we jump into this next map? We're already like nearly 2 hours into this game, so delay is just not ideal at this point. Okay, well, someone's having problem with an anti-cheat apparently, and these issues can sometimes take some time to resolve. So you know what? I think we just save our voices. We already just come off the back of a double OT, so let's throw this one into a break. When we come back, we'll jump into Dust 2.
And we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we return into action. Apparently, we are almost ready to continue here. A little bit of a technical issue that has been resolved since, and we are on Dust 2. Ladies and gents, it's Dust 2, the choice of Partizan. It's going to be our Serbian brothers going up against GTZ, the Portuguese. Let's see how they do on map 2. With me is Hayes, which is myself over, and this is the pistol. It's a bit of a tough start, but seems like mid-presence.
Here we go. It's obviously GTZ who get to choose which side of the map they start on. Is there a way that they can find a win here on their opponent's map pick and get the job done 2-0 to eliminate Partizan 0-3? That would be a shock for me, a team who were in the finals of Series 17, which wasn't that long ago. I know it's a couple series back, but these series stack up on top of each other. That final was like 2.5 weeks ago, so it really has been a bit of a fall from grace, but let's see if you still have to be able to win games when you aren't at your best. That's a hallmark of a good team, and we know that Partizan have what it takes. It's going to be a bit of a later long take, and it's a discreet one as well. They haven't thrown any utils, so they haven't given the info up to GTZ. There's a player behind car, and Snappy is very deep in pit right now. I'm not sure if this is going to be hard to hit, especially not after Spray gets these 2 kills. Now this is when Snappy will emerge, and they've gotten 4 kills without losing anybody in the process. That's a disaster.
It's going to be 5, actually, as GTZ clean it up. Hat-trick for Spray. He's coming in as the replacement for the Diaz today, and he's doing a good job. Even map 1, he did a great job itself. So, honestly, at this point, I'm feeling like this is potentially a good change for the near future, if this is the way they're going to go. Though Partizan, on the other hand, well, they have yet to unleash everything. Like we said, it's Dust 2, right? It's going to take us a moment or two longer before we actually get to the thick of things. But a 4-spy, again, they did the same on Ancient, didn't they? They didn't get the bomb down on the pistol, and yet they still 4-spot. If I remember correctly, that is the way it went. I might be...
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. A theme here as well, that they've clearly just... it's not like a map-dependent thing. It's clearly something that's just their protocol, right?
Yeah. Now, I can't say I'm super super positive on this 4-spy, but if they can make it happen, then yeah, sure, why not, you know?
It's a bit more difficult, I feel like, on a map like Dust 2, where there's just generally longer range fights across the board. That's a nice way for Snappy to get the first frag. Doesn't have to take a direct fight, just to spray through the smoke is enough to get the job done. Gotta be careful, 10 bullets in the mag, yeah, there we go, reload makes sense. Partizan have 3 smoke grenades and a single flashbang, so how do they actually piece this round together?
That's a good question. They might have to go through mid into B. That's the likely scenario I'm seeing. And yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Running it. They've got the 1 smoke. There's quite a few of them. Oh, the hold.
That's
it's
huge.
Enough. Yeah, it's down to Collins left.
Man. Okay, well, this is just surely too much work for him to do in the 1 versus 3. He has got the bomb in his back, but barely any time to work with. The smoke grenades block off the doors. He knows he has to force another fight before he commits to the plants, and that gives Linker the time to emerge out of tunnels. 4-spy falls flat on its face. And that's huge there from Snappy. The fact that he doesn't go down to the player pushing through the doors, he's able to get back through the window, find a frag, and do significant damage to the player outside of CT spawn, was a very good little play there coming through from him. Because if he goes down in the window, then that's the complete B bomb site and control of Partizan.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's as easily breakdownable as you said it, yeah. It comes down to a select few moments. Like I said, it always does in maps like these, especially Dust 2, where there's not much space, where there's not much of anything really you can do. And as we can see right here, it's going to be pistols only. Partizan hoping that the Deagles connect. Are they going to go short this time around? That's, I feel like, a pertinent decision under the circumstances they find themselves in. There's the molly, the timing is on point, and the deep flank from Snappy's about to catch a whole lot of Partizan players. Although... oh, that is so bad, Snappy. Oh, I can't believe he didn't get more than 1. It's like, what? In any case, unfortunately, once you go into a crossfire of death, you don't really come out alive, right?
I have no idea how Snappy doesn't get more than just the one kill. He was like moving and shooting. He could have lined them up. He had them all with their backs turned. I mean, like you say, it's not costly. It's just the one kill in the round there for Partizan. But Snappy probably feeling like he could have got a few more. Anyway, 3-0. First gun round upon us. Open play on either side of the server. Now we get into the business side of the map.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit more interesting. We called out Kindo for his great call, or rather performances on Ancient, and we're expecting the same here on Dust, absolutely. But Afax perhaps a bit more quiet on the op part, right? I don't recall him having too many moments with the op itself. I believe one or two maybe, but mostly with the rifles that he was playing with. As talking about Kindo seems to bring him up to speed already with the entry secure. Snappy's out, and GTZ now have to play catch-up. Let's see if they've got any.
Or is it just mustard?
Maybe just mustard, maybe some mayo.
Yeah, they're hoping it's going to be the catch-up. Nope, Jay, that smoke is bloomed the entire way, so there's no gap on the top there for him to try and exploit. But GCZ still have a pretty good read here. They're leaning heavily in towards the say bomb side. That's exactly where Partizan are headed. Again, it's going to be another later long take coming through from them. And again, there's a setup. This time, it's not Snappy and Spray. This time, it's Ruffer and Linko.
Here we go. Such a slow attack again by Partizan. It's effectively taking so much time to get anywhere close here. And J blinded, but he does not get taken advantage of. He delays it further. I mean, it's kind of over on the round potentially, especially if Dragon pulls this.
It is.
Yeah, but oof, Partizan really play with the odds here. They really play with the time, as GTZ in the end still lose. But that, if Nope gets a double, I'm guaranteeing a retake attempt from GTZ for sure.
Yeah, I love the call there from Partizan. Actually, it looked like they were going to try and go through long initially, but then they kind of realized how much space had been offered up to them in middle. And that flash there on Nope was perfect. I mean, the fact that he even gets a kill before he goes down is a pretty good return. But Partizan will get themselves on the board. They'll keep 4 players alive. That's going to be a healthy boost to their economy. Both teams alive and well now on Dust 2. Money. We'll certainly see a reinvestment in this next round for the CT side. If they can find a way to answer that.
Well, I guess we're about to find out, right? Rafax still has the op. A little bit of a saved weaponry that obviously helps as well. Round 5, I'm gonna open up pretty default-like. Emmy's gonna make noise towards long. The rest of the team focused towards tunnels. And are they sending it B here? No, it's just gonna be a spot by Kindo. The rest focusing on lower and probably traversing back into mid eventually. Although Rafa's about to die. Rafa doesn't know what's about to hit him. Yeah, he's gone. That's an easy kill.
Everything. Flames, double swing. He was a dead man waiting. I mean, he's just trying to take the initiative, I guess, but that's an awful place to find yourself with the AWP. And it's a great first kill for Partizan, because that just gives them so many more options in the round, knowing they've removed the AWP from the equation. You'd imagine that that's probably going to convince them to try go A here. Normally, that's like the biggest problem, trying to get past the AWP along. So they will just group themselves up here and start heading towards A through short. You'll see from the trajectory of the nades, there's a player here on the box, and Snappy, well, he just gets destroyed, and Linko meets the same fate. Partizan, just with the death ball approach right now, is finding success on their T side.
Well played. Well played. It's gonna be control now in the hands of Partizan as well for the economy, so GTZ, even a save here doesn't really get them out of the mess they've find themselves. That's great. Life yet to be guaranteed, taken care of, and all of a sudden it's Partizan back on track. Good recovery, 2 kills for Collins, and it seems to be plenty enough. Dust 2, man. Map of saves. 5 rounds in, and we're already seeing, what, 3 saves at this point? Or 3 attempts at saves at the very least, 2 of them successful. I get why Nexus hates this map, but nonetheless.
I think Dust 2 at the highest level of the game is very entertaining. I think it can be a little bit messy as you go down the ranks. I think Inferno is actually arguably less entertaining than Dust 2 right now, just because of how difficult the retakes are and how long the rotations are for the CT side as well. No, Dust 2 is simple, but when done right, it's still a fun map to watch, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree with you. I personally don't like to play it as much, but watching it, I don't mind. Some others might have a bigger problem with that. And especially when, as you said, it's played at a high level, everybody's kind of tuned in, then we actually have a game on our hands. And right here, Partizan, I like how they're clearing this. They're taking their sweet time. They've got the Mech 10 first. Crouching Emmy, gotta be careful, he's ready. Nades now going deep, should be a molly or Emmy. Yeah, and Emmy goes in for seconds. This is a third round confirmed as A is about to fall. And what I really love is Partizan's watching their flanks. They've learned from the mistakes of the past, shall we say. Ancient certainly cost them a few rounds like these, and they are not going to do those again.
Yeah, just making sure that they keep things nice and clean, nice and tight. They're looking a lot more convincing across the board. You can see that they're more comfortable on the T side here, just in terms of how they're going through the motions and the processes. Here we go, flawless. All 5 players staying alive. It's been a very simple approach here from Partizan, as Dust 2 normally calls for. And I mean, I guess mid has just been the main theme for Partizan. They're getting control of tunnels early on. They're getting their numbers in middle. They're making sure that they don't get picked off. There's not really much of a contest going on right now. It's pretty much one direction of the traffic. And we have another full gun round coming through. This is the round GTZ have to win to just make sure that Partizan don't start to pull too far ahead.
This is it. Surprisingly, Kindo's still on 1. Lovely to see Emmy on 3, that he's not going to be lingering that first game show.
Yeah, a tough time of it in the first map. That's for sure. It took him a lot longer to get going than he would normally like.
And imagine what kind of a game it would have been if he had been there from the get-go, right?
Yeah, it's a good point that you make.
Possibly
the difference maker.
Yeah. We possibly could have been ending after that 7-2 start. You know, Partizan could have been in a very comfortable spot of a potential 13-4, 13-3 kind of end result on that first map. It really was a potential for it, but we never saw it, and let's not forget we're still on map 2. Dust 2 here, Partizan. They can show it again. They have the capabilities. We know them enough to say that. So will they actually bring it? 50 seconds. They're taking their sweet time again, man. This is once more the same principle approach as we saw it before. It's fakes, it's elaborate kind of mechanizations of the utility, and somehow in the end it feels like it's never really achieving them the result or the effects that they're wanting. As here goes the short push. Rafax with the first snap. He's already on plateau. He's ready to take this head on. It begins.
Oh, Rafa, Snappy. That was not nearly as clean as he needed it to be. At least he gets a kill before he goes down. That's a great shot from Rafa. That could be the difference maker. 4v2. Partizan have at least gotten side control. Bomb is on the sides as well. They want more before they commit to the plant, though. Spray goes through the CT smoke. That cost him his life, and Dragon's going to double dip. Oh, and that's going to cost him his life.
That is painful. Kindo now 1v3. The clutch is on, and it's down to a very difficult position as well. He's going to have to swing around the smoke. He does not expect Rafax to still be on long. And unfortunately, for Partizan, the attempt falls through. They get the bomb plant, sure. They have the money, yes, but that was a valuable, or a rather valid execution still. If perhaps the fake would have been a bit better managed, then we could have seen more out of it. If Rafax had not been allowed to take that first shot so freely, perhaps more exposed towards CT, you know, different ideologies. But regardless, let's see it again. Let's see if they run one more aggressive side here. Hopefully faster this time.
Yeah, good work from GTZ though. Rafa in particular with his Orb, they're finding some imperative kills. There has to be a whole lot more from him here in half that large. GTZ are going to find success. Oh, Snappy Took quite a bit of damage initially in the first little glance there with Dragon, but he'll come away with the kill. I like the initiative on display from GTZ. It's important. It's the first time we've kind of seen them poking up short like that early on in the round, and they find success.
Yes, they do. And again, Partizan slow and steady, right? They're going to seemingly step it up a notch now, though. Bomb in the hands of Emi. Kindo joining him. They should be focusing on B. I just hope they don't wait out the clock again. It has been a problem.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly has been something that's kind of like run down a couple times in maybe some questionable situations. Either way, looks like the B bomb side is going to be the ports of call here. Nope, J with an AK. That could be the difference maker. Is there pop flash? No, the flash is on the can chance first frag. It's just the 3 players left now coming through the tunnels, and Emi and Vladen have doubled down on the entries. That molly's gone too deep though, and Snappy, oh, he can't finish off the kill on the car player.
Disastrous. That's round. Well done. Great entries from Emi. Vladan adds on top, and it's more than enough. The B side crumbles. The reaction there, Snappy, if perhaps he had fully committed to the actual engagement, he wouldn't have burned, and maybe he still gets a kill and allows the 2v2 to actually happen. Instead, Partizan, a bit of a slow take again to begin with, a bit of a slower approach, but they go through tunnels, they go straight for it. The pop flashes perhaps a little bit too deep for the player on box. It was Nope J, right, on top of box, and at the end he didn't get a kill. And that actually is a massive entry that Partizan then are able to capitalize on. Slowly, but surely, GTZ is being chipped away at, economically speaking. They are now finding themselves on the last real gun round. At least for the time being. The next one will be an eco if they fail. Loss bonus is rising, but they don't have a bank to support it. And we're going to have long engagement days. This is going to be vital. Linko wins it. Where's the support? Dragon alone. The rest of the squad, well, a few flashbangs, yes, but without support, Dragon is doomed to fail. As do they speed it up through short? There it is. Refrags happen. And unfortunately for Partizan, still favorable for GTZ. Without a smoke on mid, it's a near impossibility to cross. I don't think they had one, unless I missed it. Now back towards long. Partizan, they're getting caught in the same trap we saw them on Ancient. The same kind of issue where they have this ring around the rosy. They were running. They started on long, lost the first player there, they bounced back towards mid, lost another player there, and now they find themselves back where they began all along again. And that is the issue I'm having here. It's the indecisiveness, and perhaps just the fact that we see this back and forth, you know, decisions that don't really bring you anything at all. Instead of committing to one and actually trying to see if it works or not, you just kind of commit between 5 and never really commit to any fully, and that finds you losing the rounds you have. Bit of an issue here. Vladan does have the money, can drop a weapon. There's the op on Kindo as well. The rest have AKs. There is enough money on Partizan, and I would really love to see them get back on track. This team has been around now for a while. The way they did dirty Vladan and Bleed, I'll never forget them or forgive them. And I think Kindo and Dragon both, perhaps future very bright for them as well. But round 10, the future for the series might not be as bright as their personal ones. Spray finds Vladan, double peek by Nope J, it's enough. And Partizan again, this slow approach, they go default, they peek around the map a little bit, see if they can poke the bear, see if they can take some honey without being stung. Yet somehow they find themselves always in the same position. They always lose that first entry to a degree, and now playing catch-up. And still burning more time. 55 seconds through the smoke. Dragon, this is an opportunity for him. Reload on Snappy. Dragon is going to push that smoke. Here he goes. This is a free kill. No! Snappy predicts it. Might have heard it. Kindle with the scope for sure being heard itself as he gets tagged. And again, Partizan, they come in through mid trying to secure a refrag and yet lose players consistently for it. Not committing to the actual assist, to the actual mid control. And that's what's slowly killing them. They're running into 2 players on B. This is a near impossibility to survive. Team kill by Kindo is unfortunate, as in the end, he can still do damage, maybe do more, but no. Rafax, at the end, accurate and deadly. GTZ, round 1, 6-4, or 11th coming up. Time is running out for Partizan. This first half is looking a little bit rougher than what we perhaps expect. Let's hope they can recover here. 6-6, still doable, still okay. Anything under, and you're going to have a few concerns, especially CT side. You know you're going to deal with a lot of pressure from GTZ consistently, as it's going to be a fast B take. I love the aggression here. Emmy's already out. He's got the 1 AK. He's got the Partizan buy, and he's going to try it. Emmy finds Nuke J, a second as well. The IGL goes big, and Emmy goes for 3. Let's go. Finally, a little bit of magic. He had been so quiet. And yet, in the end, out of his slumber, the giant awakens. Number 5 for Partizan is secure. GTZ, better save while you still can. Oh my, what is he doing? Snappy, that's just a waste of the op. And this is going to be 6-6, I think. There's no money for GTZ. They are broke, as broke can get. And saving that AK might give them one more M4A4, but or A1S. That's all there is. Damn. All it took is a bit of balls and a bit of a fast push by Emmy. Good spot, good spawn. And like we said, what a different game it would have been if Emmy had played as good as he is already here on Dust 2 to begin with. Like, if we had seen the same Emmy at the start of Ancient, how different that could have been. And perhaps Partizan would have already had a map under their belt now and potentially playing for 2-0 instead of a 0-2. Keep in mind, everybody, we didn't really speak on it too much at length, but this is Elimination Day. Today, one of these 2 teams will have to say goodbye. There are no second chances anymore afterwards. You lose this series, you are going to be ending Series 20 of CCT out of the Swiss stage. Both teams lost their respective opening games, unfortunately, pretty convincingly. In the case of Partizan against OG, those that watched it know it was 13-3 and 13-6. Oh, excuse me. 13-8. Yeah, it was 13-8 and 13-3. Inferno and View. It was disastrous, unfortunately. GTZ, even worse, by the way. GTZ just got bodied by Sashi. And furthermore, they got like 13-1 and 13-2 not too long ago. But, lest we forget, round 12. Last one of the first half, and Emmy does get felled from the get-go. Snappy with a nice catch. Hopefully this is going to work out well enough. Partizan. As they push through short. Deep flank covered by Dragon. He's going to maybe even lurk back towards mid long if he maybe feels like that. Or just hold top mid short. Partizan yet to commit towards A, but they need to go now. 30 seconds. There's not a lot of time you can waste with as they're being expected. Oh, they're going to drop into B and go split B. This is not what's going to work, unfortunately. Rafak's in CT. He's got the first free kill for himself. The rest of the squad now moving into B through middle. They're going to be caught off. No smoke, or at least when the smoke lands, it's too late. Dragon and Collins. Now Kindo left, and there's just not enough time. That is going to be the half done. 7-5. GTZ immediately recover as they read what's going to happen, and they're ready to take this head on. No bullets, no time, no round. GTZ will convincingly defend their CT side. By the way, as I said, what this means is, well, trouble in town for Pandas. By the way, there's another thing I want to mention. GTZ do have an up-and-coming match against Zero Tenacity in the close qualifier for Bucharest, PGL Bucharest. So, and that is supposed to happen at 1 o'clock in 40 minutes time. So if this goes 3 maps, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully, we'll get something resolved in time. But that is the discussion once we get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 13. It's the second half. And Partizan, they had a fair chance. They had a very fair chance. They had all the opportunities they could have had to win it, to have a closer halftime. 5 is still not bad, but now they need the pistol, or at least they need the first gun round. One or the other, depending on, you know, how they really prefer here. But something's got to give. And,
check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. Little hitch in my connection.
All good, brother.
I'm back though. Issues have been resolved, and clearly GTZ, they didn't hitch too hard on their CT side, getting 7.5. That's a decent return.
It is. It is. It looked like that at one moment that we could have gone to a 6-6, but in the end, GTZ do defend, as I said, their position pretty well. And it's going to be the pistol here that, like I said, Partizan kind of need to get to really make themselves more stable in the series, and they do. They do pick it up.
Yeah, they've just dominated that pistol. I love that combination there between Kindo and Dragon coming through from short as well. Sure, Kindo is the one who does all the damage. Great triple kill. Just swinging on mid with the timing there with the Julies. And that will be enough to just lock in this all-important pistol you were just referencing. I was having a look at the numbers while I was waiting on my phone. I was looking at GTZ's T side in general. They've played this map 3 times in the past 3 months, won it once, and they have a 20% win rate on their T side, Tio.
Yeah, it's pretty horrific.
Pretty bleak.
Yeah. There's one point of discussion I'll bring up as soon as this round ends, just to kind of put it into the conversation so it's on everybody's mind. The Linko, I'm not sure he's going to get more than maybe 1 here at best. Even then, that is questionable, given that 3 players are literally 1. Okay. He's actually... I mean, this was a 1v4, mind you. This was a 1v4. It's now 15 seconds, and okay, Collins finishes the job. So as I was saying, both teams have a game at 1 o'clock. Partizan and GTZ for the close qualifier of PGL Bucharest. So
and that's not a game that they're going to be able to push back, I don't think.
Probably not.
The problem is, if it's both of them that have to then play, what CCT have done in the past with Aurora and NIP, they used a coin toss to determine who won the series. And then at the end of the day, both Aurora and NIP were chilling. And then they replayed the 3rd map much later on. It was the first game of the day, and they ended up playing it after the end of the last game of the day. So I have no idea what's going to happen if that schedule clash does come into effect.
Honestly, No clue, brother. But they got about 37
You
minutes
can't
to
give up
find
on
out.
that, right?
Yeah, no, you
You can't give up on that qualifier.
No, I don't think you can. It's a must play, I think, if you're in there already. It's the close qualifier, man. Like, surely you're gonna try, right? But yeah, it's not up to us
are
to
allegedly
decide.
the favorites against Zero Tenacity in that series later on. That's crazy. Sorry,
No,
just a
that's
little sidebar
that's
there.
bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. that is the biggest bullshit I've seen in a long time. That's
well,
not
according to
taking
the
any of that.
bookies, that okay, well, Tio's not having it. Fair
Nope.
enough. I'm right there with you, man.
I mean, just take a look at the game like they did 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Look,
Literally, GTZ won 6 rounds in 2 maps. Like, what are
Yeah.
the bookies thinking? I don't know. All right. Well, this round has nothing going for it for GTZ. There's the Hero Scout and the Rapper. What do you make of the Hero Scouts and the T side of Dust 2 in these eco rounds? Because it's become popular.
It has. Now, I've never been... Like, the Scout is okay and all. I guess if you know how to play it, yeah, sure, go for it. But I've never been a massive fan of relying upon the weapon. There's a lot of discussion about how the Scout, you know, deals 70 damage and you got a pistol to finish the job, kind of degree, right? That kind of discussion has been consistent, or an MP9 or a Mech-10 or whatever. And
it's also that you know you can afford the scouts in the gun round as well, and then you just basically get back-to-back scouts, because you're never going to get the AWP in this round in the first gun round, so I'm not a huge fan of it, but it certainly has become, like, the norm.
I think the strategic value of it, rather the tactical value of it is high, right? But depending on how you use it really makes the difference, because if you don't get tags in, you're useless. If your teammates start dying, you're not going to refrag anything, right? You need to be the one making damage, and then your teammates follow up on that by finishing the job. Or vice versa. But regardless, there's the first tag. Dragon down to 30, right? This is what we talked about. They soften up the targets, and that's why you need to use the Scout 4. Speaking of the Scout, let's see if Partisan Scout ahead on short as 3 reacts on time, and Kindo gets caught. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a very good kill coming through from Spray. A minute left on the clock here. It's a bonus round for the CT side. They're going to afford a reinvestment in the next no matter what happens here. And they came into this with SMGs of FAMAS as well. And Amy's going to go searching. Oh, Amy's going really deep right now. And he will find favorable timing. However, GTZ are making moves in the meantime. They're making their way up long into this A-bomb site. And they've locked Partisan out of the site in its entirety.
Oh, good molly.
Oh, that's a good molly. Yeah, very good work. That's going to
them
delay
time.
things and buy time for the rotations.
Oh,
exactly.
No. Oh.
Oh my god, I'm
Wow.
so shocked he goes for the spray at that range and not just like taps to guarantee the kills. I mean, it works out for both the frags, but that was ballsy.
That was a beautiful spray as well, by the way. The way he finished
Yeah,
the
true.
final 2 bullets, it's just mwah, chef's kiss. I love it. It's my kind of spray. This is what I do. And love it. Yeah, GTZ, the flank complete. Nope J finishes the job, and Partisan is broke. They have to go for an eco here. Like, I don't
But I will say...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead,
No,
mate.
no, please.
Well, I'm going to change the topic, so you sure you don't want to finish your point?
Oh, but then, I mean, yeah, I only wanted to say it's an eco, right? That's what they can do, and that's it.
Yeah. I thought they were going to buy. I thought that was a full bonus round, but you're right, it is going to have to be an eco here. What I was going to say is neither of these teams did each other any favors with going into double OT on the first map with the potential schedule clash.
Oh, absolutely.
They've only got themselves to blame here, really.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't know what they're going to do, but we're going to resolve it one way or another. As round 16... Yeah, never mind.
Wait,
Never mind.
what? How has Vladden not finished off that kill? That's so unfortunate. Like, I feel bad for Vladden, honestly.
Same. Because you know he heard the ding.
Linko was blind.
You know he heard
yeah,
the
exactly.
ding. So...
Oh, and Linko just jumping in the air with the FAMAS as if the FAMAS has any jumping accuracy.
I didn't know it had
There's a few low health players here, man. I don't think it does, but anyway. If Emmy could find another dink here, I think it's interesting. Oh,
yeah.
As you say that.
The weapon was sticking out. I think the silencer was just poking at the edge of the smoke and obviously spotted, seen, and dead. This is pretty convincing. 9-7. GTZ might be looking to close this out ASAP right here. And this is unfortunate because both series are so important, right? This one and, of course, the next one, they're both playing. Not against each other, at least luckily, but nonetheless.
Well worked round from GTZ, all things considered, going to be keeping their numbers alive here as we head into the next gun round. It's going to be 9-7, and if Partisan loses following gun round, then they're going to find themselves in a bit of an awkward position. It's such an unfortunate circumstance to be in, because it also means that you can't do much prep before this next qualifier game. Zero Tenacity, hello Nemanja, I'm sure he's busy watching this, right? Just having a look at GTZ. Kind of getting an idea of maybe what to expect. Of course, they have played each other fairly recently, but I'd much rather be the team who can just, like,
chill and wait for the game. Yeah,
exactly. Do all your warm-ups, go through routines, not have to play a full best of 3 and then jump straight into the qualifier straight afterwards.
Exactly. What's interesting is, if you look at GTG right here, I mean, obviously, you know what they're going to be doing. This is the way they play every single series. There's not much of a difference to their approach. It's just depending on who's going to feel better that day or that series, right? Because one of the players will certainly try to take advantage. And we see Snappy, we see Nuke now playing a bit more aggro. Dust 2, nothing special, pretty default to put 3-4 players into upper. Let's say usually 3, because you want to split up 2 of the last 2 towards long and short. I mean, it's standard Dust, really. Spread out back to mid, see if you can poke out there, see if you can poke short. Rafax gets caught, that's a good start. Partisan right here have a chance to keep it double. Yep, Dragon finds Snappy, and that creates a venue for Linko, though. 3 versus 3, the loss still on the side of Partisan, a little bit greater in the case of previous players, as Kindo has to hit his shot. This is it. Oh, he turns around, misses the opportunity spray. Sends him down, and that is a potential 10-7. The retake now must be absolutely perfect. Pixel jump, Emmy is accurate.
That smoke is deep. That smoke is too deep there, way too deep, because they can come through the smoke without any contest. Spray on the other side, though. Oh my god, he's gotten a frag, and he's done a lot of damage onto Emmy as well, and that's enough for Emmy to say, yeah, I'm going to pick up the AWP and head for the hill, so it is going to be double digits on the board here for GTZ. And, man, you know, Linko getting that kill long was so impactful to just open up that entire side of the bomb site. He could pressure forward, and then I love Spray's flash high into the sky. Forces Kindo to turn around. He can't just stay trained on the angle with the scope, and then you're almost guaranteed to at least get that first frag, but he isn't able to land the shots, and GTZ are now 3 rounds away from winning the series.
What we're seeing here is that Partizan should be playing more with the buddy system, as it's used to be called, right? That they should be helping each other try and hold these corners more than individually just holding them down as anchors. And yes, it works out on long to a degree, but what happens if on long, as you said, it works out for GTC holding alone on long, as we saw, but what happens if that's not the case? In any case, point in hand is Partizan. They need to help each other take these positions, or perhaps at least not allow GTZ to get away with an entry, and there's no repercussions for it. No map control, no loss, no refrags. There's nothing from Partizan afterwards that really puts GTZ in a tight spot to respond. Instead, they have time to spread wings further and farther, and it's an issue, and it's a bye, a half one. They don't have a choice. Loss bonus at soon to be maximum. They have to try something.
Yeah, they do. I mean, at least they've got a few pieces to work with here in the round. Orp is, of course, carried over. Collins has an M4 as well. It's going to be a long take coming through from GTZ. All about the effective flashes right now to force CCTs back, and they're just chain flashing. They must have thrown 6 or 7 flashes there. Another one even comes through right at the end. How many flashes do they even have left after that? One? They have 1 flashbang left. I feel like that might have been a little bit of overkill.
A little bit for sure. I mean, you've got Kindo on the op. There's no way you peek with the deagle here or the pistol, right? You let Kindo take first challenge, and he actually loses it. Ooh.
That's really big. At least someone can pick up the AWP. The Raptors still just trained on the angle though, and Collins will step straight into the scope. Raptors just remained rooted in position, scoped up, 2 kills for free, and that goes a massive way in opening up the say bomb site.
Comes down to the individuals. Partizan need them to activate. Emmy, he has to be hitting his shots perfectly. Decent damage. It's a 5v3 though, and GTZ are now rushing onto the side. They're going through smoke, they're going through tough angles. They're going to be losing a few players, and Emmy barely able to escape with, or scrape by with a few shots and a few damage rounds, but it might not be enough. The pistol close range, Vladan, he's going to close the distance. It's not enough. Dragon instead, it's a 1v1. Dragon against Snappy. At 100 HP, Snappy has the advantage, especially against an MP9, and Snappy in the end will still retain that. What a close round, despite it being a half investment, and Partizan still fight tooth and nail, and you can tell that they are not happy, but they at least put GTZ to the test.
Yeah, at least there's kills that come through, right? Considering it was a half investment, they can keep the T-side economy honest. Not in the sense that if Partizan win this round, they then reset the T-side economy, but it's not like there's endless buys in play now for the Portuguese squad. And it looks like they want to go for a bit of a brute force approach into this B bomb site. Vladan is the one who's here right now. He's going to smoke off tunnels. He's got a very far back passive angle right now. If GTZ decide not to respect the smoke and go through it, that would be a great play, but instead they will just remain lying in wait. Dragon's been able to just snake his way into lowers here. A couple forward positions being taken up by the CT side. You've got players on shorts as well. Snade. Things that they're away. Isn't minded. That's the last piece of control utility being thrown by Vladan on the bomb site. The smoke's already being deployed as well. They're going to extinguish the flames so they can get a little bit ahead of the game. It's a good flash, which just forces them to pause for a brief moment, but Rafa connects on the shot. Kendo's going to be the first responder with his AWP, but he's also going to get mollied back, and you got Nope J who's controlling the flank, the opposite side of the map. Great kill on Emmy. And that's just surely round over. I mean, Partizan, they can't afford to go for the retake here. If they lose these guns, they've got nothing to try and deny map and series point.
If they lose these guns, it's lights out. So they have to pull away. They have to save what they can. Muster their forces for one last push, for one last defense, and maybe pull it into overtime again. That's what remains on the table. That's it. GTZ, perhaps that discussion of what happens on those qualifiers 30 minutes from now might not even be a point of discussion, since if they win, it's not going to matter. Partizan, on the other hand, they'll be very unhappy, and I would be as well in their case. I mean, if they force out a third map, then perhaps the scenario that you've described could come to reality. I totally agree to it. Why not? But alas, 5 in a row.
It does mean if Partizan win this, then they have to win 5 in a row to force it into overtime to win the map in OT, which is only going to take more time away from what is already a very limited stopwatch.
Yeah.
But, yeah, exactly. 5 rounds, 5 opportunities for GTZ to get the job done. Of course, it's going to be guns against 9 Pandas in the series to follow. And 9 Pandas have got a PGL Bucharest qualifier game starting 3 hours after that series starts. So time is of the essence today. Now, Rafa has gotten off to the perfect start. I mentioned how we need to see a big map from him here for GTZ if they're going to stand a chance on Dust 2, and I reckon he's delivered so far.
I pretty much concur. He certainly has. He certainly has been the difference maker from map 1 to 2, and let's see if he's going to be one again. Oh, this is a free B site. Partizan have completely left it open. They're focusing there for it's on A. The fake seems to be telling them that this is all sent towards A site, and if they lose B, if they lose Vladan and B, it's near impossible scenario for the retake. Let's see. There's the smoke. Now Vladan realizes he needs to push in. Nope, maybe survive. B is lost, but Vladan is alive. The retake can happen. There's a deep lurk, still in place, so they gotta keep that in mind. Emmy?
But they know it's a 4v2, right? They know it's a 4v2 on the B bomb site because of how far away the long player is.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a great goal into Snappy. It's impossible for Spray now, surely. Go try and buy as much time as possible for Linko to rotate back through. Spray's got 3. Oh, you kidding me? The namesake comes to fruition. It's only Linko left. Now, does Collins actually just stick the diffuser straight up? He has got the kit, but Linko's going to be here just in time. But he can't get the kill.
God.
Oh, was the kill not right there? Dead for the right to be taken, but he can't finish it off.
Oh, that is sick right now. Partizan, you gave me a fright for a second. I can't believe that 4 players enter the site and 1 walks out of it against a single defender. Unspeakable horror that almost happened right here. The fact that Spray gets 3 is massive. Imagine if he finishes the job altogether. Now that is a highlight and a half, and almost it was. GTZ 12-8, still 4 rounds to go. They've got a rebuy, and so do Partizan. Perhaps the scales have been weighed down and perhaps balanced. Let's see how this goes. Overtime still a possibility, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you win this round, 12-9, no money for the T side, 12-10. There's basically this gun round and 1 more to follow between Partizan and overtime. They're going searching through tunnels right now. Snappy's going back to look for this, and he's going to catch perfect timing on Dragon, and he baits up the shot. A neat little jiggle there. And now they know, okay, guys, the AWP is B. Let's just force this into A right now. If we know that there can't be an AWP train on the angle, that's going to make our lives a lot easier. Linko, look at how he's trying to deal with the player who could potentially be on the box, but GTZ are not activating the way I was necessarily expecting them yet.
This is such an important duel. You don't want to die there. Spray caught the flank on top mid as well. Emmy's been too eager. Kindo, where is he going? Kindo! That's B site. That's disastrous. They luckily catch off rotations from short, and Emmy doesn't get Linko. That's massive again. It is down to
Did he run out of ammo?
Oh
my god, it's all down to Vlad 1 versus 3.
But
I think save the day.
I think this is GG. I think we're done. GTZ, there's no chance they lose B now. There's no kit, there's no smoke, there's no flash. Vladan is alone, isolated, and about to be killed.
Well, GTZ should become GGTZ because they're about to get the job done here and keep themselves alive in the CCT Season 2 Series 20 here in Europe. Unless Vladan can do the unthinkable. He's got a kit. They know where he is. He's found the first frag, but he's very low. He's going to hear the steps here from Snappy, but the time is now ticking away. Linko's also super low. Vladan goes for the pre-fire. It's not going to work, and GTZ have done it. After a very lengthy first map, they come through guns blazing on the second, on Partizan's map pick, and they win the series 2-0.
And they will finish on a high note here. Taking the 2-0 will also propel them to perhaps play their next series even better. But that means that GTZ remain in the tournament. As you said, they will eliminate Partizan. Unfortunately for the Serbian compatriots, they will be now 0-3, eliminated from the tournament. Commiserations to the squad. They certainly deserved better, but unfortunately they didn't show up when it mattered most.
First team to be eliminated from the tournament here are Partizan. Hopefully their form will improve going into the qualifier. GTZ live to fight for another day. And, well, that is just the first game of the day. There's a lot more action to follow. We're quite fortunate that was a 2-0. Otherwise, we would have been quite far behind. Behind schedule. So, that is going to be us now throwing to a short little break, guys. It's going to be 9 Pandas against Guns coming up next. Don't go too far. We'll be jumping into the pre-game in about 15 minutes.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Normally, when we have a 2-0 in the first game, it means we have an extended break, but not this time round because of how lengthy the first map was of that first game. We're going to be jumping into the next match of the day. Now, it's another 0-2 matchup over, which means we're going to be saying goodbye to another team. And I didn't expect either 9 Pandas or Guns to be in this position coming into Series 20.
I have to agree with you, neither did I, and to be fair, the 9 Pandas in troublesome of a position. As of recently, they've been in a very bad spot the last time they played against Gun 5, and had been very shook up by recent losses. But alas, 9 Pandas, everybody that has watched them before know what they're capable of. Starting from left to right, Shalfie, their opper now. I think he took on the main opping role. As of these days, from what I've seen, Dilet is still wielding that secondary from time to time. Then Result, of course, Chiron and Krad. Krad leading the charge, and Chiron stepping in instead of Alv, who I believe is probably not going to play for much longer. I mean, he'd been signed a month ago, but since signing, we've seen him basically since we haven't seen him since February.
Yeah, it's been a while, and it's just surprising. I mean, is Shelfie really going to be the AWP? I've seen them kind of juggling it around, and honestly, we've seen teams do this before, man. You need a primary AWPer. Shelfie is an IGL. You don't want him to now have to learn this entire new role and take on this whole extra responsibility. Let him focus what he's doing already. I mean, sure, if Elv wasn't the play, I can think of one player that would be very easy to replace on 9 Pandas. Now, I'm not going to say who that player is. I'm not going to say what he's done in the past. It was Krad. It's Krad. Okay. For those who know the Kanye meme, that's the Kanye meme. Either way, I would like to see 9 Pandas with a proper AWPer. My most exciting prospect, or player, not prospect, the most exciting aspect of this team for me is Result, undoubtedly. This guy is so ridiculously good. He's so young, and he has a very bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, I actually legitimately forgot that Shalfie was IGLing. I just thought automatically that Krad would be IGLing. That's actually a good point you bring up. It's a good reminder to always check your sources. But on the other side, Gun 5, though, the team they'll be facing off against. Now, this one's a doozy. This one is a team that, I mean, it's got all the makings of a great team. Selter leading the charge, Lackey now joining the fray, coming from, what was it previously? Aurora,
Tropic,
right?
and Aurora, yeah,
Aurora,
exactly.
yeah. And then we have Sedame, another player that's been playing in Gun 5 since last year, 2024. I believe at the end of the year before that, I think we saw him in Amcal, or I think it was Amcal. And then Feinstein and Yellow. I mean, this is an insane roster to think on paper, but sometimes it just doesn't work. But sometimes it works like a freaking Swiss clock.
Yeah, the thing is, I thought this team might just slip off into obsolescency after Tania was picked up by Heroic. But they've actually still done okay. I mean, I know that doesn't really make the great point now with them being in the 0-2 bracket of the Swiss stage, but I still have seen some pretty good form from them in general. Problem is that they might be lacking a little bit in the firepower department since the departure of Tania, but Stame, I think, is the guy who's actually elevated his game since Tania ended up leaving the team. Casello is so good. I love watching Casello play, man. He is fearless. He's a guy who just run into a bomb site, multi-kill like it's nobody's business. One sort of question mark I still have is Feinstein. He's been okay with the AWP, but he's not breaking the server open kind of thing. And you'd imagine in a game where the opposing team doesn't have a dedicated AWPer, surely this has got to be Feinstein's moment to shine fine. I don't know. There's a play in words there somewhere.
For sure. I mean, look, he's been a bit of a hit and miss. What I've seen of him, what I've seen of Gun 5, Feinstein has good moments and has bad moments, and hopefully today is going to be one of the good ones. I'd say this, the biggest kind of player they're going to be relying upon, you've already mentioned, it's Yellow, and obviously I think the other is Sedame. And then everybody else who can add on top of that is just adding, extra fuel to the fire, hopefully. But it's the veto that kind of brings us together here and gives us an idea what to expect, starting with a ban on Anubis, no surprise there. We should see a ban on Train, no surprise there. And either Mirage or maybe Ancient first. No, ooh, okay, I completely went off the mark there. It's going to be Nuke first. I like the idea of Nuke.
Yeah, it's actually been a very good map for 9 Pandas, and you think about it, it's not like it's a heavy AWP-dominated map either, so it kind of makes sense that they would pick into a map like Nuke, I reckon. what's going to be the return pick? I think Ancient or Anubis are probably the two best options available here. Anubis is an okay map for 9 Pandas. Dust, maybe? No, okay.
You know what gets me? They banned Anubis. That's the weird part.
Oh,
it's
right.
Like,
I'm not even looking what's right in front of my face.
But that's how inobvious it was, because Anubis is a map that, you know, you'd expect 9 Pandas to play regardless. And yeah, Ancient is going to be second. That makes sense. It's basically the go-to map for Gun 5, which means I think we ban Dust. I'm 99% certain we ban Dust here, and we go on to either Mirage third, or they play with Fire and go Inferno. But I don't think they want to.
I was going to say Inferno's a scary map to play against Guns. And so instead, 9 Pandas will let Dust 2 through, and Guns are pretty happy about that. Well, it was a toss-up. They had to make a decision about whether they were going to ban Dust or Inferno. Now, I also thought they would have banned Dust just because of the results that they've had on the map in general.
Exactly.
And what an AWP-dominated map is. Of course, this is going to be a big theme throughout the series, guys. Us just talking about the AWP situation for 9 Pandas. And Dust 2 is obviously an AWP-dominated map, so if it goes to a third, I'm quite worried about 9 Pandas.
Well, 2 days ago, they played a series. Gun 5 took them to Nuke and Ancient. The exact same veto as we see it here. And for 9 Pandas, it ended up having them find 3 rounds total.
Across 2 maps, that's ridiculous. That is insane.
Across 2 maps.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be too hard for them to improve on those numbers.
Probably not.
1 for 15, that is crazy. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, you know for a fact that 9 Pandas have watched those demos and they've tried to figure out what went wrong, and that they're going to remedy that result as well and try and improve here. But, yeah, Guns have, you know, sometimes when you play a team in quick succession in a short turnaround time, you want to maybe just pick a different map because you know that they've probably studied the previous game, but Guns have stuck to their guns.
Yes, they have. And maybe, just maybe, they'll repeat the same success we've seen it not 2 days ago. In Series 19, I believe it was, right? Where elimination for 9 Pandas awaited afterwards. Regardless, any kind of like outlying thoughts, any ideas as to what to expect out of 9 Pandas? Do we really believe they've prepared themselves well enough to not allow another 13-2?
Yeah, I think so. I do think so. I think you got players like Chiron and Shelfie, and Rare Salt. Those 3 for me is already enough to believe that they should be able to come back and put up a much better performance compared to what we saw out of them last time round. It was a bit of a rush for me to get back to the PC, though, so I wonder, is there a point in throwing this one to a break here, Phoenix, and maybe just waiting a couple minutes and we can just settle in before we jump into the first map, or are we, like, literally about to jump into that next map?
Good question. I feel like
production?
Perhaps more of the latter.
Production.
Not sure where exactly.
Are we close to jumping into the game here, or is it worth just throwing it into a break while we wait for the players to get ready? Let's do it. They're all in the server. We're waiting for them. Okay, I guess we can hang around for a little bit longer. What are your thoughts coming into this one here, just generally speaking? What do you think that, you posed the question to me, do I think that 9 Pandas will be able to turn things around in a short turnaround time? I think they will. What do you think?
Now that would be I think it was Nexus who thought me of the ways of his own theory crafting, that if a team plays within the same week, in a few days in between each other, and one team wins absolutely, out of the blue without any sort of question, 13-1, 13-2 kind of thing, and then, the second time they play, the team that lost then blows the other team out of the water. So I maybe subscribe to that theory on paper, though. Let's first see if it can be put to the test here. 9 Pandas, I would expect them to be prepared for Nuke, absolutely. I would expect them to take a look at Ancient as well. So Gun 5, they shouldn't be able to do the same thing, though if it begins on a quick 5-6-0 note for Gun 5, I wouldn't be too surprised if we then end up going that way as well. I don't know, it's weird. I'm not a big fan of how history tends to repeat itself, but maybe I'm wrong. In any case, Hayes, Gun 5 versus 9 Pandas. We got the pistol coming up. Let's hope it works out for one or the other.
Alright, well, here we go. It is going to be the map pick of 9 Pandas. Guns get to choose which side they start on. Defensive path is where they find themselves. And 9 Pandas won one round on Nuke the last time out. Let's see if they can equal that here in the pistol.
Well, it's going to be Yellow holding front ramp first. Second shots from Result already on his head. It's Nine Pandas are looking to take control. They will plant the bomb. 4v4 after plant. Dame has the kit, but no Kevlar. Selter has a full belt of utility, a smoke, a nade, and a flash, but Krad is accurate. The nade misses, and Krad is looking for more. Lackey close by. He's going to fight through double doors. It's going to be Dilettes that's going to find Fine Shine still, but Yuli's fall. I think the round might be done. The defuse is happening. They're going to defuse. They actually defuse, and the smoke. Gun 5 done it. They have done it. A 1v3 defuse. Holy hell, a ninja, man. What?
Yeah, that is phenomenal. That is such good work there. I mean, they had a lot of utility and they had the kit coming into the pistol, and they recognize that's the only way for them to probably win that pistol round with the way that the action is going down. Good kills from Nine Pandas. I don't even know if they realize the diffuser's being stuck in time there because of the gunfights that were being taken by guns. They clocked it too late. And it's a team ace for Nine Pandas. Everyone gets a kill, but they lose the round. They will force back, though, and it looks like they want to try and keep the pressure up immediately going into the safe bomb side. The auto shotty, though, only good for one from Stame.
Oh, Feinstein fails completely. Selter falls with one, and it's going to be Yellow holding the line. We said before, Yellow is going to be a master of these kinds of rounds. Dilettes, last player alive. The smoke is back up. He's got an auto shotty. This is a free kill on anybody close by, and I think they've seen it. Oh, Yellow. You're playing with odds here, brother. You're playing with fate. And luckily for Gun 5, they retain it. Damn. What a... I love the aggressiveness of Nine Pandas, but it also takes me by surprise how well Gun 5 hold that line.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I thought that Nine Pandas had done the job after they get... Sure, first kill on Stame was decent, but then they fragged the Heaven player and they get the kill on Selter. Man advantage at that point, but Casello, two back through the smoke. And, well, it's not a full reinvestment. There's a Hero AK on Shelfie. Outside of that, just pretty much an eco now for Nine Pandas. Going to be looking forward to that next round. But this has been a blistering start to the series.
It really has. Nine Pandas now with this half investment. Shelfie going in pretty off the deep end. And do you, like, this is a more of a philosophical question in a way, or rather a question of details. Do you think Krad goes for some mid-round calls as well, given that he used to be primarily an IGL?
Absolutely. I think that Krad... I think the think tank of this Nine Pandas team has to be Shelfie, Krad, and Chiron. Chiron's got the experience, right? He's competed at the highest level of the game. Playing with VP, probably the most notable. Obviously had a good stint with Betboom as well. Or I think it was Outsiders when he was playing for them, regardless. Points were made. And why is Stame going searching against the eco? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. That's not a philosophical one either. That's just a pretty. That's just a fact. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the decision was here. Certainly not a smart one, I'd say, but fair. Well, this is pretty straightforward so far.
This has fallen apart completely. And they should have heard the drop down from Einstein. He'll find the frag on the first. He's got the second. There's plenty of time. He just doesn't know that Krad is so far away from the bomb site. He has a kit. He has a smoke. And he could have just jumped on the defuse. He will be dropping the smoke on the bomb here. Krad with 9 health. This is going to be so tough for him. And Feinstein is going to straight up stick the defuse. Spraying away is Krad. He's not going to find it with the initial burst. And he's not going to attempt it again. And that is going to be Feinstein robbing Nine Pandas. That's the second time that Nine Pandas will feel robbed in these rounds, yeah?
It's the third time in the series, in the day we're seeing it as well. If you recall, on I believe it was actually on Ancient that we saw that defuse happen. Was it Ancient or might have been our first map? Between Partizan, you know, and the GTZ. I'm trying to recall which one happened, but regardless, yes, it is insane that we get to see it twice within 3 rounds. And once again, Nine Pandas come up empty. There has to surely be a change. Something has to give. Something's got to give, man. Something's got to give. This is not what we expected at all, and it's giving me a few reasonable concerns. As start off on the gun round again. Selter on the FAMAS. All the timing here for Lackey. It's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, 9 Pandas will recognize that there's a big opportunity that presents itself here in this round, and that if they win the round, they break that CT side economy immediately. They've been doing a lot of damage in these rounds that they've been losing, but that only means anything if you actually win a round.
Yeah.
Have got some positional control towards ramp right now. Feinstein with the auto posted on the angle, and he was waiting for the deep peek to come through. Stame, that's a long-range kill with the auto shotty. Feinstein legged one, falls back further, gets a frag, falls back even further. And this is actually the most convincing round we've seen from Gun so far. And I'm really liking the decision-making and the movements here from Feinstein. Should get found out, yeah, and eventually he does go down, but he's done his job.
Yes, he has, and it's a 2v3 Shalfie. 40 seconds to go. Resalt's got very little positional advantage, if any at all. He's just simply put too low on his HP. Oh boy. And they're just gonna save, I guess, or what? Like, they push back towards A, sure. Oh, Resalt is dead. Yeah, now they know where Shalfie's going. He's gonna run ramp. He's got no choice. He's gonna try and plant knife in hand and just send it. That's the only option he does have. 10 seconds. Doesn't check his corner, unfortunately, and that is what costs him his life. It's Gun 5 and Hayes. I warned about a potential blowout if it goes to a very quick advantage for Gun 5. I'm not saying there's anything happening just yet. This is normal Nuke behavior. It's a CT-sided map. We're expecting it to be a bit tougher for 9 Pandas, regardless of how the past games have went. But a tactical timeout comes at the right opportune moment, which is right here, before things get ludicrously, stupidly, obscenely one-sided. Let's see.
Yeah, this game is slipping away from 9 Pandas, man. I mean, they were narrowly losing out on the opening couple rounds, but the scoreline doesn't care how close the rounds are. It just shows who ultimately won the round at the end of it. 4-0. Feinstein won't have his AWP here, though. Didn't have the money to afford one, and it wasn't picked up either. So, 9 Pandas moment where they don't have to duel with an AWP on the other side of the server.
Perhaps it is. Let's find out. Round 5. All it takes is one mistake, and everything ends. Oh
yeah, they are going to try and pressure
into B.
outside right now. They've successfully crossed outside. I don't think that Guns have actually caught wind of this. Lackey is still ramp right now. Nobody's rotated down, so 9 Pandas are going to be getting pretty far forward right now. Still no rotations being made. Lackey does start to edge his way down, though, but there's 3 players heading in his direction. Going to be able to get into a pretty decent spot, though, before they start to push into the site, and he needs at least one. Feinstein's arrived as well. They could try and play off of each other here and set up the crossfire.
Oh boy, this is going to work, isn't it? Lackey, he's got a perfect position. Finds one.
Spotted him. Okay, at least.
At least one, right? And Krat finds Seltzer. So this begs the question, how much more can the CTs do? As Feinstein is only good for one, it leaves Sadame alone, and perhaps 9 Pandas finally their first round on the board. It took them a while, but maybe. I won't speak my mind just yet before it's finished. Let's see.
Is there even a point in Stame attempting this? He doesn't have a kit. I mean, maybe it's because there's confirmed damage. Shelby behind the reactor, though, is in a really good position, but Stame will best him. Knows the other one is now ramped. He's going to have an... is that an incendiary to block off ramp? It looks like it. There's a flashbang. He's hunting for these kills, but smart movements there from Krat to evade Stame altogether, and he will be able to finish off the job. So 9 Pandas get themselves on the board, and they do a good bit of damage here to that CT side economy as a result.
Yes, they do. They still suffer some losses. They're not perfectly economically sound just yet, but better than nothing, right? Better the first now than only one down later down the line. Whew, it's been a little bit back and forth, to be fair. That hasn't made a lot of sense here and there, but luckily 9 Pandas, they don't allow this to snip out of control, I'll say. Luckily they don't let this one become history once more. As all in all, gotta say, seems like Force Buy here does not stand much of a chance, and it should be 9 Pandas soon picking up a secondary. Well, one would hope, I guess you can say. Chiron, Selter, there goes Fine Shine. This 4-5 is as dead as it gets here. There's not much that they'll be able to do about it. And there we have it. Full eco. Shouldn't be much to expect out of Gun 5 as well. There's simply not a lot you can do in their position here. The damage they sustained in previous rounds is quite severe, so economically speaking, they are effectively on the brink of it. 2 kills, maybe a second one if they can get it, but regardless, it matters not. Round will be done. Third one for 9 Pandas. This is already better than what we'd had previously. They've already doubled their result effectively. So maybe they can double it again.
That's what they're going to be hoping for.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for.
To see that they've been able to improve. And I mean, it's not like the rounds they were losing, they were just getting rolled over in. They were very closely contested rounds indeed. Gun round to follow here for Guns is going to be the telling sign as to whether they can continue to just mount a successful CT side here, or if 9 Pandas do indeed mean business. If I look at the individual value of the players across the board on either side of the server, yeah, I actually think 9 Pandas have better individuals than Guns do.
That's...
Just in terms of like firepower alone, yeah. I'm not saying how they work as a team, but I just mean individual for individual. I think 9 Pandas clear Guns actually.
Terrorists win.
I would say...
Like, let's try and go blow for blow, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I definitely understand what you mean by... like, I definitely see where you're coming from, and I think I kind of have to agree to a way, almost.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like it, yeah. Like, even just the recognition of the names as well themselves, right? For the most part,
yes,
you'd say 9 Pandas definitely have that covered for sure.
Yeah. I think, like, Casello must be the best player on the server as an individual. That I can say quite comfortably. Then he's followed, followed by, like, Result, and then either, like, Villadez or Chiron. I mean, the next best player for Guns would have to be Stain. But then you look at Lackey, Seltzer, and Fineshine, and they can all kind of have slightly more off days or maybe struggle with it more in that regard. They're going to be pushing here, though. This is a half investment from Guns. They actually haven't gone all in the way that I expected, and that's why they're trying to make a play through ramp right now. And they do get a kill and an upgraded weapon as well, so that's a successful little excursion, and it's not like 9 Pandas have been able to get ground elsewhere as a result.
Let's see if they sustain this advantage. They're kind of taking their sweet time. I mean, we can see that these days, the favor of a lot of teams is, or the favorite way to play for a lot of teams is by playing super passively here on the T side of Nuke, and it can get you some control. The problem is, the more passive you play, the bigger the chances the CTs will come hunting, and eventually they'll hunt you. If not down, definitely up.
Well, this is a very good position that these CTs find themselves in right now, especially with the lack of time on the clock. Oh, I was going to say Zelta. Well, he's been caught in transition. 20 seconds on the clock. Casello is in the smoke right now. Villadez is trying to go through, and he's realized there's a reason I can't right now. It must be because I'm running into someone, and there's more than just one there. There are 2 players in the vent for Guns, and you can't really fault 9 Pandas for not expecting the second. As Villadez gets that kill in the smoke, he's probably like laughing. He's like, haha, got you there, mate. And then dies straight afterwards.
That's actually so true. He's just like, you know, nice try, brother. Nice try, I would say.
When he gets accurate, he's like, yeah, this is awesome. And then Feinshine's on the ladder as well. When have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it's definitely a rarity in itself. And 9 Pandas fall through, right? As we said, they're slow approach sometimes. It's going to bite you in the ass. You got to speed things up. We saw that with Partizan. And we're bound to see it again here as well if it continues. Result, Molly deep, looking for control, and Result will find it on Lackey. That's a good entry. 9 Pandas take control of ramp, make life a lot harder all of a sudden for the side of Gun 5. I wonder if we're going to see counter aggression. They've already got lobby control on the outside. There goes Sedane.
This is really good here from 9 Pandas. What a rebuttal. You look at the money for the CT side. This isn't really a loss they can afford to suffer, and if they do, they need to keep Guns alive, and that's not going to happen. Guns are going to lose the round, and Guns will not be kept in play.
It was an attempt that didn't really work out too well, and ends up losing them the round. As you said, not only will they lose it, but also not keep any of the weapons, and that's going to be painful. Think of it down the line. Find Shine, find Scrad. Oh, he's going to save in the smoke.
Surely he dies here, right? No, there's no way. No chance. But surely they find him in the smoke. I don't know. One bullet will be enough. Fine Shine. He even rattles of a shot there just before the round ends.
Damn.
My goodness. Okay.
Oh, this game keeps on delivering. I love it. But yeah, all in all, I guess 5-4. Tied up almost again here. Another timeout, this time from Gun 5. We got to start talking about what's the next play here for 9 Pandas, right? Do they keep playing the same aggression? Do we see continuously that pressure on the outside, looking towards Secret? It seems to be succeeding, but are they expecting Gun 5 to adjust or kind of try their own deal time and time again, more and more? Let's see.
Okay, well, at least they actually are able to get a pretty decent buy together here for the CT side. I thought it would have been worse than this, and I guess Feinstein keeping his AWP is actually a pretty big contributing factor to that.
It is, yeah. It absolutely is.
They lose this round, though. It's 5 all, no money, 6-5 with 9 Pandas. That's going to be a really good position they find themselves. It's a brilliant flash there to allow for the player to make his way down the vent. That's Restel, but Feinstein's in control room. It looks like they seem to be aware of each other's presence, though. And 9 Pandas, they've just put pedal to the metal here.
Like I said, they are going to step up the aggression once again, push into Secret. They've already got control, but it seems like, as I said, Gun 5 adjusting at least a little bit. They are well aware what could be coming as the missed shots will be heard. Find Shine twice, 3 times, missed shots. That's not going to be good enough. 9 Pandas on 5, guaranteed. This has to be a save.
Round over.
You got to save here.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. That's the only option that they have available.
Yeah. I mean, 3 shots, man. 3 shots. That's what Fine Shine missed, and it makes a difference. No, you legitimately cannot.
And that's sometimes what I've seen from him. He's having a better game right now than I generally see from him, so I guess I can let him off the hook, but it's not something you can afford to replicate again later on in the half or even in the map or series, I guess.
It is quite difficult, yeah.
Nine Pandas have certainly looked a lot better here compared to the last time we saw them. It's a drastic improvement, looking like a completely different team. Which tells us something was probably just off the last time they played.
Oh yeah, I mean, certainly they just weren't feeling it, and this is not very unheard of. Like, look at GTZ, right? Their last game was, like, I'm always forgetting who it was against, but They lost it like 13-3 and 13-6 or whatever it was against OG or something. But what I'm trying to say is, and we just saw them win against Partizan, right? The point is, teams do have bad days. Players do have bad days. It's gonna happen, and sometimes it happens to the ones we least expect to. But in any case, 9 Pandas. Number 6 seems to be a guarantee already as they rush through ramp. Decent damage.
They're not taking any prisoners.
Yeah. That is very decent damage, actually.
I guess damage just doesn't really mean that much at this point, though, because 9 Pandas are just balling out. 6-all is a guaranteed at the minimum halftime scoreline now for 9 Pandas. May even be able to get themselves a bit of a lead going into their CT side. Casello is 3 for 8. Didn't he, like, get those first 3 kills in the first 2 rounds of the map or something like that, I swear?
I believe you are correct, yes. I'm fairly certain you are right, but I'll have to double check just to make sure.
I just know that I'm like almost certain he was 3 for 1, which means he just hasn't fragged since then. And as the chief destroyer on the side of guns, that is not something that they can afford to be carried on for too long here.
No, we mentioned that he is a factor for them. He is a factor that makes that difference for the team. So there's really no in between. He needs to start performing if they want to have a chance at winning this this map. Everybody needs to really, but he especially. Feinstein's trying, Lackey's trying, Selter, you know, we don't expect him to be the man of the hour as the IGL. Sadame and Yellow, and they're the ones that are underperforming. In fact, as they're all cooked, 9 Pandas fine another round, and it could be a 7-5 halftime for 9 Pandas. That would be a little bit surprising to say the least.
Well, let's see if 9 Pandas can get themselves a lead now going into the second half. Feinstein has been the one guy who's kind of just had his team on his back here throughout this half. Gonna have an AWP again. No pauses here throughout this map so far. Neither team too keen to take a big break. 9 Pandas, they have just been playing pretty active Counter-Strike so far on the T side. And they're going to keep that up all the way into the last round of the half here. It's Wrestle to go through the smoke first. He's going to lose his life, but it's Villadez who's doubled down on the entries. Casello does get one back, but it's only going to be one. Lackey can't uphold his end of the bargain. And sure, there's lots of damage that's been done, but it hasn't been fatal. And you know what? An AWP is actually not an ideal weapon to have when trying to retake from heaven. Because, well, it's a multi-kill is almost impossible. And there we go. Shelfie will punish and get the trade. And 9 Pandas have a lead when they were down, what, like 4-1 at one point, I think?
I believe so, yeah. It was 4-1. Perfect recovery. It was 4-0, in fact, and then 4-1, and then
4-0.
Yes,
Wow.
then they started to step up and really make the difference. But regardless,
Guns only won one more round from that point. That's
Yes.
a bit brutal.
It is, and I think it's also taking a toll on them as confidence we can see is starting to basically wane out. Like, they are legitimately running low on just general confidence in as a whole. Like, we can see the way they held, and the way now they're going to be aggressing. Let's find out if they've got any left at all. Starting off with the pistol, second round, or second half is live. It comes down to the select few.
I feel like Guns have to win this pistol round here, honestly.
Yeah. I'm much in the same boat as you there. Unfortunately for them 5, I feel like it's a must. Not a maybe. Crad. Traded off. Lackey with the kill. What's up next? That is easy.
Oh, Result, he's in a great position. He's not going to be able to get the kill that would have been free. And now he has to go back through huts and try and get past Lackey. And Lackey has had a really good pistol round here. And he will continue in that vein of form. Okay, Guns. I mean, works out for them at the end of the day. They're just trading their way to victory in the pistol and getting the points on the board. Exactly what they needed.
Pretty much. And A recovery that will allow Gun 5 to be a bit more confident moving into the next gun rounds coming up.
Oh man, okay. I didn't realize that Result missed that many shots. That is...
Yeah, I was about to say,
That
that was whiffing a lot. Like, that was, yeah,
with
different.
the Julies even. And if he gets that kill, then there's a whole lot more, you know, of a chance for them to actually make something happen at that point. Okay, well, the Force Fire is in full effect for 9 Pandas, and they have been able to go blow for blow here with guns. Cello knows there's still a player outside here around Red Container, but his steps have been heard as well. That's a brilliant 1D from Shelfie.
Really is, isn't it? This is going to be perfect. Damon Lackey, last 2. And perhaps 9 Pandas have yet to say their last.
Perhaps. I mean, Stame is trying to make sure that it is, though. Chiron is in vents right now. He's going to hear the commitment to the bomb plant. He is going to make his way up the vents. 5-7 bomb plant finish. Stame has util out, but oh no, Chiron! Did he even hit a single shot there? He was just trying to track him while Stame was just moving, and Stame saves the day for guns. Saves their blushes. That would have been a force buy they'd lost to and would have done a lot of damage to their campaign at large here on Nuke, but he makes it work.
It's unreal. It's unreal what
I can't believe Chiron doesn't get that kill. I mean, Chiron is so good at the game. That just didn't look anything like the player we're used to seeing.
No, it really didn't, did it? 7-7. Chiron trying, but just not enough. And here goes nothing. It's going to be a force buy with everything on the line now. 9 Pandas. Hope to get lucky, perhaps. Shalfie gets caught.
They're forcing... What do you think about the follow-up force here?
I don't like it. I genuinely don't like it.
Me neither.
It feels like
Yeah,
they're
I
playing
am not a fan.
They're playing into the trap that Gun 5 are setting out for them. And, or not maybe the trap, but rather a trap, a play that Gun 5 predicted, clearly. Trad and Chiron to hold it.
Okay.
Wait, how? How does an MP9 and a scout suffice? Like, that's insane. Selter doesn't even, like... That's round. 9 Pandas somehow persevere. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I was just about to say how I thought the force buy decision here for 9 Pandas was not a good one at all. CT side Nuke, they're going to, you know, take longer than what they would need to get the full gun round out. I know on the T side, if your opponent's CT side economy is weak, you can then roll the dice with the double down on the force, because the T side's obviously less punishing in terms of the economy, and you can dictate a lot more about the round because you get to choose where you want to go, you know, how you group up, the strat that you're going to bring to the table. You force on the CT side, you don't really know like how to set yourself up or what your opponents are going to be doing. It's a lot more challenging to affect the outcome of the round. But Chiron, well, after that abhorrent miss in the 1v1, or multiple misses with the 5-7 in the previous round, has certainly found a return to form. I mean, he's had a good map across the board, 16 and 8 right now. And it is going to be the force buy that proves to be successful here for the CT side.
Pretty much. 9 Pandas, 8-7. Somehow proving to be the better team with inferior weapons, shall we say, I think is a fair way to put it.
Now, look at the money for the T side because of how close the round before that got.
I didn't even want to mention it. Like, they've got 3 Tech 9s and 2 Galils. That is horrendous. Gun 5 here could be looking at the barrel of a 10th round for 9 Pandas already. Like, all it takes is losing this round.
I don't think they had a choice, though.
No, I mean,
I think Guns had to go for the investment this time around, just because even a save there wouldn't have given them a full buy in the next. So their hand was kind of forced, but yeah, lose this 9-7, then you save 10-7. 9 Pandas, their map pick on the favored side of the map. You've got to back them to get the job done from there.
Something's got to give as, again, slow and steady. Gun 5 taking their sweet time. They've had success before in scenarios like these. I'm not going to be opposing them trying it again.
What's the plan?
That's the question,
How do they
isn't
get
it?
themselves into a bomb site from here? It looks like it's going to be a couple smokes being thrown towards outside here for guns, but if they actually commit, I think that they're going to try and split from outside into A from here. That's how they've set up at the moment. Whether there's is the man on point. He's trying to find his way down the vent. There we go. Eventually he will be able to make his way down, but he doesn't have the bomb. He's trying to draw rotations right now. He's trying to take attention away from the A bomb site, and it's actually worked successfully.
Oh, they're going to try and split through main. I like the idea. They're going to go into heaven as well. But Diletis seems to be at least... Oh, Diletis is dead. The timing here is perfect. Feinstein catches him. Heaven is going to be checked by Result behind site. There's another player on default. It's Shalfie. And it's going to be enough, I think, to hold the line as the force buy falls through flat. Or does it? Oh, my goodness. Every round is getting worse and worse. Apparently, as Lackey finds Gun 5 are not done yet, and they will get it. Feinstein. The clutch is on. A hat trick from him as the Opper brings it in and puts together a round here. Damn. Very good
such a good map here from Feinstein. I love the double swing there as well. Just recognizing they've got the man advantage.
Game
just work together.
recognizes
There's
game,
no way
brother.
you can kill. Exactly, there we go. And there's no way able to kill both of those players left alive. The double swing seals the deal. I actually love the way that they approach that, you know, just trying to force the one rotation down with Lackey going down the vents and then the pressure coming through Mini, first frag on Dilladez. And it looked like the round was over, but then two very quick kills come back for Guns. They get side control and they finish off the job from there. So, Force Wars in full effect right now.
They really are. Tactical timeouts, you said we haven't seen much of them recently, but it seems like some of the teams have recognized that perhaps it's time to talk this one through. It's not going as clear and as clean as they would have liked, potentially.
I mean, now we kind of like don't completely turn the game on its head, but the way we were posturing that it could have been 9-7, anti-eco 10-7, 9 Pandas would be in complete control. Now it's lose this round as 9 Pandas, it's 9-8 eco, it's 10-8 for Guns. So
yeah,
back and forth here.
Continues back and forth. Valen seems to be shifting consistently. And Diletis and Chiron, look at the strike they push in to the T side here. It's effectively a full investment, yet it still doesn't seem to suffice as everything kind of falls through at the end.
Crazy. What is this game?
We're right back where we started again. It's going to be 9-8, apparently. Yellow.
This is why I love derby matches, man.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. It is a great derby match, actually.
Wow.
Shalfie
Look at how
finds
much
Dame.
damage has been done.
Yeah. But no kills, or at least none that matter here.
Go on, Feinstein. Let's go. Oh, no, he took so much damage. Sure, he kills the full health player, but he ends up on 5 health himself. And, I mean, this has got to be a conversation even about maybe just saving the AK at this point.
I kind of am inclined to agree with you. I think you have to save a weapon. I mean, you got 1.1k. You can drop at least a pistol, if nothing else. It's better than nothing at all. It's better what comes after here. And that is complete and utter disappointment when it comes to economy. So yeah, bit of a bummer, some can say. The
Yeah,
damage
I guess
severe,
both
but
teams
not
have
enough.
now... Yeah, but both teams have now kind of had their opportunity to pull ahead and put some serious pressure on their opponents, and neither of them have been able to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Trading rounds back and forth here in the second half. Have we had a team win consecutive rounds yet? We haven't, right? In the second half, it's... oh, wait. Guns won the pistol, and then...
Good question.
I think they converted it. Yeah, they did.
They did convert. Yeah, they converted.
That was the
force,
double
yeah.
force buy from the CT side, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Ah, well. It's a bit of a shocker. Gun 5 technical timeout, I believe, called from them. Maybe I'm mistaken. Could have been 9 Pandas, but regardless, we do have a tech timeout right now in effect.
Yeah, not the end of the world, just to slow the game down a little bit with how crazy the series or this map has been.
we can
Very
take a breather
ferocious
at
from
least.
both of these teams. Exactly. I feel like I need one, mate.
Yeah, same. Oh, yeah, this eco, I mean, is it really an eco? You got 1.4k on Sedaim and Lackey at this point, an AK on Fine
They'll
Shine.
force some, yeah.
It's like, do you buy? Like, do you not buy? Do you... Because it's not that do or die moment just yet, right? It's not the end of the world. So right now they can still afford to eco in a way and buy the next, I guess, but that's not really going to give them much better of a result or much better of anything else, really. It's awkward. I don't know. It's a very awkward position to be in as Gun 5, and there's no easy decision here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they'll just spend all their money, but the problem is lose at 10-8, then you eco 11-8, and at that point you can almost just, I'm not going to say necessarily kiss the map away in its entirety, but it's not far from it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Not entirely sure what the delay is. Let's see if we can have a little peek in Discord and get some info. Okay. Stame says, Celta mouse. Do you think that's his pet mouse, or his mouse in-game?
I'd argue it's his mouse in game, but then again,
More likely, right?
I've seen worse things before when it comes to pets, so I guess.
You have?
Yeah.
I'm a bit scared to ask, honestly.
Snakes.
Ooh.
Yeah, not a
we
fan.
Talking about Slavin and Yabi, or?
Oh no. No. I don't mean it to go that far, but more like actual pets, you know.
Alright, fair enough. I was
But
making sure.
yeah, no, not like snakes in the grass. That's a whole different story altogether. Regardless, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be very tough. Gun 5. The decision has been made. It's a full investment. Does it work? I guess it's time to find out. It's a revolver on yellow. Just want to point that out.
Okay. Why? This gun is just not it. But let's see if he can prove me wrong. I mean, Feinstein has been able to at least find a frag with the 0 AK, and that has created a lot of space here for the CT side towards outside, and there's Eagle in play, and Casello thankfully now has an M4, so we don't actually even have to listen to a single shot being fired off from that revolver. Crad, my brother, where are you looking? You've got teammates on the bomb site, they're watching Mini, you just have to worry about the wrap around heaven, and it should have been on his mind as well, because of the fact that they'd lost full control of outside ages ago. And now the pressure will come through the mini smoke, but it's okay. Result will be there to lock it down. He can even finish off the job in conjunction with Dilladez. 9 Pandas stave off the force by. First time in the half they win consecutive rounds. And that means they'll build up some distance between themselves and guns.
That is actually a very successful force. I mean, okay, successful no, but a lot of damage has been dealt, is what I'm trying to say. And that helps Gun 5 in the long run. So, you know, right here, 9 Pandas, the money they have, if they can once again kill at least 3 players, we're going to be looking at Gun 5 potentially turning it around at 11-8, but it all comes down to that victory on the 11th, 8th round once we get there. Shalfie and Selter, this is a pretty easy anti-eco, otherwise this is a point of contention as, yeah, the job is done.
Yeah, it's going to be the easiest round on the map for 9 Pandas. I mean, I don't know if they even got to play against like a full hard eco round in the first half. Felt like it was pretty back and forth there as well. So at least now they can just kind of catch their breath.
Result. He's going to hold the corner until the very end. Expects to drop it to main, and Result definitely another factor. I think we did mention briefly, but didn't talk a lot of. He's an excellent player in his own right, who certainly is not to be underestimated. and a dangerous player at that. You don't want to go head-to-head with him. As the last timeout for Gun 5 is now used. As we said, this is it, right? This is the round. You've set yourself up for a win. Let's see if you can get it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if they win the gun round here, 12-8, no money for guns, that's map over. And it's been a great return to form here for guns, for 9 Pandas compared to what we saw out of them last time out against this guns roster. And maybe Nexus is onto something. Don't tell him I said that, though.
No worries, brother.
Right, well, what's the plan here? I mean, guns... I always love to see a team in this position where it's like a must-win round on the T side. What does Cell to call? What is their go-to option, right? When it's such an important round. It's not like you got rounds in the bank and you can go for something gimmicky or something a bit more risque. You want to go for your most reliable option in these sorts of rounds. And I love to see the variations from teams in these sort of situations.
I am inclined to agree. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different approaches that many teams have. Well, the teams have, I would say. And Selter, right here, we see a push towards ramp. I like the idea. Everybody just focused on this one goal. They should embed one player in the flanks somewhere, but generally speaking, this is how you want it to go. You get ramp control, and then you set yourself up to leave one on that flank to hold. And we can see right here with the entry secured, B side is effectively gone at this point.
I think that should be round over. I think 9 Pandas should just
I was about to say, yeah, I think you have to accept it here if you're 9 Pandas. Like, there's no point in
Neutral's going to lock you out even further. Yeah, just save your guns. Sure, they've got some residual money, but that doesn't mean just because you have some cash in the bank, you should go for these highly unlikely retakes. And super simple for guns. Simple, direct, effective. Like you said, just going through the motions and the processes, getting some ramp control, and then into the B-bomb site. Great frag there from Lackey to take Crad down. I don't really like the way Crad plays that at the double doors, to be honest, like holding the left side and then just kind of stepping out into the right. I think you either have to commit to one or just play a little bit safer than that. You can't afford to play too risky.
No, you really cannot. Another timeout, another attempt to stabilize, see if they can find some common ground.
Yeah, let's just remind everybody that there is that PGL Bucharest closed qualifier game for 9 Pandas starting in 2 hours and 13 minutes. So if this goes into overtime, that might be a little bit annoying for them. Guns, on the other hand, don't have a qualifier to make, so they're going to be very happy to push this one as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, that's the nature of the game, man. That's the competitiveness of it. Sometimes, unfortunately, you have to take these punches and just leave with them. But, as you said yourself, yeah, there's definitely a bit of a time constraint on one of our teams. As we go for a fast A push, they're going to push. Whoa.
Wait, what? What is that spray transfer? He's done damage to 3, but hasn't fragged any. Look at the assists. Look at the assists from Result. He gets 3 assists in the round there. It's only Fine Shine left remaining, and he'll go down. Result, I mean, I've never seen such an ineffective yet effective spray transfer in my life.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head, brother. That was awkward as all hell. Yeah, that's gonna be a 12-9. Guns now 1 round away from losing Nuke, which they've less than 2 days ago been able to transfer into a glorious W. And today might just be a big L. I mean, it's not a fat L, but it's definitely an L by the looks of it. Let's see. Potentially our last round of our first map. Hayes?
Would be. Here's 9 Pandas map pick, at least. We go to Ancient next. Chiron in towards control room right now. We'll be able to find the first. AK in play. Oh, the drive-by there. Feinstein does not let go of W. That'll net him the kill. Taking a little bit of extra time to commit to the bomb plant here. Not going to be able to deny. So it's going to have to be a retake now for 9 Pandas.
Oof, free kill on Feinstein. Not what you like to see. Gun 5 need to hold this position better if they want to win this map. If they want to push into overtime. And Pandas, on the other hand, they're hungry for the W. They want to finish this quickly and through short. The angle is good. Yellow finds 2. It's still a 2-on-2 as Gun 5 hold the deadly angles from catwalk to ramp, and it's enough, I think. They've just broken the hold here of this B site as Crad falls. It is Gun 5 on 10. We got 2 rounds remaining to go to overtime. Money is there, but it ain't looking great. They'll have one chance, right? This was excellent by Yellow, by the way. Without his secondary kill here on Result, it's over.
Yeah, I'm surprised Wrestle doesn't actually get the frag there, to be honest with you. I thought Wrestle would have been able to catch Casello there, but it doesn't work out for him. And now it's basically just this gun run between guns and overtime, if you think about it. Because there won't be any money for the reinvestment for 9 Pandas in the following. And Crad actually, just to go back to that retake, he missed his util because the smoke was supposed to block one side and molly the other, but the smoke didn't connect, so yeah, that's what made it impossible for him. Feinstein with the orb is going to go searching. He will find a wild Crad.
Shalfie. Oof, luckily Shalfie finds Yellow there. He went hunting for him as he caught his teammate Lettuce. And oh no, the molly burns Shalfie in the end. That is the exact opposite of what they should be doing, but in fact, now with B lost, it's a 2v3 B retake. This is a guaranteed 11th. If Chiron does not go massive, he's going to need a multi-frag. Simple as that. Lackey's already waiting close to ramp. Agility flying in, and I think 9 Pandas realize, oh boys, I guess we go to number 24, because that's what we have to do. Eco.
Yeah, and it makes sense that they'd probably carry these guns.
Yeah. I mean, not an eco, rather a full buy, but a save right here, right now, at least.
Okay, well, guns are not saying die. This is a good fight back from them right now. Keeping themselves in the contest here on their opponent's map pick. Just frustrating 9 Pandas as long as they possibly can. And this next round here is going to be the easiest of the streak that they're going to have win or won to get this into overtime, right? It was 12-9. Now it is 12-11.
I believe so. Yeah. It's kind of mind-numbing how this game has went so far, and it seems very close to what we had the first time around between GTZ and Partizan, doesn't it? We might not have seen Nuke, but at least the way the game progresses feels very akin to that series.
Yeah, true, actually. Oh man, Crad is a CZ. You still use the CZ in 2025. That is
Nexus.
Not the option I was expecting. Well, there we go.
There we go.
I'm not
that
surprised,
explains it all.
Honestly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That checks out. Look at this, though. It's going to be a big burst into the A-bomb side. Is there anybody home here for 9 Pandas? There's no one on the site itself. Casello is going to go down to Shelfie. This is just trades are the name of the game right now. Stain gets one, but he goes down straight afterwards. Villadez has avoided the trade. Selta's wrapping around Hut. Feinstein and himself are going to have to combine here to keep their team alive.
What are we watching here? Like, this is a 2 versus 3. They entered A empty. Like, there was nobody on A, and then 2 players peek out main, and that's enough to break the whole shebang. 2 versus 3 to stop this from going to map 1 into 9 Pandas' favor. Gun 5 looking for overtime, and they are 3 kills away from it. And I think they might not get it because they are just simply put at such a massive disadvantage here. Like, it's not even... Oh, what? What is he doing? Chiron?
Yeah, I don't know. Rush of blood to the head, maybe? Shelfie is still in control room, though. And there's no way Guns expect this. He's going to just try and close the gap. This is so smart. He's going to have them both lined up. Brilliant trigger discipline there from Shelfie. And I guess maybe that was Chiron's plan? Maybe? Like, giving up his life so that, You know,
I mean, if
he
that
walked
was-
or died so Shelfie could run.
If they went that far to pull it off, then yeah, absolutely big
Genius.
up, genius levels of performance here from the squad. Though for some reason, I suspect that maybe more it had to do with him not spotting that cross perfectly, and he wanted to check if somebody's side. But regardless, if that is the case, the geniuses of Chiron there is proven. Yeah, that'd be amazing. That'd be absolutely amazing.
Well, it is a very successful outing for 9 Pandas. Far better than the last time we saw them against Guns on Nuke, because they do pick up the win. It's their map pick as well. Chiron and Shelfie, the Chief Destroyers there for 9 Pandas. Result had some very good rounds as well. Going to Ancient next, it is going to be the pick of Guns, and they have to win this to avoid being eliminated 0-3 from the Swiss stage. We're going to throw this across to a short break, and when we come back, we'll break it all down on that second map. Okay, we're back, and we're going to be getting into the second map of the series soon enough. The last time we saw these two teams play against each other in Series 19, it was a whitewash. 9 Pandas won 3 rounds across 2 maps. They won 13 on the first, and it came in regulation, so it was the 13 that mattered. It means they're leading the series 1-0. It is going to be Guns' map pick up next, and I mean, based on what we saw on Nuke, and not necessarily looking at the map in terms of how it's been for the two teams in the past, just solely looking at what we saw on Nuke, do you think this could be a 2-0, or are you expecting Guns to answer back?
I mean, I'd still expect Guns to do better on Ancient, absolutely. So in that regard, I'd expect them to answer and get us to a third map. Because that's what we thought we would be seeing in the first place, right? Having Nuke on the board. It's like, are you asking for the same result as last time? Well, maybe not, but you're still playing into the same 2 maps, so surely it doesn't turn for both the same way. Or I could be completely wrong, and Nexus's theory could be very much right. That if teams play on a Monday, let's say this week, and then 2-3 days, and one team goes super one-sided, and then 2-3 days later they play again, the team that lost would then send it in their own favor afterwards. That's the idea, at least the running idea. But again, questionable whether or not it's to be proven. We'll find out. Like, regardless, yeah. I'm in for a good game. I think it's going to be a good game.
I'm expecting a pretty decent game as well. I think based on what we saw on Nuke, I'm pretty convinced here by 9 Pandas. I mean, they did lose on this map, obviously 13-1 to Guns a couple days ago, but then they played Parivision on the same day, and they lost 13-10. And Parivision are a very strong Ancient team, so it did feel like I'm not going to put too much weight on those results against Guns the other day. I'm going to be looking at this through not going to be looking at it through the same lens as what we saw that time round. I think we could be on the cards for a 2-0 here, and if this goes to a third and we have a lengthy second map, then there's going to be a schedule issue for 9 Pandas, so it kind of feels like they have to get this done in 2. And having said that, you don't want to play like a super long 3-map series and then go into that all-important qualifying game for the PGL Bucharest qualifier, because this is just 0-2. It's not like this is a semi-final playoff game for Series 20. This is just to stay alive, right? So in my opinion, that qualifier game is a lot more important.
Yeah, unfortunately it really is, no matter how we want to swing that. I mean, the fact is here, it's not even guaranteed that they'll make it into the playoffs. This is still 2 more series they have to play after this one if they win it in order to secure playoffs. But god damn, D-Lettuce with a team kill from Sedane. It's a one-sided affair, brother. Wow.
Yeah, that is certainly a big difference maker there. The double kill from Deladez and effectively the third there from the TK as well. And that's certainly going to limit the options here for Guns as they still try and get themselves in towards this B bomb site. And there's a player in the corner as well. That's Crad. Completely unchecked. Frag is free. Shelfie will finish off the job. And that is going to be 9 Pandas to open up first on their opponent's map pick. Good way for them to set things in motion.
Yes, they will. It's a great start, really. Seaside, it's always good when you begin with a pistol win. It's always positive to have a little bit of that early luck on your side. As round 2, no force buys. Thankfully, we don't see the shenanigans again. I've had my fair share of them. I don't want to have them anymore. Send it A. I guess they're just gonna send it A here. Hope to get lucky.
Yes, sir. I mean, Result is in position though. He's out in the open. If they just wide swing, he could struggle. Yeah, I like the way they jump into the angle. He's got Villadez in support. There's one frag. Deagle for another maybe. Hasn't connected on the first couple shots, and now the MP9's closing the gap. Seltzer probably missed his chance to get a frag back here in the round. You can never count the Deagle out in its entirety. Chiron's going to continue to force the issue here, and eventually Seltzer will die. At least he doesn't die to the SMG. Maybe a small victory in itself, but good 2-0 start here for 9 Pandas as we head into the first gun round.
Yes, it is. Recovery now available to Gun 5. This round has to go perfect for them. No matter how we swing it, it's all or nothing if they wish to keep themselves composed for the first few. I don't think they want to repeat Nuke, because keep in mind, Nuke, first half, they started well, but everything kind of went to hell afterwards. So it's going to be down to some of these moments once again.
Oh my, that's so much damage done. Chiron, I don't know about the commitment there after they get the first drag. It's almost like he just gives his life up on a silver plat. A nice jump spot there from Shelfie. He'll swing and finish off the job, but look at what's going on the safe bomb site. Oh, Molly's going to be thrown. Result misses out on a very tough chance to get a kill as a result. And it's going to be a 3v3 as the bomb plant comes through. Going to have to retake him. There is a kit, there's a little bit of utility, but that fresh smoke is going to be tough here for Dillides to try and traverse. He's just spraying through the smoke, hoping that something might come through for him. But 9 Pandas are like completely locked out of this. Do they even maybe just accept their fate? Celta is playing in the smoke. You can hear that there's this repositioning, and that's a great spray transfer for Celta to just shut the round down.
And that's exactly what it's going to be. Gun 5.
He'll even finish it off. He'll die here, but he gets 4 fantastic frags.
Yes, he will. Beautifully done. Gun 5. First round is theirs. Making it a little bit closer, inch by inch. Getting back on track, potentially. I mean, let's keep in mind, this is what they choose to play. And last time, they gave them a whooping. So I'm expecting something akin to that once more. Nuke, we can't blame them.
They start on the T side then as well?
I believe so, yeah, because it was their choice of map. So I'm fairly certain they started on the T side, yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm they went up 11-1 on their T side.
Yeah.
So 9 Pandas have already improved on that performance, but
doubled the score.
There we go, forced by to try and stop the gun from leveling up the scoreline. Casella with his Mac 10 just leaves the charge straight into that B bomb site. And those 2 kills are free as they come to the smoke. Chiron has been tagged. They're going to continue to force the fight. That's brave, but it is successful.
Bomb is planted, and there's a deep flank happening, but with Krad now alone, basically nothing is going to happen of the kind. The round is over. And with that, so is the fear that Gun 5s might spin out of control, at least to begin with. It's now basically a full eco for the other side. 9 Pandas don't have a choice, and we're in for a comfortable, or a relatively balanced, let's say, start of this second map. And to be fair, I think that fear of playing the potential third might be gnawing at 9 Pandas' minds within the next hour.
It's just like extra unnecessary pressure, basically.
Yeah.
You're just like playing against the opponents and you're playing against the clock.
Exactly.
It's like I was saying, you don't want to finish the series like 5 minutes, 10 minutes before you're supposed to go into the qualifier. You want to be able to just like chill a little, get something to eat.
An hour.
You just play 3 maps.
Yeah.
Exactly. Precisely. I want to just check who the 9 Pandas will be playing against in that qualifier.
The reason...
it's 9. Okay, so it's not like it's an easy game at all.
Yeah. The reason I think... I wouldn't be surprised if 9 Pandas try to finish the second map quickly, whether win or lose, just so they get to a third and they get a definitive answer afterwards, right? I'm not saying they're gonna do that, but it's like eventually there will be a timer on this series, or how long they have until the next one, and that timer is getting increasingly lower by each passing second. So every round they waste is a round less they'll have to finish the job.
The tough part is that they're also starting on the CT side, yes.
Yes.
There's only so much that they can try and control in terms of the pace of the game.
Absolutely.
Either way, this round's just about damage up on the CT side, trying to see if they can maybe take away a couple of these guns, maybe carry a few of them over into the next round for themselves. Everyone loves an AK on the CT side. They have up a Galil. A little bit more. Casello. Be careful here. Okay, that's a brilliant little lineup multi-kill coming through for him. As Guns will get the lead, as expected, coming into this fifth round with them just playing against the save. How does Result have $700? I didn't notice that he actually spent so much money. He must have bought that from us, right? But
I believe so, yeah.
I don't think it's worth it, honestly.
No.
It's actually quite important Dillides saves the guns and drop them with the build here.
I was about to say, yeah, it doesn't... It's not important. It would be better to save yourself that weapon, but Or save that money, rather. But regardless, that's what they did, and, well, they're left with very little cash instead. Economically speaking, single defuse, no op. There's a Galil in play as well. Utility-wise, they're basically broken. Shalfie's got nothing. I believe he threw away the smoke to one of his teammates. Krad has a nade, and that's it. So a lot depends on the individuals again. A lot depends on that first contact and how it goes. Krad hearing steps towards lane. Should recognize that something is there. Good nade, potentially? No, not really. Not enough damage to make up for it. Oh.
Hey, well, it's going to be a lot of pressure on the B bomb site. It's going to be simple, direct, and it's going to be Stame, who gets himself two, but Krad will find one back and then just slink his way into cave. Iron's going to re-peek in towards Speedway. It's not the cleanest kill, but he will come away with the frag regardless, and the wallbang for Krad will deny the plant. It's now only Lackey left, and he has gone through the short smoke here. And he's still going to be catching Result off. They have no idea he's even in the bomb site. Result does look back in this direction, but can't do any damage in the process of losing his life. And, oh man, I thought Lackey's crosshair was perfectly placed, but I guess Krad just being on the off angle out in the open gives him the edge, and it's a very big triple kill coming through from Krad.
It really is. Makes the difference here. 9 Pandas immediately recover. And we can see Gun 5 scrambling for money, scrambling for a rebuy. They've got some cash, or they had some cash on hand, so they're not exactly completely obsolete on that department. But again, a very close first half, I gotta say. Very close. Neck to neck, in fact. Again, towards
That's a great
B.
trade.
Absolutely perfect.
And again, Krad is looking to be the difference maker, but this time he's only good for the one. Trade transfer, only good for some follow-up damage, and Celta's gone deep here towards the bomb site as well. Chiron cut down. And that's going to be another round here for Guns. Result has no option but to
save.
Just try and carry the M4 across, and I don't think the money is going to be too good here for 9 Pandas, so it's a very good little showing coming through from Guns right now.
Really is. And he's just sticking around for some reason.
Yes, maybe looking for some extra kills, which is pretty brave, but will be afforded his life here. As Guns regain the lead, and now I'm just intrigued to see what the money looks like here for the CT side.
Pretty weak.
Do they decide to invest around it, or are they going to just save? I think the save makes the most sense.
Yeah, they
get
must.
2,400, it's a full buy in the next round. Did we see an AWP once on Nuke for 9 Pandas? I don't think we did, right? No, not one round.
Not that I would
correctly.
recall, yeah, not that I would recall. I didn't see Shalfie at all on the AWP, from what I could recall. Maybe once, maybe. But even that is kind of murky for me. But yeah, this is going to be 4-3 current result. Gun 5 looking to chime in for a 5th, and they're certainly aiming at the right place as Yellow and Lackey. They do make it look easy. They really do. And that's round done. 5-3. Very convincing so far, but that's what we'd expect. Gun 5's D-side, Ancient. It's where they pump those numbers up.
Yeah, looking pretty good here for Guns. They'll be quite happy with the way they've been able to get things going here on the T side, especially with the way that Nuke went down. Kind of put that behind them, focused up on the map at hand. Seltzer is 10 for 3, Casello is 9 for 5, and Fineshine's yet to frag. So if he comes online, that's only going to make life more difficult for 9 Pandas. And there we go, Shelfie has an AWP.
Yes, he does. Let's see if he does the job with it. Nope. They need to start winning it soon if they wish to have a chance of closing this at 2-0. Seltzer. Good molly. Burns one at least. And jumping through it.
Dave is just completely naded Seltzer. And that, I mean, not saying it definitely cost him his life, but it certainly made life more difficult. Chiron's on the other side of the smoke, and he gets a kill and 2/3 of a second there as well. Fine doesn't get finished off by the nade, and he actually will still be able to impact the round here as he gets a nice kill. Villadez can't do anything about the plant. He's also got below half health right now, and Shelty with the Zorp is going to take a while. He can't just, like, run into Donut right now. He's just clearing out the angles, hoping he gets something offered up. And Villadez and Lackey are going to cross paths. Just a smoke grenade that separates the two of them right now. There'll be another one dropped here as well. Oh, this is going to make it so tough for Villadez, who's peppering the smoke. Lackey able to avoid the shots for now, and with the fact that he doesn't actually get a kill with that little burst, it looks like 9 Pandas are going to call it a day.
They have to. They don't have a choice. And Gun 5, number 6 is hit theirs. And they might get exits, but it doesn't matter what exits they get. They are losing rounds. No matter how good they might feel about this, they've lost one too many already. In my eyes, that is a massive L right now. Gun 5 are looking to possibly close this first half at 7-5, maybe 8-4 even. I think those are both reasonable numbers in their view right now. Yeah.
I mean, that previous round, 9 Pandas didn't really have all the util they would have wanted, and they did get an opening kill. Still doesn't work out for them, and they are going to just half invest around the guns that are safe, but this is starting to get a little bit out of control. It's about to be 7-3. You can see those stake odds heavily favoring guns, and there's going to be a bit of a change up in the approach. A nice smoke being thrown on the fly. Result is here with the 5-7. Iron with an 89 at range, not ideal. That's a brilliant flashbang there coming through. Both Feinstein and Lackey just committing the util into the bomb site, and that's round over.
They're still sticking around and through the angle. Yellow. There it is. GG. That is not only round over, it's this half effectively done for. I am pretty certain Gun 5, I mean, 7-5 is great. If they finish on 7-5, they'll be very happy. 8-4 is just that cherry on top, and then 9-3 is really the, you know, the crown already on their heads. Let's find out where it's going to end. 9 Pandas, we have what it takes. Mid-control contested, love it. A lot of aggression, a lot of grenades, but they're not checking the boost, they're not expecting it. Yellow finds one, good refrag by Chiron. At least it's going to be a 4v4.
Oh, Feinstein with the Zorb is boosted on the box right now. Crad extends any
him.
further. Oh, but Crad, yeah, I'm glad he doesn't actually just swing there, because that would have been a dangerous way to go about the fight. In the meantime, Seltzer was caught a glimpse of there by Crowd, who does get a kill, but the trade comes through straight afterwards. Guns have been very good with their trades on this T side of Ancient so far.
They have been, haven't they? Chiron result. Near impossibility to salvage this.
Nice angle from Casello. Yeah, Chiron was never going to be clearing that out. Job done. You were talking about 7-5, maybe 8-4 for guns. Well, how about 9-3?
Yeah, that's the reality we might have to accept very soon, and so do 9 Pandas potentially. Genuinely believe that at this stage there's just not much that can be done by 9 Pandas. I think they'll just have to forego Ancient and prepare themselves for the last one. It's as simple as that.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like a third map is almost guaranteed at this point.
We're going to Dust, right?
I can't remember what a third map would actually be here. Yeah, it would be Dust. That was where we were questioning in the veto why they decided to go for Dust instead of Inferno.
I was about to
and
bring
with
it up,
Guns having all the momentum behind them, I'm sure they're going to be very happy with that as the last map.
Oh, guaranteed. They should be. Given everything, they absolutely should be. And, well, here we go. Round 12. Last one for the first half. At least 4, perhaps. 9 Pandas. Do you at least give us something? Or is it all...
They need it, right?
Yeah, they really do. No doubt. Or is it just more disappointment as Here we go. They push again. Guns are ready to take this on. Tidon. He needs a multi-frag. Oh, he's burning.
Oh, he's
God.
ticking.
They
Yeah,
know he's there.
surely
They have
they've
got
heard
nades.
this.
He's dead.
There we go. He is dead indeed. Dunked down from Stain will get the job done,
That's
and
it.
then he combines. He's just blown the bomb site wide open. Such good util usage from Guns, right? Because there was the molly to clear out the boost. There's a molly behind the box, flashes into the side smoke CT. Nade to get the frag, and then Stain on the swing. Shelby gets one back, but the damage has already been completely devastated in the round. It's only Dilladez left, and that is going to be 9-3 from 2-0 at the start of the map, and then even like 3-all at one point as well. Guns just win the last 6 rounds, and it's not even like there were a contest in any of those rounds as far as I'm concerned.
No, it really wasn't. And that's all there is to it. 9-3. I mean, by the looks of it, we'll be finishing this map pretty quickly. And like I said, 9 Pandas, they have a decision to make. Do they fight for this map? Do they try to make it 2-0? Do they believe they can do it? Or do they tell themselves it's better to go to a map 3 and then, you know, kind of do what you can there? As, here we go. Once again, round 13. Full eco. Not really the thing on pistols, but it's pistols nonetheless. At this point,
Let's see.
I don't think we have to say it, but they need to win it.
Yeah, and I mean, they should be able to win it. The fact that they've got full A-side control here. There is a smoke and the kit for Guns, and we saw them go for that smoke stick defuse on Nuke. I think that was Guns. I can't even remember which team that was.
Honestly,
yeah, it was. It was Celta who defused. Yeah, so it was Guns that time around, and they're going to try and do it here again. I mean, it's the normal setup, you know, stack B, retake A. A is far more retakeable, but let's see if they can find a way forward now. Dilladez will draw first blood, but there's an instant trade that comes through afterwards. Then as Chiron is called into action, and Krad will find a frag as well. That's the difference maker. And 9 Pandas do exactly as is required of them by winning the pistol.
Mark number 1 achieved. Let's see if they can get the second one, the anti-eco, and then the third, the final one of the 3 initial goals that you need to hit. I mean, hey, at least they clean out what remains of the rest of the squads, but regardless. Here we go. It is more action here for 9 Pandas. They want to fight this out. Let's see if they do. I am, you know what I'm going to say? I'm happy that we see an eco here.
Oh, my mic's been muted. Okay.
Fair.
All right, well,
fair.
I've just been rattling on here, talking to myself, talking about how, yeah, a bunch of things. And I was asking why are you happy to see an eco and not a force buy? What's your thinking?
Well, I'm happy that I don't see the force buy is because first they have the lead, and second, if you force buy into a round like this, you just give 9 Pandas more or less. You give yourself, I guess, less rounds to work with down the line. So I'm happy that we don't get to see it and that they actually invest into a full gun round here with FAMAS's. I think this is the way you need to play the new economy and not force buy, oh, we can destroy them. No. Play the guns, for Christ's sake. In any case, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see.
I can tell this is something that means a lot to you.
Yeah, like, force buys are a thing of the past, I think. They're still good at times in certain positions, but for the most part, force buys are a waste of perfectly good rounds.
My only issue with the full save second round into the buy in the third is what we're looking at right now. 2 FAMAS's and light util. You force buy second round, save third, then you get all full M4s in the 4th round of the half. So that's just, sometimes I think that there is a bit of a case to be made for the force buy in the second round.
Yeah.
Because now, it's like, okay, you do have an investment, but it's a little bit of a broken buy. So See if they can make it work. FAMASas are better than they used to be, so it does also enable these types of rounds more than what they would have been before the buff.
Here we go. Chiron, rank 10. Cheeky with it. And with Gun 5's bringing it back potentially for more. Let's find out. 9 Pandas towards A through Donut. It's down to Fine Shine. And he's going to be shining brighter than the diamond if he gets 2 or more. Fine Shine only with 1. Headshots are good though. 2 players critically injured. And Chiron will be caught in the transition, so it starts off well. Shalfie finds Selter. The refrag still there and is down to Resalt. As he's salty as hell on 12 HP. A little bit of pepper, a little bit of spice, and everything nice. And you get yourself the Powerpuff Girls. But in this case, you just get a puff of smoke and Resalt.
Yeah, a little bit of salt sprinkled into the wound there for 9 Pandas as they are now down 10-5. They will afford investment, but if they're not winning against like FAMASas and Light Util, they're seriously going to struggle against superior weapons across the board. 2 AKs in the mix now for the CT side, 3 AKs. Casello's 19 and 8. It's been a much better showing from him here on Ancient compared to what we saw on Nuke in the previous map. And if 9 Pandas lose this round here, 11-5, should be 12-5, should be the end of the map. And then we need to go to a third.
Yes, we do. This is going to be a tough one. It's going to take a while as well. I think 9 Pandas are going to fight tooth and nail. They're going to give it their all. They're not about to give up on a chance to persevere in CCT, that's for sure. They've been a staple of us for a while now. And we've seen them persevere through stronger opponents.
Let's see what's going to happen here in this all-important round. And is able to get themselves in towards middle. Not much of a contest here for Guns. Sort of a nothing incendiary there from Fine Shine. Not like clearing that cubby out means a whole lot, and Lackey able to get himself into the corner. Is this going to be expected? The steps are certainly heard now, though. And Stame has a huge job to do. They're heading in his direction. They're not going to flash this. It's going to be Crad who's clearing it out, and nice little crouch into the angle there for Crad will get him the kill. And there's Villadez activating as well. This is really good combination there on the timing after the frag comes on A. Villadez knows the focus will be away from the middle at that point. Deep into CT, regains his vision just in time, finds another frag, and does a significant amount of damage to Selta. Shelfie boosted up will catch Fine Shine playing in and around the smoke grenade, and 9 Pandas will be able to fight for a little bit longer.
They've got themselves another round, man. That's what they came out to barter for. That's what they barter for. That's what they get. The question is, do they again sustain the same moving into the next few? It's been a question of
Money
consistency.
going to look like here for Guns?
Well, as far as I understand it, very low. I believe...
Hey.
Should they have enough for a buy? Like a mini buy?
Problem is, like, this could still be detrimental here for 9 Pandas, because even if they do just, like, win a couple rounds, lose a couple rounds, win a round, then lose the map, I know I keep harping on about it, but they've got a really important date coming up in an hour and 20 minutes. So, oh, that's unfortunate. Selta gets found out, Chiron cleared out long, so he just turns around. You see Selta cooped up in the corner, and like you say, finance is not great, so Guns are going to have to save. 10-7, another gun round. And yeah, I wonder... I mean, if Guns win this map here, I wonder if there's a conversation for 9 Pandas about how they approach the third map, if they have to try and go like super fast or they want to play that third map. I don't really want to speculate too much, but I feel like it has to be something that's on their mind right now.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, yeah. Something that they will be thinking of, for sure.
Be a free round though, and it's also just about making sure that they keep their numbers alive, so that they themselves aren't in a position in this comeback. Wait, what? What's that third kill there? It looked
I
like you'd
don't
like jump back
know.
around the corner by that time that third frag. We get a replay of that piece of production. I don't know if it's too late to request that, but I'd actually just like to see that back for Dilladez. That feels like a bit of... Yeah, here we go. Thank you, production. I love this. Okay, let's see. See, first two make sense. Oh, wow. That's insane. He's shooting at one player and he kills 3 of them.
That's kind of crazy. Kind of cracked. Again, the fact that it succeeds, right? The fact that it goes through is kind of obscene, but... Regardless,
This is a round. Yeah.
this is the round. This is the one. Now, Pandas, if they break even here, they could be awarded a chance at a comeback.
Casello goes unchecked in the corner, and he will punish at least for the first. There's a trade straight afterwards to justify and capitalize on Casello losing his life outs. It's a man advantage now for guns, and not like 9 Pandas really have any immediate options available to them because they've been locked out of this B-bomb site by a smoke grenade, and all 3 players are here right now. That is a nice little wall bang there. Lackey is incredibly low. In fact, he is just been perforated by these bullets. Lucky to be alive.
Be messed with. That's for sure. Four v 3, 9 Pandas. It's a bit tough entries into A. Oh, she needs to be. Did I say A? I think. What just happened?
Doesn't matter.
What?
Doesn't matter because Crad has just done the unthinkable. What have we just watched? That's disgusting. That should be like 18 age restriction.
To be
Rated R.
What the what? Wow. Okay. Let's get our heads on straight. That was a move by Crad, by the way, that I don't think I've seen in a while now. That's a click away with a headshot and a full blind. Like, what? Oh, I need to get myself sorted. Okay, so,
He's got
wow.
you all hot under the collar there, man.
yeah. That's pretty crazy. Like, I'm sweating bullets myself here. I can't imagine what's happening to Gun 5 right now. It's 10-8. It's about to be 10-9. Money-wise, I'm not sure Sedame and the crew have enough to rebuy what it takes here. Yeah, it's going to be another eco. It's definitely going to be 9.
Yeah, that's true. Red carpet's been rolled out here for 9 Pandas to get themselves up to 9, and then they just draw within 1. And all of a sudden, the conversation for the 2-0 is straight back on the cards. Okay, well, got to make sure that they don't trip up against the pistols and the M4 that's been carried over. And they've gone for a pretty direct approach on the T side in general here. Have 9 Pandas, and they've just sent Dilladez out by himself towards mid. He's gotten the kill, but he's going to get wrapped around here by Casello. That's one back with an AK-2 recovered.
They've lost A.
Brad's taken a lot of damage as well. Zaki has just been peppering that CT smoke. Zelta's taking down Shelfie. 9 Pandas, you cannot afford to drop the ball here in this instance. Casello's going to smoke off the molly so he can try and force the issue through Donut. There's a flash that comes flying through as well. Thankfully, Result has cut him down. And that's going to create a lot of breathing room now for 9 Pandas.
3 versus 3, man. This is it. Gun 5, they have to prove they're the better squad right here, right now. The Molly is good, but the problem is Kaidon is yet to be cleared out as he gets actually killed by Feinstein with a double. That's an insane pull, and now Result, he's going to have to go up against 2. There's no kit, which means time is of the essence. He isolates the first. The damage is done, but Feinstein, he's got no kit. It all depends on the kit. And there's no more time. There's no more time.
And they're both going to die here. But to the bomb explosion or to the bullets, it is going to be the round for 9 Pandas. It gets a hell of a lot closer than they ever would have liked. A great effort there. Do we get to see that replay of Shine? Because, I mean, the first kill makes sense, but that must have just been a magnificent spray transfer from him to get the second on the player coming out of A main, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's lights out. That's 9 on the board for sure. I mean, it was an eco fair to Gun 5. The fact that they make it as close as it was is impressive. Nonetheless, it's 9, and nonetheless, it is a chance here for Gun 5 to go for potential tie. Find Shine, find Scrad. Gun 5, well, not the ones to go for the tie. In fact, 9 Pandas will, but nonetheless.
Okay. Well. Game is the gift that continues to give. Aaron is low. Crad's already hit the deck. It's an all-important round for 9 Pandas to try and level up the scoreline. Casello, he goes, gets the kill on Wrestle, but doesn't extend any further forwards. There's no chance for the trade, and now Seltza's taking Shelfie down. Everything 9 Pandas are attempting the round is just being shut down.
Denied on all accounts. 9 Pandas, 2 players left. It's a 2v5. Chiron, he's got nothing in the bank, and when it comes to HP, and when it comes to Dilettis, well, he's dead. And he's gone.
Yeah, and it's gone. Chiron, yeah, and it's gone. There we go.
Indeed.
Just like my crypto.
Oh, God.
It's brutal. The streets are bloody. And so is the map right now. 9 Pandas, at least they got more than enough money to afford a reinvestment. Dilettis can drop an AK for Wrestle. But if they lose this round here, at that point, Dust 2 is almost a guarantee.
Well, a guarantee. Almost a fact soon, yeah. Damn. Oof, this game has been a bit of a weird one. The fact that 9 Pandas won map 1, and then we have this close encounter on map 2, and it's so unclear as to who's better, who's worse. But in any case, let's find out for sure. It's going to be the round that makes the difference in the world, possibly the biggest one of them all.
Yeah. I mean, what a stark contrast from the last time these two teams played against each other, where there were 3 maps won by 9 Pandas across 2 maps. 3 rounds, I say, yeah, across 2 maps. And now we had 13-11, all 24 rounds on the first map. And we've played 20 out of 24 so far, and it's not like we've got either team on the brink of winning the map either. Guns looking to get themselves up to map point. They have a job to do against the AKs. Or for Crad as well, by the way. First time we're seeing it in his hands here in the series. Let's see what he can do.
Let's see what he pulls.
I wonder how Lackey's going to play his hand over towards the B-bomb side. Excuse me, not Lackey, Shelfie.
Good question.
Because he has got some utility, so he could try and force a rotation. For the moment, Guns are very well set up on the A-bomb side. Lackey and Stain with the crossfire, Fine Shine and Donut with the AWP. It's going to be very difficult to breach this A-bomb side.
That's what we expect, right?
They're going for the discreet approach. They actually don't throw any useful. They go drive.
Fine
Shine.
Shine
On the bomb side. Yeah, Lackey is going to be able to find himself a multi. Great work coming through from him, but he has to stay alive for a little bit longer. Oh, he won't just stay alive. He'll thrive. That's a great third kill. And he finishes off the job without taking any damage. I mean, a little bit of trigger discipline went a super long way there for Lackey, and he certainly capitalized on the fact that he didn't get checked.
Goes a long way. And 12-9. 9 Pandas. It seems like we've come to the end of this second map. 3 to go, overtime or bust, and it feels like more of a bust than anything else, if you ask me. A third map is almost a guarantee of Dust 2. I wonder how they'll feel about this. I mean, they'll have 1 hour exactly to finish the job. Surely that's enough. We believe in the fact that that's enough.
Yeah, it will be enough, but it still leaves them in the position where it's like, okay, we're going to have a 10-minute turnaround before we have to jump into the qualifying game, and then you're playing like a full-length best of 3. to go 1-2, or maybe you even still lose it, right? Like, it's not even a guarantee that they stay alive in the competition. This could all be for... It could just be like a draining exercise for them where there's no reward at the end of the day, and then they have to play that qualifying game. Either way, it does look like they're trying to approach this following round here with pace. They have to win this to stay alive on Ancient. Otherwise, we head off into the sunset of Dust 2.
Well, the sunset is certainly awaiting for us as round 22 will find us on a single Galil and 4 Tech 9s. Rushing towards B seems to be the play. It worked once before. Shall it work again? Let's find out for sure. A lot riding on this wave.
Yeah, everything riding on this wave right now. Taking their time. I'm surprised they're taking as long as they are, because it's not like they have anybody on the opposite side of the map that's giving them, feeding through valuable information. But here we go. It's going to be a massive amount of utility barreling into the bomb site. Casello is here. He's going to find a really good angle as he steps out into the bomb site, and he goes back for more. Is it? I mean, it looks like it is. There's a trade that comes through. It's going to get them side control. 2 versus 2. Maybe not over just yet.
Have I spoken truly too soon? It seems like it. Is a 2v2. Crad and Shalfie. They might be up for another clutch, and it will be Shalfie to find Sedane. This might not be all over as it seemed. 12-10. You gotta be kidding me. 9 Pandas. One more round from somewhere pulled on the table, and they're looking to ace this one. Secure overtime, secure the series potentially. That would be a fantastic pull. I mean, honestly, if we're kind of like, if we want to be brutally open about this, let's face the facts. 9 Pandas, if they go 3rd map here guaranteed, then there's a good chance they won't have a break at all, and that's probably not going to fit them. And they're going to be, maybe even then it's not going to be enough time to, you know, to not miss that that start of the qualifier. So perhaps in the best interest for them would be to finish this 2-0, and that means going to overtime and finishing the job there.
That's definitely the best possible outcome for 9 Pandas right now.
Yeah.
But actually trying to make that happen is going to be a challenge in itself. How much of a challenge will there be in this round here? Because I think Guns are just going to save most of their money and then look to buy up in the round afterwards. And it does look like that's what they're going to do. They've got a couple rifles to work with here, but it's an eco for the most part. And Pandas, they can make this 12-11 here, and then they have to win 1 gun round, and we run it back in overtime. Remember, another thing to consider is obviously the ranking points in the DRS system.
Yes.
Where if they have to be the worst case scenario, forfeit the 3rd map, and that's the series, then they give up those points without being able to contest, which will certainly suck for them. Oh, Guns are going searching. Makes sense, though. It's not like they have much to work with in the round. It's the 2 rifles working in conjunction with each other, and Shelfie has shut them both down.
That's 11. Look at the money as well. It will be enough to buy, obviously. They'll have more than enough for the AWP, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not going to be perfect. It's not that ideal moment of max util, max everything. You know, you're not going to max out your stats all across the board. Some of the players will be missing grenades. Some of the players will be missing defuse kits. And we can see that both Yellow and Lackey are effectively... well, they get 2 more flashbangs. Okay, 2 mollies and 2 flashbangs. Not the worst, but still not the best. As we go to round 24, Hayes again. We're here in the same position as we found ourselves not too long ago. Overtime or no time at all. Let's see. Is it the 3rd map or a 3rd overtime?
Oh,
wow.
Worst possible start to the round there. Casella has the perfect lineup. Just peppers Shelfie down, rather. And that's a man advantage now for Guns. It's going to be down to the remaining 4 players. Shelfie's going to have to call this round from the sidelines. This would be worst case scenario if it ends 13-11. It just leaves them of so much time, and there's more damage. This time it's staying through the smoke. He doesn't know, but he's brought Dilladez down to a single point of health, and he's gotten the kill onto Result as well. And 9 Pandas have nothing to show for it. They're going to rotate back around to Crad, who has that forward position in A main, but Guns are already shifting their defense.
Yes, they are. They seem to be preparing themselves for a potential A split. Aggression's definitely going to come out of the blue all of a sudden. Although they're focusing more on B than A. This could still allow 9 Pandas to jump into action, steal away the round, and push us into overtime. Here we go.
Yeah. We've generally seen them go to, and that might be a problem because Fineshine's posted on the angle with Yorp. They're going to boost somebody up, though. This might be
he's
the position
expecting
that
it.
catches Fineshine off guard. Is he?
Yeah, he was
he's
watching
gonna
that.
Fall back. Okay.
Oh, the flash though.
Insane, but he's... There we go. Does get blinded up and taken down. That's away into the round now for 9 Pandas.
This is insane. Duletis gets the AWP. Used to be the AWPer. Krad tagged up a little bit. Molly towards Temple is going to allow Krad to stay alive for a little bit longer, hopefully. As they're going to kick off this retake in any moment now. Temple need to push in, need to get those kills as Krad finds one. The Molly does not help. Sedane tag. This is not yet over. That's Yellow and Sedane, though, in a split second reply, and Krad has no HP.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, he goes for the jump, he goes for the gamble. It's not going to work out for him. Guns have done it. They've won the last round in regulation, 13-11. It was a good attempt from 9 Pandas to try to get back into the bomb site, but one that is essentially doesn't work out. Casello's heroic efforts, 28 and 14, a 2 KDR. No one else on the server even had 20 kills. So he completely bossed that map, and it's enough for Guns to force a third.
Yes, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be Dust 2 coming up next. We won't take too much of your time before we get to it, though, as we're getting ready to, of course, jump into a short break and then pull into the third and final of Dust 2. As we said, it is the last map for this series, and 9 Pandas, they'll be rushing to finish it quickly because their qualifier starts in an hour's time, actually an hour and 6 minutes, which means right now 15 minutes break, and then off to Dust 2. Hopefully a quick one. In any case, me and Hayes return in 15 minutes. And we're back, everybody. We return into action here. CCT Series 20 continues. It is elimination day here for some of the teams that we're going to be watching. Hayes will join me in a moment. He's unfortunately got some power issues. But regardless, it's going to be our third and final map between these two teams. 9 Pandas versus Gun 5. And remember, it is Dust 2. It is the choice this time coming out from, well, both sides to play it. But I believe Gun 5 had the choice to either go for Dust or Inferno. And we even kind of bashed them for it a little bit as to why they would go for Dust instead of Inferno. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you just tuned in, you're not missing out much. There's 2 more games coming down afterwards, after the series ends. But beforehand, let's jump into our third and final one of course, none other than Gun 5 versus 9 Pandas. As we get on to Pistol, it shall be the first real trial coming out from the side of course, Gun 5, seeing how well they can do under the pressure they're going to be put in. The recovery on that second map was on point. 9 Pandas were not allowed to make it a 2-0. And we go into map 3. Here we are. Sadame on Crad. It begins anew. A second for Sadame. No third, but Lackey is the one to deliver. And Lackey's trying to hold. Lackey finds 2. It's enough. That shall be round done. 9 Pandas will lose it. That is Gun 5 that recover on point. Well done. Well played. Not easy, but not problematic either. As we can see, round 2 is up next. Force buy. Possibly not, or never mind. A force buy for sure, apparently. Chiron on the Galil, the rest with Tech 9s and pistols, Deagles, etc. Not a fan. Really. Really not a fan. Ooh, fine shine. Finds the letters. Good start coming out from Gun 5 to begin again with that scout. We talked about it earlier. Hayes, I believe, should be back with me in a moment here. If not, he's already here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man.
Yes, sir.
You haven't missed much,
Sorry
luckily.
about that, guys. I've got all the issues going on, man. Internet and now power, but I'm working through them, rolling with the punches. 9 Pandas gonna have to do exactly that as they try and get into the safe bomb side as well. Good work from Celta to double down. Casello with a slot in position. Way too much work from Chiron to do. And Celta, I mean, Casello on the jump up there will be the one to finish it off. So, good work from Guns to navigate the anti-force buy.
It really is, isn't it? The 9 Pandas, they're going to be left with nothing in the bank. So, full eco is a must. And then the question comes on everybody's mind is, what else is a must here for 9 Pandas? Definitely the gun round after this. That's one must. And then afterwards, many more. Scout still on fine shine. And we kind of described how the Scout itself as a weapon can be very, very, very good if utilized properly, if tagging its opponent, etc. Too many times do we see Scouts do the bare minimum, if anything at all. And that usually does not suffice. Here, apparently the exact opposite applies, and against an eco, not a problem.
Yeah, not expecting much out of this round right now. About Guns looking to keep numbers alive. That's exactly what they're going to do now. We spoke about Dust 2 in the pre-game, and what it would mean if we did get to a decider. And the main sort of concern here for 9 Pandas is they don't have a dedicated AWPer.
Yeah.
And obviously Dust 2, one of the most integral parts of the map is an AWPer. Now, Fine Shine has just killed Result through his teammate. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Crad left on 3 points of health here. Really can't expect to get much done. The weapon switch means that he will fall foul to Lackey. Remember a long time ago, Crad and Lackey actually used to be teammates on Entropic. I mean, that was back to like 2022.
Yeah.
So certainly not super relevant, but just an interesting anecdote.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen them. Together. That Entropic lineup was actually not a bad one at all. It had its charm. It had its power, let's say, over us. Last a long time since we've had it. In any case, it's going to be round 4. And let's see if the first one can be gotten here for none other than, of course, 9 Pandas. It comes down to this next few seconds.
Oh, Stame really far forward, shadow advantage. Even though Result lands the first shot, Stame's still able to recover. It is going to prompt the team to start to make their way up short onto the A bomb site. Marcelo lands a dink, finishes off that kill as well. They should know there's another player, and there we go. Just chain flashes make Dilladez's life really awkward and uncomfortable. Finally a frag back to the T side, but it's almost just a consolation kill. Not like it's going to be impacting the outcome of the round at all. And Shelfie's been tagged up by the scouts. Guns dealing with this gun round decisively.
Doing a pretty good job, yeah. So far, convincing performance. I'll say that much. It's been far better than what perhaps you and I expected after the conundrum of map 1 and 2. I mean, at one point, we had, well, there was an actual way for 9 Pandas to win the series 2-0. At one point on Ancient, things could have turned a lot sour, a lot more sour for Gun 5, and we could have been seeing a 2-0. But luckily, for Gun 5, they're able to draw out of it a win. And now on Dust 2.
I'm just wondering who it's more frustrating for that game went on so long and then eventually ended in the 24th round, because 9 Pandas do their damnedest to try and force them into overtime, so they use all that energy and then they end up losing the map anyway.
Yeah.
You could also make a case that Guns have to use more energy than what they would have liked to have won the map. Dilladez, steps heard, unfortunately, he's kind of missed his opportunity, but he still gets a kill on Lackey. The AWP is going to try and get back on the corner, and Fineshine's actually fairly fortunate to get back with his life intact. And then he wants to drop the nade. Oh, man. They seem to know where Casella's going to come from as well. That is a robbery from 9 Pandas. Celta, he gets 2 kills on shorts initially, and things are looking great at that point for the CT side, but the Tech 9s run riot.
Yeah, that's a bit of a daylight robbery right there, if I've ever seen one. Okay, I guess that's the start we're going to have here. Gun 5. Just drop the ball against effectively an eco here. A mini investment, even if at all can it be called like that. As the recovery is perfect for 9 Pandas. I mean, they've got a little bit of bank on Dilladez. It's not perfect, but at least they start somewhere. And
oh, wow.
I always say starting is the hardest and then continuing is the easiest. Let's see how it goes as Fine Shine. Oh, gonna be caught by Dilladez. Hello. Oh my.
That's brutal.
Yes,
I love the way
is.
that 9 forced the way out of long. Really good flashes initially to get the kill on Stame, and then Dilladez with his AWP. Must have been a saved AWP as well that they were able to carry over from that previous round. I didn't notice in the moment, but 9 Pandas looking to string consecutive rounds together here. Start to build themselves a bit of a base on Dust 2. Great flash for Lackey to go back through, and he will inflict a lot of damage. That HE could finish off Chiron, no. But it does still deal a good chunk of damage. However, it's a 4 versus 2 as things stand. Advantage 9 Pandas in a big way. Oh, the AWP from Casello. This is going to be a tough shot to hit. He does connect, but he's going to be forced out into the open by the molly. And they now know that Celta's on shorts as well just because of the util that he's been throwing. I'm sure there's a few low health players, but he himself has taken a lot of damage, and it looks like that's going to be enough to dissuade him from going for anything here in the round.
Looks like that's going to be all there is to it. 9 Pandas, they have not yet said their last. They want to win this. They want to make sure they're not eliminated. I respect that. I understand that. And the same goes for Gun 5, of course. Thinking this would have been an easier series. Thinking this would have been a faster series. That they would have been done by now. But anything but. As, ooh, love the boost. Usually works. This time, Dilladez gets tagged instead.
Oh my, look at this from Celta. This is very aggressive. Himself and Casello working in tandem. They're on the ramp right now, and they're not falling back after their position has been made known either. Einstein Scout will take down Dilladez's Orb. That's a great kill coming through for the CT side. They've decided to go all in with the investment here, and it's a big roll of the dice.
Yeah, it kind of is. You got to roll a natural 20 on that one, or you're going to be ending up pretty empty-handed. So there's no joke about it.
Take it that's a D&D reference?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
If you roll a round save and it's less than 10, you're going to lose this. As 9 Pandas, well, they do have the entry from long. Is it going to be enough? We're about to find out. Let's see.
Okay, that is a big skirmish, and one that's going to be won out initially by Guns, but then Shelfie's doubled down. He's going to find the third. The spray at range is going to work out for him. They just feed him one by one. Shelfie with 11 health will finish off a 1 versus 3 clutch. And that's going to be so annoying for Guns, who are in a really good position in the round.
Yes, it will be. They really set themselves up for a W, but screwed themselves over a little bit. Now it comes down to pistols and Kevlar again. Not a lot you can work with if you are Gun 5. I can't imagine you would be happy about the outcome here.
Yeah, not with how well they're done throughout majority of that round, man. 9 Pandas now have a prime opportunity to level up the scoreline.
Pretty much, yeah.
They're going to throw a lot of utility into that B bomb site, but they haven't actually committed. They're going to commit in towards long. Lucky, I think you just had to go all in on the stack here and just hope that they come long. Now you've given up the kill. Einstein does at least get the Beagle back. He's going to be forced forward by the Molly. Yeah, that was always going to lead to his demise. At this point, Guns are just looking for damage, right?
Pretty much. That's what I'd expect.
Same as an AK, at least. Might be nice for him to just bunker down and carry that into the next round. Panda's not going to have any issues in winning the round itself from here. And it's all about that following gun round.
4 coming up next. Slowly here. Are they gonna aggress short again? Is what I wonder here. Like, is this gonna be Gun 5 trying to crunch through mid and short, trying to stop them on mid? Because so far they've tried it a little bit in between and never really succeeded, have they?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm interested to see what the approach is going to be from Guns. I mean, they've been pretty aggressive in some of their rounds on the CT side so far. Shelfie 1 versus 3 clutch certainly did change the optics of this map in the early stages of the decider. It's been, what, 5-2 had he not won that. Now it's 4-all. At least the AK will be carried across. Now an important gun round here for this CT side if they want to keep control of the game. Maintain their position in the driver's seat.
Unless they want Jesus to take the wheel, I'd suggest they at least keep that wheel in their hands, yeah. And
yeah. I mean, if there is anybody you're going to let take the wheel, I think Jesus is probably the best option.
Probably the best option, yeah, if you have to give it to somebody.
Oh.
As Feinstein,
nice
well,
yeah,
gives himself up to Dilladez. That's a little bit too easy almost. We do see him try and lurk out mid, but he waits that smoke. He's playing it smart, and there's no chance he gets surprised. He's gonna get a double. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, that's B, baby.
Wow.
Or
I love the way that Dilladez was playing this round. It should be.
Yeah, it should
left.
be.
Lackey got one before he goes down. The retake is certainly on the cards. He doesn't have a kit, but time's not really the big problem right now. He has utility. But doors smoked off obviously just narrows down the options here for 9 Pandas in terms of what they have to worry about. Incendiary will not actually get the kill or even tick down the planter. And Rest starts into the open, says, no problem. But Dilladez is the real tip of the spear there, man. The way he closes the gap in middle so far forward, Feinstein never expects him there. Dilladez, yeah, this peak he was so ready for.
Yeah.
And then he just takes all of the space immediately after he gets that kill as well.
Pretty much right on the money right there. And I'm Pandas. What can I say? That was a closer call than it should have been, a closer start, but they find themselves at an advantage, dude. Somehow they keep on persevering through these tough moments. And
wow.
Feinstein wins a duel against an AWP with a scout. Oh, what?
I mean, this is an eco round here for the CT side, by the way. They had 2 guns coming into this, the M4 and the scout, and it's a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, it is. This is interesting. Very interesting, to say the least. Well, I guess we got our answer. This is 5-5 and then some.
Oh my goodness, Casello's in T-spawn. Brad's wondering, what the hell are you doing there? And that is all 5 players staying alive for guns? Okay, wasn't expecting that coming into this round considering the investment.
Yeah, same. I'm a little bit perplexed myself, but it seems to have been working out somewhat, at least, as we go to round 11. We're looking at a potential 6-6 on the halftime. That'd be fantastic for Gun 5, but for the 9 Pandas, we talked about their constraints with time. We talked about what is up next for them within less than 30 minutes. I'm not sure how they're going to handle that, but if this game does not end by then, they could be in trouble. As Gun 5, let's see how they play this.
Alright, well, I feel like Guns, off the back of such a successful eco round, would love to be able to follow that up with a gun round win here as well, just to regain the lead. They'll have some money even if they lose this round. You can't say the same for 9 Pandas. They haven't been able to get 1 player into the brew container. There's actually 2 there, and they will both end up falling. Is there going to be a trade here from Shelfie? You can see he kind of wants to go for it, but a kill comes through elsewhere on the map, so there's a big advantage for Guns in this round. Surely we're not going to see another robbery, or will we? Dilladez, great 2 kills. He can't get the spray under control for the 3rd. We've seen Shelfie win a 1v3 from this position already. Can he make the 1v2 work?
We're about to find out. It'd be a massive clutch for 9 Pandas to bring up another round like this. Unfortunately, in the end, it's yellow. That's a little bit too accurate and a little bit too deadly, and that is going to bring the end of the round itself in the favor, of course, none other than Gun 5. As they bring it back and re-roll the years in their favor. 6-5, last round, first half coming to an end. Honestly, even at 7-5, I wouldn't be too concerned by 9 Pandas, given you started 4-0. So, you know, just take it as it is. Take the 5 rounds. If you can make it 6-6, it's great. Otherwise, you know, you still can't live with that. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'd even split down the center. Probably okay for both teams. I mean, I'd imagine Guns probably be the less happy of the 2 of them, considering they had like a 3v1 they lost, and they've got a really big weaponry advantage coming into this round as well. Let's see, can they find a way to make these weaker weapons work? Self's going to clear out that CT smoke, catches a glimpse of 1 free frag for him there. Tenderizing these keys, and now he's probably going to try and toy with them and go through the smoke. No, he decides against it. It's going to leave the 2 players on the speed bomb site to lock it down. Fine shine, Casello, Lackey, no problem at all between the 3 of them to finish off the job, and that's a very convincing end to the map there for Guns.
Yes, it is.
I mean, end of the half, rather, of course.
Yeah, end of the half, but nonetheless, very, very interesting regardless. Question marks, of course, now being kind of put out there for Gun 5s, and how do they continue? T-side a little bit weakened, perhaps on that second map. Here it should be emboldened. It's Dust 2.
Well, let's see if Guns can win the pistol round to really push this advantage forward, put further pressure on 9 Pandas. Dilladez is going to have a job to do here on the platform right now. Good first frag, second as well. It's that same sort of situation where he's tapping at 1, he looks at the kill feed, and he sees he's actually gotten 2 kills.
Exactly. Perfect shutdown. And this puts a lot of strain on Gun 5. They're going to have to up the ante. I'm not liking how split they are. The 3 players that are yet alive, they're not really giving themselves a lot of chances. Lackey finds Crad, which is great, but you still got Shelfie on B and Dilettas that you know of. as they're traversing back towards A. They're going to go through Chiron and Result instead. And maybe that's not the worst shout, because both have been a bit of a hit and miss right now. Haven't had the greatest of showcases, let's say.
Let's see if there's a way back into this one here for Guns. Oh, they need this kill on the ramp player. There's going to be a player long as well. They have got those 2 flashes. Great kill from Lackey on the fly there. Result will get 1 back. That maintains the advantage.
Yes, it does.
Oh, shot from Veladez as well, man. He's had a great little bit of impact here in this pistol round. Lackey finds 1 back, and surely not, right? Dancing around on the bomb site. He's got no health. He's got no health. He's got no room. And he is a dead man. Quad kill from Veladez. He's 16-9 right now. He's the difference maker.
That would have been an insane pull. Imagine if he pulls that back. Now that would have been just crazy. Luckily, that's not the case, and 9 Pandas do not let that one slip away through their fingers. 67, looking to be tied up, although, of course, there will be a buy. Why am I not... Like, of course there will be a buy, right? Of course there will.
Of course there will be an investment here. They get the bomb plant from the pistol round that they lose, and they want to try and keep up as much pressure as they can. And I can get behind this buy here for Guns. Hero AK, Fine Shine, the life of an all... Oh, they actually haven't gone all in, I lie. It's just Lackey who's getting all his money.
Yeah,
that's a misread from my side. Okay. That's a huge nade there. I mean, Zelta, that's really stays alive because he's the pack mule with all the utility right now.
Oh, Shelby.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, trying to burst their way through middle right now. Not going to work out at all. Not even a single kill in the round here for Guns as things stand. Cello left alive, and we're going to have a leveled up scoreline. 7 apiece between teams. Brad will conclude the round, and he's even able to pick up that 1 AK that was dropped by his former teammate. And now, yeah, Lackey's going to have to pay the price. He's going to have to use a Deagle or a Mac-10 here. Not ideal on a map like Dust 2. Goes for the Deagle. That makes a little bit more sense, I suppose. And 9 Pandas have had a good start to the map.
They have, haven't they? You know, I have to agree. They've definitely knocked it out of the woods to begin with. Result, Crad.
There we go.
Those are the entries you're looking for. Not the droids and Gun 5. Not sure they have what it takes.
I like that one.
Yeah. Have you watched the Star Wars movies? You
all
did,
of the
right?
relevant ones that
yes, the
actually
relevant.
do matter.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah.
We talked about that. We did. Yeah.
I don't know if we actually. Yeah, I mean, I don't acknowledge the existence of
the Disney
any
Star
Star
Wars
Wars movies that came out after like 2008 or whatever the last one was released.
2003.
The 6.
Yeah.
Okay, well there we go.
Yeah.
A lot earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, he's picked up an AK. He's picked up 2 kills. Oh my god, he's not far away from finding the head of the third there, you know. But ultimately, the round will fall apart. We've seen some insane clutches and clutch attempts here from a number of players on the server. That one falls short though.
That's an insane pull. Like, that almost goes, you know, all the way there. Lackey, not sure how he managed that, but he almost did. Get it together. Gun 5, it's, well, given everything, it's a bit of a tough one. We got ourselves Galils, AKs, Tech 9s, Deagles. This Raggedy Ann investment, I'm not sure it's going to work, but let's find out. They seem to be a bit desperate to start getting rounds on board.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very good run here from 9 Pandas so far, winning 3 rounds in a row. They should be able to add a tally. I mean, it's a bit of a broken investment from the T side, but it's going to be strength in numbers here. 5 players making their way together after getting that early long control. They found the first frag as well, made. But it might not have gone deep enough, but it does. And that's going to result in an AWP kill coming through. Great follow-up. Villadez is having a fantastic time of it here on Dust 2. What on earth is that third kill there from him? Straight through the smoke. Lackey, a 1v4 turned 1v2 in the blink of an eye.
Another clutch.
Trying to let this round sit and marinate as well, but no, he will be denied.
What is that clutch? What is that pull? That is insane. Lackey almost again goes through the motions of securing single-handedly the win. Unfortunate for the side of Gun 5, though, the Lettuce seem to have delivered something crazy. Yeah, that third kill was off the charts. My man didn't even know where the player was. He just saw some bullets through the smoke and took chance. And, well, here we are. 9-7, Gun 5 rebuy. Or it's going to be goodbye. Let's find out.
Okay, well, that is a great start there. Initially, you've got the player in tunnels as well. I like the forward positions being taken up here by the CT side, looking to take the fight to their opponents. Roaming with confidence on 9 Pandas after their very successful run of form on the CT side so far. 4 rounds to their name. Guns yet to get off the mark here in the second half, but they have got a 3v3 here. A pretty tasty one because there's no one home on the B-bomb side itself. For the time being, Villadez has his focus trained in towards mid doors. He's combining with his teammates who are pressuring up short, and that's left the B side entirely vacant. And Guns, well, they're not going to ask any questions. They're just going to waltz right in.
They are. Assault.
This is a big gunfight. That's a really big gunfight, though.
It is. It is. It kills that flank. It kills that chance that the T's might have had. And this is going to be... Oh! Wait. Counter-Strike. You see what you don't get, or you get what you don't see, or you... I don't know, but whatever that is, my God. That shouldn't be hitting. Never. I don't know.
Wow, result. Yeah, that's a crazy shot with the AWP, though, man. You can't win the lotto if you don't buy a ticket.
No, for
that's
real.
My saying.
For real. No, you're correct, brother. You are correct. I am a little bit speechless, completely honest with you.
Fair enough.
I don't know how that shot even connects, but yeah. It's
right, well,
that's one of the things I hate the most about this, about Counter-Strike 2, is how inaccurate the hitboxes are compared to your client, compared to server and client-side comparisons. Like, it's crazy how different those two are.
I mean, you throw what used to be called Go TV into the mix now as well.
God,
that even gives up a slightly different view as to what the players on the server have. Nice shot there from Chiron. He is now wielding the AWP. We've seen 4 different players using the AWP now for 9 Pandas. So not much consistency there. Costello finds a big kill to try and open up this A bomb site. He's burning alive though. Has to drop his smoke grenades to just try and survive. HE doesn't do nearly as much as they would have liked, and Selta and Costello will both pick up a kill apiece. Selta down to a single point of health in the process, but he lives to tell the tale. And now Shelfie, well, we've seen this movie before, haven't we?
I believe we have. I believe we know what it means. 11-7, huh? That's how the cookie crumbles, I guess.
It should be 10-8, actually. Unless... Oh, right, because of the movie we've seen before. Sure, yeah, you got me there. I'm snoozing at the wheel. My bad. Listen, it's been a bit of a longer day. I mean, I know the first map, the first series was only 2 maps. Let's see, Shelfie, how many did he get here? 1, 2, 3? No, okay. Well, a little bit of extra economic damage, but it is going to be that 10-8 scoreline now. It's been a bit of a longer day, even though the first series was only 2 maps. We had double OT on the first map, and then here, 13-11, 13-11, and many rounds being played on Dust 2 as well. What a stark contrast we had from the last time these two teams played against each other in Series 19. 9 Pandas, I know we've spoken about it a number of times, but anyone who doesn't know, these two teams played against each other a couple of days ago.
Yes.
And 9 Pandas won 3 rounds in 2 maps. We've now played a total of, what, 24, 48, 58, 60, 64 rounds.
64 rounds, yeah.
We're up to 64 rounds of Counter-Strike right now, compared to the, 29 that were played last time between these two teams?
I believe so, yeah. A total of
Crazy.
29 was played last time, yeah.
Yeah.
13-2 and 13-1. Sorry, yeah, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Brain's getting fumbled.
So, yeah, you and me both, man. It's it's getting like to silly season now, but just on the day, the silly part of the day. Brain fog. I've got my glasses off even because, yeah,
Because of the
eyes are
fog.
starting to get a little bit strained. Exactly.
Yeah.
My glasses are fogging up. Can't see what's in front of me, so it's kind of ironic that glasses don't help either way. This is a big investment from 9 Pandas. They've spent all of their money, and it's not like they have a phenomenal buy to work with. So 10-9 is right there for the taking, and if Guns win this round, then it's an anti-eco. And then we've just got all the rounds again.
Pretty much. It's gonna come down to select a few moments here as Shelfie gets
what?
caught. How does Shelfie know?
Was Casello blind?
I don't know. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how they trade so unequally there, but they do trade, and in the end, it does make a bit of a difference, at least. Oh my god, these rounds are getting crazier and crazier in a second, I swear.
They really are, man. Look at this. I mean, just so many plays being made through the smoke. Celta goes through the CT smoke. Chiron's never going to expect that. Villadez was all by himself on the B bomb site. He thought he had a whole storm heading in his direction. He gets the kill on the first player, and then the second decides against committing. They head into the A bomb site, and that's going to be enough here for Guns to get the job done. 10-9, and an anti-eco to follow.
Tough. That's what it is. It's very tough. As these rounds are just collapsing, and yeah, honestly, Dilettes, I mean, saving this rifle, I'm not even sure how much money they have left in the bank. I feel like
nothing.
there should be pretty much nothing, right? Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah. And they only get 1900 when they lose this round as well.
So, they in trouble. They in big trouble. Just hope they know what they're going to be doing for the next round. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a little bit of craziness. Let's find out.
Yeah. And again, this is only going to frustrate 9 Pandas even more, because they would have been thinking in the back of their minds, okay, sick, we can just have a strong showing here on our CT side,
quick
finish off the job, have a 10-minute break before we jump into our qualifier game, and then reset. But it doesn't look like they're going to have much of a break now. That series is supposed to start in 15 minutes.
Yeah, for real. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I mean, look, it either finishes in 15 minutes or something's going to have to give. And surely they have a little bit of time to burn, at least before the game starts. So hopefully they'll have a chance to at least relax before they begin. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's see what exactly is the plan moving into our next one. This pistol buy with the M4 and Diletta saved up. Surely we don't expect it to do much. Maybe a kill. Staying is low. Yeah, 1 kill is not bad. Okay. Oh.
Another?
Okay.
Any more where that came from? I mean, this is concerning. Einstein getting tagged up there. And now all 3 of the players are here for the CT side. Oh, 9 Pandas, what have you just done? Can Feinstein save the day? Where's the bomb? Is it on the side currently?
I have no clue right now. Legitimately, I'm a little bit perplexed myself as to what the hell is
I think it's on the middle of the bomb side, actually. So
it does seem
that
like
makes matters even worse for Feinstein. How does he break this one apart in the 1v2?
Nearly an impossibility, I would dare say. As much as I hate to put it like that, that's just how it looks like. Does it not?
Yeah, it does. He just edges way forward. But look at the complementary angles being held, and it's a perfect timing on the step out there from Chiron. Not going to let Feinstein take the fight on his terms. Chiron forces the fight. That's 11-9, and a disastrous round for Guns to lose in the grand scheme of things.
It really is. 11-9, Gun 5, money-wise, are in deep trouble, to say the least. That AWP has to do some magic. Honestly, if they don't, it's lights out. It's over.
Yeah, true. They lose this round here. You can just kiss the map and series away. such an important round in the grand scheme of things. Stame has a MAC-10. There's a pistol for Lackey as well. Not even an ideal investment here for Guns to try and keep themselves in the contest.
Anything but ideal, in fact. Are they going to go through mid to B? Yeah, that's what they're going to do here. The smoke's already up. They heard the flash. Yeah, it feels like a decent option, but surely they have to move now. The smoke is about to dissipate. They have another one ready. But wasting these smokes might be exactly what 9Pandas are waiting for them to do. Oh my god! That is the luckiest thing I've seen in a long time. As Yellow finds Crad, there's another in CT, but the deep flank from mid, like I said, they took too long! Result has hit them in the back. And it's gonna be a 4v4. Oh my god, they're gonna go short. This is a crazy... Like, what? What are they doing? The indecisiveness is killing me.
Yeah, exactly. They need to make a decision and commit to it. Problem is, there's no obvious options available because they know there's a player CT who's probably repositioned ramp. They know there was a player long who's now gone all the way back around. This is
back out
questionable.
Mid.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the double pump. This time there's no util for the C to cover CT, but evidently not necessary. Chiron and Dylan, there's a big job to do on the key bomb side, and Chiron has just been deleted from the server. You're going to need some paracetamol after that headache, mate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I might need just the general anesthesia after that. God damn. He just literally deleted him right there. The AWP didn't even get to fire a shot.
Yeah. That's going to be 11-10. Oh, my word. That was looking really good for 9Pandas. And I will say, considering how at sea Guns looked at one point in that round after their initial plan got shut down, they actually do formulate a plan very quickly about going back to the middle onto that B-bomb side. And it was actually an ideal plan as well. Oh my goodness, Shelfie not able to save his gun, and Casello will deny Result as well. Casello's inevitable, man. 22 kills, top of the server for his team, going blow for blow with Billadez. What a game this has turned out to be.
Really has, hasn't it? One hell of a showcase. Whew. Time to breathe in and breathe out because money's gone. It's going to be 11-11 and we're in for the long haul. Brother, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm locked in.
Quadruple overtime. That's what we're going to be getting.
I'm not sure 9Pandas can afford to go that long, mate.
Yeah, no,
and imagine that does happen, and then they have to, like, I'm just speculating, and they have to forfeit here, like, after double OT to go play their other game. So then they've ended up forfeiting a series where they've, like, contributed so much energy. That would be the absolute worst case scenario for them. And it has to be in the back of their minds that other game's going to be starting in 10 minutes. So if they lose this round here, then it's 11-all and they've got no money. 12-11 for Guns. And then 9Pandas are fighting for OT. Oh, my God. How have they ended up here?
Crazy. Yeah, for real. And we're going to kick it into high gear again. It's going to be a half buy. Actually, no, it's a full send. Never mind. 9Pandas just send it all. Okay. For a second there, I thought it was like, yeah, I see a CZ on Crad. Surely that's just a half buy. Nope. It's a full send. They're going to put their foot down and hope it works. I mean, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. The problem is it's more or less the latter that happens as... Gun 5. Too long. Gonna walk this one. Playing contact. There's no real threat of utility against them, so they don't care. Result. Oh, the smoke just covers his approach as he still finds the first. That's the same position we saw before, but the line up! The line up!
Oh my goodness.
Did he
still
just
a player on the bomb side? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's dropped down into elevator. There's a flank from Dilladez. This has not been... Takes him a bit longer than he would have liked, but he gets that kill on Feinstein. That's going to allow for his teammates to swing into the action as well. And that's 9Pandas robbing Guns as they do save the day there with the force buy. What a way for them to make it work as well. I think Guns just take too long to activate after they get out long, because they got out long right at the start of the round there.
Absolutely. I am 100% right behind you there. They just took too long to move out of the way, to move into place and start doing, start actually taking control of the round. Instead, they just kind of fumbled their fingers, fiddled with their fingers rather, and in the end, fiddled with the round. That's going to be 12-10 as 9Pandas are one away from securing the 2-1 scoreline and, of course, putting themselves still in contention for that series of the close qualifier for PGL without having to sacrifice any time or anything of the like.
Yeah, but energy, man. The energy that they've committed to the series just to be eliminated from... Oh, no, they wouldn't be eliminated. At least they'll keep themselves alive here in CCT Series 20. So there will be a reward for all their hard work, at least.
Yes, if they win.
That's true. They've got 2 chances, and if they lose this round, Tio, well, just look at their bank. I don't have to tell you.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? It ain't looking good if they drop the ball here, if we can say so.
Yeah, we needed 24 rounds on the previous 2 maps. The entirety of regulation was played out on both Nuke and Ancient. Are we going to go the distance here on Dust 2 as well? Or can 9 Pandas finish off the job right here, right now?
Well, I guess we are going to find out very soon. Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. Again, they've gotten out long, and they haven't learned from the mistakes of their previous transgressions. They're still just posting up, waiting. And look at the info 9 Pandas are getting. They push through tunnels, push through middle, they're up catwalk, and they should realize exactly what's going on here and rotate accordingly. I'm surprised 9 Pandas aren't actually stacking up the defense on the A-bomb side a little bit more here. Like, when is it ever 5 players waiting outside of B tunnels when you have no idea what's going on? That's never the case. It's always long.
It usually is always long, yeah. I have to agree with you. And all in all, it seems like this could come to 11. Oh, the entry. Chiron replies. He's got the AWP in his hands. It seems like Shalfie's not going to be the one leading the AWPing. Let's say the AWPing anytime soon. Just yet. Shalfie through long. The timing is perfect. 9 Pandas, have you done it? Have you done it? Shalfie goes for 2. He just keeps aggressing. There's still 4 CT players around as Mr. Crad from short. And it's down to Sadame. 1 man against many. And this is a near impossibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the series is about to come to an end as Mr. Sadame has no chance.
That is, again, them making the exact same mistake they made in the round before. That taking way too long to activate when they get long. That's why the flank comes through again. The flank is detrimental to their cause. You know, it was the exact same way the previous round fell apart. I love the way that 9 Pandas are so proactive around the map there, getting the info, getting the flank going, rotating, getting the numbers on the correct side of the map. And 9 Pandas have done it. They finished the series in time, and they've got the victory. I'm just going to put it out there right now. I don't have power, so I don't have lights, guys. The camera's going to look like crap. So that's just a matter of fact.
That's just the way it is. Yeah. So regardless, Hayes, I don't think we have a lot of time to waste because the next series is also going to begin in less than 15 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to leave you in the hands of Mark and Vincent. Make sure to keep that in mind. So make sure to get some water, get some food, and we'll be seeing you all in 15 minutes time when the second pair of casters take over. Hayes, I loved it, as always,
buddy. Pleasure, mate.
Yeah. I hope we get to do this more often. It's just so damn fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was your penultimate game for Season 2 as well, Tio. So it was a pleasure sharing the mic with you, mate. Had a lot of fun casting the games, but there's still a lot of action lined up for you guys. And like Tio said, it's going to be a short turnaround time as well. So you're not even going to have to wait all that long. Grab your refreshments, grab your snacks, and tune in for that next series.
after a very tight final map and a lead-in to the last couple of best-of-threes of the day, we have a little bit of a scene change. The Americans have invaded CCT Europe for the moment. My name is Vincent, joined by Get the Bag Marky. It's been a hot minute since you and I have been on CCT together, and I'm excited to be here with you.
Yeah, it's a great day to be here, Vinny. It's been a minute since we've seen over to the European region specifically, so honestly, great scenes for you. You know, we have a great back end today. Like, we've been watching along. We even maybe had our shift kind of, push forward a bit, but I kind of even had my price of admission met. That was a great third map that we got to get into that Dust 2 with 9 Pandas right there. But I'm excited about the games that we have going on. It's amazing that we had 5 perfect ones to start out. GTZ with an awesome win. They needed that, and against Partisan, that's going to be a nice one to put up early for them. But Sashi and Apogee, we get in our initial 1-1 match today, Vincent. That should be definitely a ball.
Yeah, it should be. I think that one's like the hardest to call of any of these games.
And that's how I like it.
By the way, I got to see that GTZ team for the first time relatively recently, and I was a big fan of what they were doing. And then it's sort of the name value matchup here, Sinners and OG. I think that one actually far more complex than maybe you would think at first glance, but still going to be a whole lot of fun, especially considering some of the current form that we've got from Sinners, just as an example, but OG as well, seemingly on an upswing. But maybe not. Who knows? There's all these question marks that we have going in, and that's what the Swiss stage is for. But we're going to take this thing a little bit quicker into this roster, because Sashi, unfortunately for them, it's been a little bit of a tough time out at the beginning of this year, and for more ways than one. But the first of which, man, on your screen there, Altex is not in the server tonight, and that's because he has not been for the last 6 officials for this team. As far as I know, it's just a stand-in situation, but Nico is going to be stepping into his shoes as he has been for the last couple of weeks.
Right, and a guy that Altix is obviously going to know well. Obviously, both of them were donning those TSM jerseys when that situation was unfortunately kind of crumbling down on that back end. But for a guy like Altix, I think, specifically for us, it's going to be one on the broadcast where it's going to be kind of a sad announcement. But as we were discussing in the green room, I think you see to a veteran player that will really kind of set the tone back for a squad that can be very nice. I think that, we talk about the Danish region as in the tier 2 level, about a year ago. And it, specifically for a lot of these guys, it's been a bit rocky here. So to find some interesting form a little bit consistently, if Nico will actually be the final glove to this lineup, I think that could be an interesting fit. But the ratings are saying otherwise, interesting in some lower sample size.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that this Sashi team is one where they are always a team that is sort of greater than the sum of their parts. That's the ideal, and with all these pieces, it's always been that goal as well. So I don't think that the rating necessarily is a big issue per se. Lucky's been consistent. We've seen good things from Zyphon throughout. But
100%.
This is an Apogee roster that they're up against that has a lot of fun names to kind of talk about. Some young names. A return for Dimho, who is in a new look team after his time. It was Enterprise, I believe, last year that he spent most of his time with. So I'm excited to continue seeing him. And younger players that are starting to get their opportunities, like Jacob. I think he's been an incredibly exciting prospect continuing forward.
Yeah, we'll get sort of down the line here, maybe even getting younger in the process. Hypix as well, a very good player that, they kind of share that stage at 21 years old. It's quite cool to see a very good put out by at least the scope side over there. Hypix been doing some very consistent work. Obviously, Jacob taking that into a different count. He's been obviously reaching the highest of the ratings for this squad. But we have Hoffa over here at 18 years old. We have been obviously looking forward to seeing this gentleman take into the server today. But you're sort of managed by a very interesting back end. And that's something with here Prism will have in common here, experience with a lot of the guys over here on this unit on Sashi, right? To have that kind of competitiveness in the server here this afternoon after we already know Apogee has had a busy morning, Vincent.
Yeah, they have off the back of having to play. And listen, it's been the fact that they're in a whole bunch of different leagues and stuff. That means that you're getting a whole bunch of matches underway, but it also does mean that you are potentially in a tight spot with regard to time. But picking up a win this morning, that's always some good news. But as we jump further into this veto, I think for Sashi, unfortunately their map pool has left a lot to be desired. Here more recently, they have a very wide map pool. You're very rarely going to catch them off guard, but they haven't been consistently good on all that many maps. And that being said, I think it's interesting, right? Nuke being one of those, get the opportunity, and they don't pick into it. Instead, we're going to see Sashi head towards Ancient, which is another map that they're decent on. I think that's definitely one of the upper echelon that I would say for them. That being said, Apogee are also pretty strong here. Not too shabby themselves, leading into a Dust 2 pick as well. That one's one that Apogee have been getting more reps on as of more recent, and they've been looking decent, even though the win rate's not quite where they want it to be yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit shocked you're not going to be getting that Nuke sort of in the back end, right? I guess if we're going to bring it back to the conversation as to probably the more wild of the R2 back end series here today, this just became even that much more difficult to call. So honestly, this lines up to pretty peppery back end, but starting off on an Ancient, I think here for the Sashi squad, I'm really looking forward to seeing Lucky get involved into this first map. But I mean, when you add it to more of just Nico right back next to Zyphon, this should be an interesting face-off with already highlighting what you're going to get in from Jacob on the other side. A good pair of riflers you get into the server today.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And even beyond this, I think that to maybe touch on the veto a little bit more as we jump into Ancient, I think that the mindset that Sashi is kind of showing us with the way that veto went is that they are not necessarily picking to their strengths. They're understanding that Apogee is also good on Nuke, and they're thinking, well, we're playing with a sub. Let's try to find a little bit more of a middle ground here, and that's what I think they've done. We'll see if it works out for them, if it's going to be favorable as a whole, because we got a Ancient getting going here, Mark.
Sorry, I thought I DC'd there for one moment. All good. Vincent, if we're going to roll into some issues, they better be early. Hopefully that's not the case. Versace right at the beginning of this T side. But maybe if you walk right into the Double Dogs Prism, who's just going to be right here, locked within the cave. Heaviest hand that you're going to be wanting to avoid over there on this defense. But you're going to see if you can try and catch him off guard. Going here into this spot, and actually you're going to sniff him right out. So Sashi, they're getting the ground that they're going to be just desiring early, but Hypix can just roll the ball. So can Zyphon. That's going to be aggressive, and they're just holding this one down. Sashi, they're fighting for all of this control, backing off with an advantage.
Yeah, but Apogee not out of this thing just yet. Still the ability to break through. Don't know if there's a kit down. I didn't see one. Regardless, visual maintained. This flashbang could set Demo up, but and it goes so deep. That's fantastic. Unfortunately for Demo, vision returns and fast enough that now this 1-on-2 is nigh impossible for H5. I just don't think there's time is the problem. Even that nice shot can't bail out the fact that the time has essentially expired. Lucky will seal the deal on that round, though loses life in the process.
Oh, he's down for one way to chalk up a B hit middle of that. I don't know that I was particularly ready for see teams all the time, Vincent, flash through the right side of that smoke. When do they just pop in through left, no flash at all, try and push that up? That's how Sashi decided to ball. Mac 10 already back up for Iceberg. Just gonna meet these MP9s, hopefully at the pace. Like to get it back. Take that fight forced all the way out. Prism, he's got to be dead to rights, locked in that corner. You might need to make a play right down the ramp right now, Vincent. That looks like what they're going to be queuing up. A nade right to his face, and they take that B control, but they know now it's got to be A.
Yeah, phenomenal reaction from Apogee. That the fact that they get there in time, that they actually have the nade support from middle as well from Demo, that's phenomenal. Unfortunately, like you were alluding to, Sashi, they have a nice fast reaction of their own as they head towards the A bomb site. Oh, this isn't ideal though. This post plant that is do not have significant tipple control. Iceberg's going to get there eventually, but he's alone, and I mean that's why that's a problem. He's isolated. He is down without much of a fight. He tags up one. That's going to start this retake, at least for the moment. The CTs look to overwhelm, and it is a numbers game at the end of the day to give Apogee the fight back.
Perfectly matched up at the end. They were clean right as a team. That's why you start off 4B all the way on that way through. And you're exactly right. You even see the fights probably go some of the best ways they can. A double on the boost. It was really clean as well from Xiphon up there. But that's math. It's really hard to add out when you get into those fights. And I mean, this is how you clip into a difference of that first half. Apogee are already getting back onto Sashi, but Vincent, we're playing real high stakes today. Sashi, they're already throwing this back at the ball. Where else would you rather go with this thing? Up with the Tech 9s. They're probably headed right towards B.
I mean, when you get a post plant like that, when you continue to get plants, it's exactly what you would expect. Anticipate.
Oh, man.
Oh, but caught out in the open. It's Gabby to go down, who's lining up some utility. They try to move in off the back of that timing, and they'll get there, but unfortunately, they meet a whole lot of stiff resistance. There's no way to break through, especially not when Hypex is available on scene for a triple.
And that's a fantastic hold right there. The response in to immediately check them after that fight from the Tech 9s, rather that peek in initially from Nico, is exactly what you want to see. But they exactly hold on to it. A double there in the back lines. This young Opper has already gotten on to a 6-1 start, and he's farming on the M4. The great B holds you're already seeing. Just checked back off of that pistol round.
Gonna set Sashi back not only for this round but in this map as well. I've had to try and get creative up against the 4 spy, and Apogee successful in that. This one just a little bit of a slower approach, investigatory, but not wanting to overstep the bounds. Apogee don't want to be too aggressive on a round where they have such an advantage already.
Oh, it's a dangerous jump spot. Play a game like that, you get a certain prize, Vincent, but I don't think you're expecting anything too crazy here. Try and get up with that bomb down, unfortunately, in middle. Poor Xiphon left alone to just walk it right in, and it's 5 alive from Sashi. On the B rush that you had previously, they got out with 3. Vincent, they're starting to build a little bit of a back-end investment. Apogee can really start to get into a little bit of form if, say, they take a very stomping start into this rifle round where Sashi win the pistol. You're thinking they're going to get their great look into their own map pick of Ancient. Right now, that's completely been flipped. Not really time to panic just yet, though.
We'll see if panic stations are going to be called. Mid control is the fight that's on, and it's Jacob to dominate in that area. The flashbang from Demo provides a whole lot of support to set Apogee up for success. 5-on-3 to start this round, Mark.
And that's effortless. I feel like through middle, they're just both boxed out. Again, it gets desperate when you're trying to phase right into the smoke lane. But now what options do you have? Iceberg now spotted and absolutely just thrashed by Jacob. Hypix backlines again. No minimal discoveries. It's only Prism down. The only loss for this team. This is going to be a very, very fine lead that they're going to be getting onto, Vincent. That's what I was talking about. That's a result that they needed to put up. And it's 4-1, but in such thin margins, they're going to be building up their eco so well. 6K on like 4 players right now.
Yeah, Apogee trying to lean back on some of the success they found in Series 17, where they, were able to break through into playoffs. These last couple of attempts, it's been an end at the play-ins for Apogee, so this is a whole different situation. And to be fair, those plans are a whole lot more punishing. You know, just a loss or two will mean curtains for you and your chances. But Sashi trying to do some recovery. And in that fashion, they've taken mid control. I mean, good for what they have. But now, what do? Look for a reaction? Absolutely. Iceberg is going to be given it. With Hypex down, they're not able to split the defense as effectively, sure, but they still have really created a lot of uncomfortability here for Apogee.
And again, they've had to break the mold here with these pistols, but it's Prism that can pivot back and, oh, just wipe all the worry away. That's a third through the smoke, and it's just against these pistols, but it's poetic in that aspect, and Apogee don't even have a worry. It's another 4 live round, Vincent, and this is quickly becoming a really one-sided Ancient affair.
Listen, I'm not ready to panic yet, to be honest with you. I think that CT side of this map, when you get rolling after you win back that force by Apogee, they set themselves up for success. They've taken a lot of good decisions as well with regard to mid control, and there's even more to provide. They haven't really fully pressed on B either, so I think there's still options. But Sashi are not out yet. They still have a way to fight, and it's this buy round that's going to be that way back in. But Zyphon out mid helps him out massively, and it could be the double. There's Cabby involved, and the op heard and removed.
Whoa, okay. Now this is a flip of script. These effortless entries are almost looking like they're coming out of Apogee's side. And right now, I'm not even sure they're going to have a way back into this round. A good kill that you do get to hint on the back end. Or this bomb's going to go down at A. And that's exactly how Zyphon are going to have to break down the door. It's through straight up, I guess, kind of moving up. They were that aggressive on each of their middle takes, however, really stopped up by a couple of the smokes, a lot of the util that was getting in the way. That time they get off so clean on the block and makes for a nice dive.
Yeah, a phenomenal round out of Sashi, and you know, it's just a little extra detail that they get on that in that mid take. It's a whole lot more not hesitation, maybe the right word, where they allow for it to be a two-pronged approach with both the swing from elbow, but then also from shelf. Makes it a lot easier. Also, you know, Zyphon just hitting the opening duel. That's a massive relief. Because H5 is going to take one on the exit. Stay alive in the meantime. The other reason that it's not panic stations yet, Mark, is that you know, Apogee does well on their CT side here, but it's their T side struggles that have really defined them on this map more recently. So I think that, you know, them looking good on the CT side is not a surprise.
Better take full advantage of it then. That's what I'm hearing from that point of view. Like this look. They're sending him right into the armpit, just straight up this middle play. This has got to be so frustrating to see into early. However, Cabby up top is managing an opening kill on his end. So you are going to be seeing this all the way back to this B side. The rest of Sashi, they look to be very patient, Vincent. Seeing what else can sprout from the rest of this. Nico considering coming back.
Still a little bit concerned about the setup in mid. There's certainly some support there for it, but yeah, that Molotov is going to force Demo into a really uncomfortable position. He drops the smoke on the floor, but now his position known. He's got to rely on HFOD to let him escape. That escape made and even survives it. This is a flood back through Red Room. They see so many bodies and they had no idea that it would be so busy in that area of the map. Cabby takes space at B in response, but the bomb is down.
Just drape it all over this thing. All covered in the banner of Apogee. They even look at the back end. Lucky should count his blessings at this point. They do a 10 HP combined, Vincent. It's an ugly look, but they can manage it for another 20 seconds, so it'll be all good and clean. But Apogee, I mean, that's quite a result to kind of whiplash Sachi like that. And we'll feel that in the bank accounts as now you'll see this over the line. Everybody should be safe to go as a 6 falls the way of the CT side early.
What a response, though, from Apogee when you consider, a lost round where everything went wrong, and they make a little bit of an adjustment, the run boost to get deep into elbow. That gives them the opening duel. But even beyond that, even when they lose the B extremity, the ramp push, that is a little bit less successful. But they reroute together to re-clear mid. There's so much there. Oh my goodness. Ipex, very lucky to be alive. That flashbang pushing him back just enough, as if there wasn't a visual before for Lucky, now that shot fired off is going to give the information that the B AWP is available.
Nico in front of this, forced to fight. Now checked into the second player and just lined up. Hoffa's got that easily. 15-3 is melting them from multiple approaches. And Sashi just put in another pickle. Pass through 60 seconds. They're already into it. And it looks like they're interested in a little bit more. Lucky haven't had to be so active beginning of this game, but patiently is going to be picking up that kill. And Vincent now worries all away. You can reorganize to this, and maybe the bomb can see its way back towards the safe side.
I mean, it seems likely. Jacob's in donut right now. Bomb to be collected at elbow, and it will be a move in that direction. As Lucky joins up with Iceberg. How much can Jacob offer up? Nothing at all is the answer. Demo clear out mid, but on the timing, Zyphon swings with that. Hypex is likely out of this round. A 1v3 that he's in position to go for, but with an op in his hands, it's doubtful.
Potentially into the grasp of Siphon. Playing around towards middle. They would love to rip the scope out. You know they would. Sashi, they have a couple of things to worry about on their own end. But you gotta love a bit of a reaction like that. That's the 5v3 converted. Now you have located where young Pull is stashing his AWP. He's gonna have to likely survive one more check. No actual look in by Iceberg, so Sashi will get a third. Just pull up right there with the saving opera on the other side, and they'll be fine with that.
These rounds hard fought, but Sashi, finding a little bit of success here and there. It's so important to keep them in this map. I think that for them at the moment, it's about surviving the T side a little bit, even though the T side is typically where they do a lot of their good work. Like I was suggesting, Apogee's T side not ideal, so going to be opportunities. That's a huge frag, by the way, from Iceberg. The fact that he gets that without there being any resistance, Jacob gets nothing at all. That's so important to Sashi being able to get the bomb down with some swiftness and disallowing any opportunity for a retake. If Jacob gets a kill and then stays alive, that's a whole different story.
Fortunately, it's been maybe a little bit slow for Nico just on the scoreboard to show up, but as you sort of struck that back a couple of times, Sashi may have a better crawl into the back end of this T side than Apogee was just very quickly able to put up a couple of very nice convincing rounds on that board early. But they take it at a bit of a slower tempo. The rest of Apogee is allowed to just sit and fray to this. A little bit of business you can just check into on the other side of Cave. Now they're fully getting involved in Cheetah. Prism knows it.
I think it's an interesting adjustment from Apogee as well, who've been really forward-facing on these mid-fights. Ooh, and that's a little bit of a scary spray, but Jacob will convert it into a kill And this round, you know, it's a very passive setup with, you know, an op towards A in comparison, where they're playing the sites more than anything, which is a rare occurrence here on Ancient. And Sashi, seeing that, a little bit unsure of what the plan is, because it's so different from the rest of this half.
That's the arm scene, chucking that smoke all the way out. That's that first pronged approach gone. We just talked about how the Donut player, the first A site defender in the last round, got nothing. Well, now it looks like they're going to show up, but a multi-pronged approach. Hypix has to work for that second shot back, but they know about the boost, and that's why they're going to so easily trade it out. Currently, that smoke is still cloaked on the CT, and the low HP Nico is going to find a hole to stick the bomb through, and Sashi, they have a longer engaged setup to this. With Cabby, could have seen all the way through. Nothing on that back end. Prism goes from CT now.
Oh, but the Molotov means that Cabby's not going to be able to provide support for Nico, and so that fact is isolated. A 1-on-2, Cabby needing to clutch up, gets the information on the jump back, but he run them down. Apogee ensures it, and with HFOT having a kit, it will be plenty of time. Apogee set themselves up for success with those early victories on the A-bomb site, and despite the fact that I really think you wanted more from Hypix in that position at Brokey, I think he probably should have gotten more done. It's okay when he gets traded 1-for-1, and the same true up on Tree.
I mean, you get a couple out really working with the elbow grease to get a couple of these frags back. I mean, it really kind of takes a moment. Sashi, they'd up ending up into getting into good wins. I'm looking at Cabby there at Donut the whole time, and he does get active, gets a nice kill, but again, it's just that numbers game we were talking about on that initial A post plan. It's just really hard to survive and actually get that down on the way through. Depending on how this could work out, Apogee, they would love to put out the stamp and really take advantage of, say, like an 8-4 half and really hold that over the heads of Sashi. You've talked about how this is where they're going to need to get it done. Sashi just surviving, and feels like right now, one round, they've been whiplashed back-to-back 2 times, Vincent. That's no way to live.
No, it's not, but it's the way they've got to live at the moment. And, you know, that's the terminology that I was using before. Just survive. I think the target, though, should be at least a 4th round. Apogee been getting a whole lot of value out of needing that smoke in house. That's just a little difference maker. Lucky off angle here. I don't think he spotted him. Well, he has now. HFOT with a little freebie. Nico's going to have an answer for this. Oh, great target direction as he grabs the first and follows up onto the second. A double from Demo would change the game, and change it has.
It's going to require another multi-kill here. Rather, one stab in the back lines can open up a whole new realm of possibilities here. Iceberg, he feels the pressure upon them and even gets a nice check in by Demo before they go down. But the low HP Jacob now trying to see right through this thing, transparent into middle. Nothing is going to be in the way entirely. Back into the arms of an awaiting Nico that is really about to slip. A timing just seen by the AWP player. And Hypix knows that he has missed him as well. What is that? Right through the waiting arms. Nico with another chance. His bomb going to go down, but he clips him right in the back end. Bomb doesn't even get dropped. Doesn't even get planted. Crosses the lines. Jacob's right on the other side with 28 seconds rather getting that bomb down. Jacob should find him right off of it. Pivots for the frag, but it's Iceberg that gets that clutch. A 1v2. And Sashi needed that one so badly.
I mean, they sure did, and they're happy to get it, but a little bit of inexperience showing there on Apogee's side, on Hypix in particular. Listen, whiff was pretty bad, but that'll happen. You know, you can forget that. Unfortunately, gets the kill on the planter, and just for whatever reason, thinks they won the round, and they simply haven't. Like knife out, dancing.
That was literally
on the B site, only to just go down. I cannot, for the life of me, understand the thought process there, and I think it's just, like I said, inexperience, not realizing the situation and the gravity of it.
now certainly, like, it's very appetizing. The 5th is certainly on the menu. Maybe a special in round 12. Prism right beside a couple of these players you just saw right from this position. Multi-frag birthed by Nico. Now checked right into Jacob. You're waiting for Moss. Is now checked into the MAC-10. Well, that's well and good. Nico with another huge kill here. It's an entry into the A side, and Sashi is to save their first half.
My.
It is through miracle scenes. Nico fully blind is going to pull that into the way, but now it's Prism that gets lucky off of it. You have a post plan about it.
Yeah, but Iceberg looking to clear that with some serious conviction. And Cabby shuts down any sort of donut moves as well. Sashi are able to right the ship, correct the record at 5 rounds. I think that they are just fine. You know, the beginning of that half didn't look ideal. But like I was saying, you know, they survive until they find a bit of a mistake to punish. And Apogee, they got punished.
Now it's honestly no difference. Kind of right there with you. Sashi can put like a nice mark into a pistol round like this. The second half certainly open for them. These players just kind of teasing to get started, right? I feel like we're coming out of that half just with Nico kind of putting that in the back end. In the middle of that half, that first big gunfight they win through middle is with Zyphon showing out. You know he's ready to open up those sort of lanes in that second half. Rather than just challenge right back into Cheetah. Sashi went and dipped their toes right here in through the same engagement. Zyphon, he takes a deck that's going to be right through the door, but Nico back lanes. He's got another multi-kill, and he's working on it, buying time for Iceberg to just rip in. With the bomb on the back, Prism, he's got a decision to make. Stays patient about it, Vincent. Waits his time.
Oh, I mean, just doesn't have information, and that's part of the problem. Not so diligent on the clear, though, is Iceberg, so he's unseeing Prism. Gonna be able to get confirmation on both of them. Now a sprint towards A. He should be able to get to the site, but getting a plant, I don't think that's a foot race that he wins. Arriving on scene is both of the CTs, and Sashi gonna run him down. He'll come off with the bomb. Oh, and he hits the first. Wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Iceberg running low on ammunition. He's got to get the reload, but the dualies throw a far better weapon for the job and shows him off in style.
Yeah, he absolutely trucks him as soon as he picks those off the floor. Gets 2 for himself. Shares a very sweet round with Nico. And so far, the super sub is really making a difference here as Sashi, they're finally waking up on this Ancient. The second half pistol obviously is, you know, seeing into the storylines I think that you teased in the first half here. Are we likely to see a flip of script? Well, in this round, yes. There's no bomb plant. That means no buy back in from Apogee.
Well, and listen, there is a conversation to be had regarding what could have been for a bomb plant. Prism obviously had space to work with over on the B site to get that bomb down, but he just doesn't realize and doesn't have the confidence to just stick it when he doesn't have information on it. That's understandable, but think about what that would have meant for this one. Could have kept up the pressure, and Apogee, that pressure was super effective for them when they won back the force buy on the CT side. Oh my, block is good for one. Cabby, fortunately, playing hard to get though, and that's enough to stall time, allowing Zyphon to arrive.
It's like they're even poetically, quite literally, rushing into the site, getting these kills, trying to make up for lost time, and Zyphon to even get that swipe himself. Dominate to bring us back to a tie game right off the rip. And Vincent, I know that Sashi wants to get into this Ancient. The beginning of their CT side, just like Apogee did, they have some time to make up here.
See if they can make good use of that time. The first gun round, as we had sort of highlighted, very important. Great utility damage, though, to start off the rip. Unfortunately for Iceberg, it's so free. Lucky gets the trade, but there's too many bodies on his screen. Apogee, it's just pace, pace, pace as they fly in through B and through mid at the same time.
That's why these Ancient fights can ultimately just be so sweet, Vincent. 30 seconds in an absolute bloodbath that Nico may not even consider. At this point, no kid. He's all the way across the globe. It may be Apogee that rip in and absolutely terror the heart of Sashi out in this first rifle round. Look, you say pace, 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 and I see rounds like this all the time, but goodness gracious, 2 multi-kills back-to-back. Even Lucky stands in with a great hold of his own, but they just threw more bodies at the problem.
I mean,
that's why these pulls came out on top.
I'm going to be honest, it's all it got to do with that kill into Iceberg in Jaguar. Like, that is the crucial kill of the round, because if he doesn't go down, then, you know, there's a response to that mid presence from Elbow. Like, Apogee don't get to have like a two-pronged attack. Instead, you know, they're fighting a whole lot more aggressively, but into, you know, 2 CTs more than likely. That's where I think Apogee get such a fortunate frag through the smoke. Just a phenomenal moment that changes the round.
Immediately boxing in the unit towards this donut position. They're going to be ready to respond, and Prism is going to have to see it, and he absolutely just wrecks it. That thing just fell all the way down like a controlled demolition, roll right into Donut and Sashi. They are going to know what just hit him.
I mean, they know what they got to do. There's only one option. There's only one choice, and that's save. That's hold with what you've got, and what you've got is, you know, an MP9 and a couple of rifles. They do well to have the economy to, you know, have a continued investment after the loss in the previous round. Nico save a big part of that, but beyond that, Sashi are rolling pretty deep into their cash roll, and unfortunately don't have any availability to continue forward if they don't have all 3 of these guns.
Apogee even seeing a little bit further. But look, while 3 guns online is great, and it's absolutely so necessary here, the line that Apogee find of a clean way into, as the beginning of the first half arose, so many of their win conditions were coming out with 3-4 players alike. That's a good way to build in a very nice side into the T side of this Apogee lineup that we already have a little bit of concern with, Vincent. At the moment, they're wiping those a little bit into the way off. It's going to be a very awkward look in by Sashi. You just see these USBs can be brought back up. What more can you do?
Well, I think that, you know, Apogee, they're finding a ton of success with their mid presence. It's fantastic, and it's been very simple thus far, which is not a bad thing in the slightest. So I think the next step for Sashi is to, you know, find the right adjustment. At the moment, you know, on this round, partially because of the USPs involved, it's a little bit more of a passive off approach. And Sashi set Lucky to play, and that is a fantastic frag because he gets and then he gets away, maintains donut control. That's so crucial. He's even looking for Prism.
Ooh, he gets that check, and Lucky hangs on. They can finally work for this bomb down. This individual position within the back lines has cost before on Sashi, but different shoes this time, yet it's going the same way. Iceberg is just wrecking right now. And don't even see yourself out of that smoke. Go ahead and take the self-deprecating sacrifice. This line is going to be brought a little bit closer by Sashi, that you survive with 4 players now. It's a little bit ironic how clean you get out of that. Vincent, that is a line brought back up that's so high. That was 2K per player that they had. Those stocks are reaching the roof.
You know, and it's a little bit of class there from Lucky, right? He's got so much to do. He's the sole rifle on A, and he gets his kill and then falls out. Entirely gives that up and is then watching for the flank. The fact that he picks up Prism in addition to that is just a little bit of an icing on the cake. And even beyond that, right? Like, we saw so much put into those rifles where Iceberg is retaking. He gets a couple of kills, but it's all because Xiphon is literally just jumping around corners, turning his mouse 360 in order to set Iceberg off, pull off the crosshairs, and allow for the AK to farm up trade frags. That is exactly what you want to see when you're retaking with someone like Xiphon, in that case, who has absolutely nothing in his kit.
We're gonna get a whole lot of gun rounds here, considering the bank that we have bought back, Vincent. I can cheer for that. If I'm gonna cheer for anything, it's the action. Because it came so quickly, and again it will. You box this right open, it's a scene through the smoke, you drag one kill through the mist, but here, through Prism's individual efforts, he is still floating right now. And Nico is gonna try and get him all the way out here, nails the headshot through the smoke.
Oh yeah, but they got a recovery. Good decision maybe from Jacob, but no.
Ooh.
He comes back. It allows for Lucky to scale on in. The timing here to get the bomb down is starting to fall away. That Molotov, though, is not going to be the saving grace they were hoping for. Bomb planted in a little bit more of a complicated position and separated our Apogee on this post plant. They're really going to have to rely on Demo and Hypex to hit these shots.
Oh, and there's your opportunity. Spinning head, and Nico is just gonna put you down. Tap onto the bomb. Nico's gonna hold this, and there is the clear. Lucky goes back to back, and a full house between the two means Sashi is gonna pounce on every opportunity.
I mean, that's just another round where, you know, individual moment there. Sashi gets it brought back by one guy making really good decisions in Donut, and Lucky as well there at the end. I mean, lovely stuff that's going to break Apogee's economy as well. Those money buys that we were discussing previously, they are done. You know, bomb plants have allowed for Apogee to continue with a little bit more pistols, armor in the mix here with some utility, but the AKs, those are of a whole different time.
Armored up, it's going to be a Tech 9 approach quietly. Back in by Apogee. Seen a little bit more pace to this Ancient. Again, it's Lucky that likes it spicy, and here, unfortunately, gonna have to respond to all of it with even the thinly veiled blast. Iceberg to just absolutely shatter it, going above, and you're not gonna catch this man off guard. Finally, at least gonna catch up to him. Jacob, don't get so close to that spam. You're making me nervous, but it's been Lucky and the rest of the squad, rather, Cabby from the back lines that have just been saving the day all the way through. Sashi with gracious efforts. Vincent, these are the details they put up to get double digits, and they're rolling.
I mean, that's what this team is about, Sashi. It's about, you know, not necessarily needing a huge star individual to save the day every single time. It's about the whole team making cohesive and good decisions at every single turn, and that is usually what leads them to wins when they find victories, even though that hasn't been super consistent here recently. And I mean, you can see it's a system that Nico can feel comfortable in even as a stand-in.
A couple of these Nikos are known for a lot of their individual shots, their individual talents, and that's why I was so excited to get him in the server. A man that you have seen just hit some gracious strides in his career. May have been let out, but playing these last couple officials with Sashi, hitting a nice stride here today. It's something you love to see. But all meanwhile, you break down the door, at least onto one approach. Sashi, they give them the space to breathe. But so that much more, they can bite it back.
That may be the mistake here that Sashi make, because Apogee for the first time on A have a real post plant. They have doubled up in Donut, they've got a main, and, you know, this big box molly misses the mark as well.
Ooh. This is a dangerous spam, and it's literally right on Zyphon. It delivers. Iceberg and Lucky, they've got to hit onto the gas, and right now you're going to be flicking right over. Prism, you're going to be staying in this smoke, letting this thing fall to the wayside. Sashi, they come through, and even with the missed utility, they simply just outmuscle Apogee off of that bomb site. That's how they force their way to 11 with another 4 alive moment.
I feel like Apogee just have an inherent misunderstanding of how to hold in a post plant. Like they've just never been in good positions until that round, and then they're in good positions and then fight for the site proper. Like they have two in Donut. They can play more passively. They can force Sashi to become the uncomfortable ones, and yet they still go for that forward-facing fight. I just don't know why.
Another one ripping out of that Galil early. Is the Tech 9 going to activate close to Iceberg? But another great shot that he puts up. Nico subled and even bothered on the back end. A tag in with the Deagle. And a fear of that bomb plant onto that B lane is at least cut off for now. But what is this? The lurk. Nico just has a different sense about it right now. Thinking that there's something that's got to be leaking behind that smoke. Just a tag that's going to be trying to pull the crosshairs in, but it's going to maybe not have the desired effect as both of these players have just jumbled their way into the cave. Demo, you better cross your fingers and hope to die, but not in that way. You have to cross and hope for the flank to go up. He looks back and he catches it right at the perfect moment, Vincent. Zashi, was it ever a worry?
Iceberg's been so aware of all of those little gaps in the defense, has been able to cover them off incredibly efficiently over the course of this first half, or rather the second half, excuse me. And you know what? I think that we've seen, you know, big moments across the board from just about everyone on this Sashi team. And, you know, Apogee, they have faltered in a big way. This is their final opportunity to correct the record. It's overtime required if they want to bring this to a win, though. At the moment, the goal is just survive.
Can go on their own card now. But to point out the approach, it's right here, pronged in from one man, and Iceberg is going to be holding a bunch of life out of Apogee, but better revive yourself. Plug it right in, shoot it through the vein. It's right here. Hypex that's going to at least do that into B. You've seen exactly where Iceberg has scurried off to. You know that it's going to be really, really precious in the bomb site to get him off of this position. You may not even need to see right through. You're checked in by the Molotov, but look at who's got here, Vincent. This is not the man you want to make a difference. Siphon with the kill, holding this bomb site afloat for now.
Yeah, but Apogee, listen, their slow approach maybe allowed for Sashi the rotations, but that also means that they really aren't too deep to reroute. And in this case, it's going to be super helpful for them. Lucky's already on a mission, though. Clear back through mid, try and find that information. And when he doesn't see anything, Zyphon sees that A is currently not being pushed towards, and all of that information together means that Apogee can only really be in one location. And just as they fall away, no, Jacob holding the line. That's so important. It could have been the deadly end to this round. Instead, Apogee 1v3, and they will not allow that to come forward.
I don't know, man. I see Zyphon propped up in a position like that. I think I'm ready to see absolutely gorgeous view. Maybe prolonged. We're still in this thing, right? We're striking into overtime totals. Thankfully, it appears Sashi is going to be able to likely let up even into that possibility with Nico and Cabby warming up so much cash on the back end here. However, it's going to be Apogee that aren't going to actually allow the conversation to strike for too long. Prism with an enormous nade lineup. That comes all the way out, Vincent. There's not going to be a soul in disguise. They're right onto this A site without a line back.
Okay, they need to get into good post plants. They have to take some better liberties with this. Unfortunately, you got to get the bomb down to activate the post plant. They look to take towards Temple. That's certainly one avenue of approach, but now the bomb needs to be put back down, and the smokes, they start to fade away. They got every smoke for Donut. That's great, but what about CT? They'll get one, or just a flashbang into that position, but now still, the fight is on as Sashi have denied the most important piece of this round.
No way it's going to be Hava to take this swing, and he's seeing a couple more players. They've got to get out of it, but right now it's all a ruse. It was for the real push, and the bomb isn't even down because they have not been exactly satisfied with the ground given. Demo is going to see in with this bomb on the way through. But right now, the concern may be that Cabby and Zyphon could have this play right into their hand. Hypix is going to have to lie in the cut and really come up big.
Another decision that I just can't get behind. Hypex needs to be with his team.
Oh.
Demo's going to go down, and now Hypex is just not going to have any opportunity to have impact on the round if he doesn't get here fast.
Maybe just in time. Smoke is going to go down now, but at least he's been solid for the moment. It's a little bit ridiculous. that have to go. Hypix is going to need to see on the way through, but it all comes down to the timing. He gets a little bit of a tap in, and he gets siphoned off the bomb, and he's just trying to get back in. Hypix, he detects Cabby, but he goes through, and there is just no way in hell that Apogee should be going back in. It's 24 rounds on Ancient, and they pull the rabbit out of the hat. That's magical out of the smoke from Hypix.
It truly was. I mean, Sashi, unfortunately, the architects of their own demise, as they blow the smoke open, not intentionally, but just the way it goes down. It's so devastating because then Hypex just, I mean, seriously hits the most absurd shot we've seen all day at this point in time. I am blown away, as was that smoke, that he gets out with that one. A clutch that saves Apogee's life as they continue to press that aggressive tune. A didn't work, how about the B attack?
Just straight up this time, and we may be on for overtime with a multi-frag out of this, and now Prism exactly wants to put us there, anchor us into reality like that. All right, that's one that you are gonna absolutely love, and a bit of a bonus, a cherry like that is not on all the way top of 24 yet, because right here, you're not done giving. Cabby's got those back, and Vincent, this thing is still lying and kicking.
Uh-oh, and that's a smoke for ramp. That's going to be a little bit inconvenient for Hypex's op.
We're going to have to go through. Molotov on. No HE, no smoke in that same respect. We're very well going to overtime here. Lucky, he's going to get that one shot. Hopped onto the bomb, gets that check. There's no time. And we're going more than 24 here on this Ancient. Vincent, we're just checking in today, and the party's already getting started.
And it is a party that I am thoroughly enjoying. I think Sashi have looked the better team throughout that second half, but what is insanity is how Apogee find a way. They find just the most absurd way to get there, but they do get there in the end. And you know, to be honest with you, fighting some of their demons in the process. This is, you know, a lot of decisions where they just want to take, and they want everything a little bit too quickly. That's true when you're so aggressive at long in that last round of regulation, but the fact that they still survive, that is what means the most at the end of it.
A bit of a missed smoke, and that's going to cost Zyphon, unfortunately, that let into actually seeing that way through. Cabby can at least just stop the flood for a moment. This first round of overtime is already getting up to a hectic lay. Nico to try and reinforce this onto the house side. And Iceberg tries to mimic a couple of different bodies over here towards B to really give up no unnecessary confidence back.
Nico's making inroads, though. Got to clear towards mid. Lucky's through a main at the moment as well. So the bomb that's outside of square there in mid, it's going to be a little bit dicey if Demo is tested and Lucky wins the duel. But Lucky seems fine to just sit and wait in his elevated position, at least until this moment, as he looks to force his way forward instead. It's all because Apogee just cut all sound.
Oh, and Nico making crossroads, but unfortunately, Vincent, it leads to his own death. Molotov that goes deep into this house.
No smoke.
And they are just running this ball down. It comes just in time, but Cabby can take advantage of a bit of a fade. It's Iceberg that does exactly that. We've only seen these players from this brokey position really only go and get one, and looking like Iceberg is about to be done. With a very big ask, he's gone down, and Prism just goes for the brass tacks. A 3K out of the IGL.
Dude, where is his teammates? I'm getting tilted.
Who needs him?
I'm getting tilted, Marky. I'm getting tilted. And it's hard to tilt me. I've been on South America all week.
True.
It's very difficult. Maybe I have high expectations. That was a round that could have been lost because of how passive Apogee play it. Aggressive at the wrong time, passive at the wrong time. It's these decisions that I think are going to define this game. If Apogee gets punished for them, they will lose.
Time they get the desired start they actually get off to. This is why Zyphon isn't exactly decked towards the beginning of this thing. Demo is going to be responding with an immediate HE. And what is this? All the way up into this B site. Yeah, that's going to cost you. They're going to have to pay the Iceberg tax. He gets that in right through. Oh, but Siphon really be expecting this to go all the way so far, but this Peach can bite back always. Lucky's even on a bigger flank that is cooking up. And he's about to just spoil the whole pot, it looks like, but doesn't find the back of Demo.
Oh, but they're not going to be anticipating the timing here.
Definitely just heard them hopping around.
It's so fast, and Lucky's going to have all the time in the world to just clear this out. He's got a free kill, maybe a second.
Looking for them both. He's seen them. Yeah, I got to take these shots, and not looking and playing with this food too long. Lucky is too hungry for that. Demolishes and feasts onto these last two Apogee players. It's 13 all. Softy are just trying to stand on business on the CT side while they can.
Yeah, Apogee doing a great job of taking advantage of a little bit of a missed smoke, some utility that Sashi rely on very often, and then punishing Lucky's aggression. This time, Lucky gets away with the aggression, and he gets away with a double kill. Start to close the round. Final round of the first half here in overtime, and there's a little off there in spawn. You don't need it, at least not for the moment. It's a rare sight to see Apogee not fighting for mid in the early stages of a round.
Very minimal amount you get right to the third of this first affair until this ball drops right through. Different type of actual stance you get back from that donut. It's not that lay. They know that there's got to be more than just this initial peek into middle. May not be even heading the way of this A site. Sashi, they don't get that back. It's that smoke put up at cave. Once these Molotovs are pulled, it's going to be a big let up into a Nico who's practically got a full belt, Vincent.
I mean, this could be the perfect timing. Two players here. And that Molotov going to ward off Nico for the time being. Fantastic out of Demo on the lurk. As Cabby looks to re-clear mid, he had support, but that support has left at that moment in time. This might give them the wrong idea. The reroute's coming and Lucky's in prime position, and the spacing's pretty bad. No one available to trade. Okay, finally they get there, and Demo continues to lurk effectively.
Iceberg, there's our player that was making such a difference in that second half, is going to have to come up with his largest play yet. 1v3 he attempts. Hopefully going to be catching up in the meantime, Vincent, but we're aware about Hypix. We just don't know where that beast lies at this point. Iceberg melts away his opportunities in a round like this. Smoke right onto Donut. There's got to be a hint into this big box, but now you're just being teased. Does a Danish man come up with the clutch? He's trying so hard to get this first frag, but now Hoffa, he is just going to lie and then likely laugh, as right now that strike might come down on his head, but the bomb is going to go off in the face of Iceberg and Apogee. They're going to have an advantage coming out of the first half of overtime.
Fantastic to get that advantage. A lot of good work done by Demho. I mean, he wins in that round with his lurking, ensures that Cabby first and foremost goes down, but then gets in a forward position in Red Room to cut off a lot of those rotates. You finally get a chance to shut down Lucky without him getting a multi-frag. And to be honest, no credit to Apogee spacing there, but despite that fact, they still get there in the end. They get it done with a little bit of a lead into the second half of OT.
These early struggles that tainted a bit of the start here for Sashi as Zythan. He just feels something on the prowl, but it's Prism that does go toe for toe. Prism, rather lucky upon that pivot, finds himself just a bit of a gimme here up top. And Sashi still treading, but right now, ooh, they can feel themselves being drug under. It's Iceberg that treads for 36 health off of the Molotov.
The problems, though, for Apogee is that even though they actually have a ton of map control right now, they don't know where it's heading. There's so much time left on the clock, and I honestly would be super down to see them just commit to A or B. Stack the site somewhere, and it doesn't matter which, even though it's a retake that, can be difficult. If Sashi elect to just hit B hard here in 15 seconds, I think they're going to be in a prime position to win this round. H5 it's so difficult when you're alone here with no utility.
I have a bad feeling about this. And not for the defending side. You get this smoke in, and they just look at it like it's something to be taken advantage of. They do, but maybe they call upon that just a dime too early, a little bit tempoed up the ramp, and you immediately didn't get those kills on the way through. Look at how saucy you've just slipped the net now. This should be clean for 15.
Well, you would say that. I don't know. The fact that Apogee stay alive, though, they have a couple of flashbangs to work off of. Oh, but it's a flashbang from the T side first and foremost. No vision acquired just yet. They got to get a move on. Everybody's got a kit. Nice work, but it's just a trade frag. Nobody's seen over towards Burger either, and Lucky gets his. A 1v2 now for Jacob, as he knows where they're at, but time's starting to expire. HP is certainly a problem, but time is of the essence, and Jacob doesn't have it.
Gotta get that hop over the line, but why not try and give him a bit of a tap out of the engagement? Sashi, they go and fight tooth and nail to get out of a round like that, Vincent. They're going to be counting their lucky stars. They hold up in the way initially there. Just that little bit of a timing difference could have made all the world's worth of where this round sways for APG, who thought they really had a good look in. You see that difference made up every time with Nico, say, on those engagements. Jersey's on the other side now, and Sashi has been rolling with that tempo.
Who's going to get the opportunity to close this one out? It is Jacob up ahead of everything. Gets up on the shelf and finds a freebie. No one looking his direction as Apogee have been a little bit less aggressive on B lane than what Sashi were. So I think that conditioning starting to work out in their favor.
Pronged and patient for the approach back towards middle. Sashi aren't exactly getting that next hint in. They can't really read the body language of Apogee if there's no Apogee to look at. Now they get to see a little bit of that bother back on the way through. But at one point, you smoke off Donut, you get that little bit of acknowledgement in from House, and at least they're being toyed with. Now you even see the let into bottom B. Sashi, they're going to be days when this thing finally goes their way.
I mean, this is great reactions, though, from the CT side. They've got so much of this map control now. With a player into bucket, they can start to stack up the 8-bomb site. Op going to slide into position. Still could go B, technically. But it doesn't look like it. Demo, it's a great off angle. The Molotov, never mind, they line up for him. Lucky goes pistol mode. As Hypex gets his, it's Apogee with their first chance to win on Ancient.
Yeah, it's a bit of nightmare fuel right there. You absolutely feel the pressure just building as you fear something exactly like that. Well, brass tacks, it just got slapped right in the back of your head. And Apogee, they are going to be loving it. Just so solace on that B lane. Sashi, you're going to have to find a way to kind of just break down this barrier while they still can upon this Ancient. This would be a very big get from Apogee, at the beginning of a series like this, Vincent, where you have a Dust 2 and honestly 2 really hot projects going at it. So for the conversation piece, it should be entertaining at a minimum.
Apogee really love this house setup where they are nading the smoke.
Is this a finisher? They get lucky, and if they find the backs iceberg that doesn't turn, it is not too big of a bite back. But you're actually found on the way out. Overzealous, and you are punished for it.
Oh, so much good, but with the bad,
maybe they should have fought.
Go left side, go to the left. They can't shoot you on the left. Oh my!
Now you're tilted.
Oh my goodness. And they fall back. That was such a good move, but Prism could still be
Oh, this is a great spot.
the perfect location. It's phenomenal.
Oh, no.
Steps forward, still gets his one. It's not lost just yet. They've still got Demo here, and that Molly's going to go too deep. It's out, and with a nade in hand that Iceberg falls. The closer this may be still.
How does Cabby hold on? Wait so long. Long range A4, ready to go. Hypix, how do you just thread the 16th, and it's right through the hole. Apogee, they go right back to where these grasses were so green at the start. It takes overtime. It takes a second look into the CT side, but they put that thing down and steal their opponent's map pick, Vincent. It took overtime, but boy, do we already have a wonderful affair.
It's not just that map that they put down, it's also a 5-map loss streak there on Ancient for Apogee that they end in style. I had a lot of questions, and I think there's definitely some issues there for that map. That being said, great decision making, specifically those last 2 rounds on the CT side. When and where to get aggressive, how to press on extremities, at what timing to press on those extremities, and a phenomenal job from the individuals at the very end. Demo with a massive double kill in the last 2 rounds there in overtime is what turns the tide, sets Apogee on this phenomenal opening step to this best of 3.
Sets them on to their map pick, Vincent, with a little bit of moxie, a whole lot more on the resume than they may have been expecting. This thing meant to be one to go in the ring, prolonged. You could even see that direction still. We have a Dust 2 up right after this, Vincent. That could falter either way. It should be an absolute banger, but we're going to be back with that in about 10 minutes time, so don't go far.
It's Dust 2 time, and we have already gotten one map out of the way. A bit of a comeback story for Apogee after struggling to find a way to make it to overtime. They do it, and then they close. Fantastic work from them on their opponent's map pick. Now they get their own to walk back into. Dust 2 should feel like a breeze in comparison, right?
Right. That's what. That's how this thing is supposed to go. What, are we about to get another bloodbath into overtime? Well, Vincent, for all we know, maybe. For all we know, maybe. I don't think we have any guarantees ever walking into a Dust 2. In theory, they should be able to carry on from, honestly, a team that was very, very active. I really liked how aggressive overall that, like, Ancient came out to be, even on that Sashi back end. But I don't think that it's an impossibility that, say, Sashi with, I think Nico is improving. Iceberg was, like, I was getting ready to come out of that game, Vincent, to be like, this was the guy making the full difference on that back end. And that's why they win this Ancient. But, you know, maybe we can conjure a story like that in a reverse sweep. It's the second map where they're going to have to start out on a great foot.
They will, and listen, it's not been a great foot for either of these teams as we jump into Dust 2 on this map. Yeah, it's been bad. Like loss after loss for Sashi. They're on a crazy losing streak. And listen, it's been losses for Apogee as well, but the difference being that, you know, they're playing against better teams. Like they lose and in tight fashion too to Fireflux, Favbet, Monty, and NIP. I feel like that's a whole lot better, and also a little bit ago, Apogee haven't leaned into Dust 2 more recently, so I feel like there's question marks for everyone into this map, even though Apogee picked it.
Get pretty balanced odds. You do check in at the start of this thing already checked through. It says B site, we're already prancing out to party on. Well, go ahead and give Nico a shot. I'm a little disappointed. You don't go run through that smoke, Doolies, Vincent. You're already ruining the fun.
Oh,
Maybe
Mark.
not you.
Oh, Mark. I'm the fun police, okay? No,
Dude, are you kidding me? I just had to deal with the nade police all weekend.
I know.
Philadelphia, man.
There's some great memes out of that. Austin, that was like his best socials game ever. IMO.
Drew Cup told me I missed a pool line. Nade police are right outside, Mark. And I was like, oh, great.
It probably wasn't as sick as my pool lineup.
No one ever feels that, man. He's masterful. His lucky can hopefully, I would say his second shot could have been in masterful territory, but Nico with the potential and the Doolies. All right, someone's not a fan right there. Prism is going to be just smacking him up in the head. Iceberg going to have to do the same thing. He gets active in a 2v2 post plant. This thing is already so entertaining.
Climb back in. Cabby survives that? Yeah, okay. But not going to survive for long. Ibeck's going to dismiss him with ease. Iceberg, the final man to head through door. Don't give them the 1v1, and they won't. Apogee correct the record and win themselves a Dust 2 pistol.
If it's Prism that has to do the most amount of kind of deciding there, well, he's a man for the job. Apogee are going to be very confident sort of heading into the beginning of this. Obviously, you want to hit on some of the same beats, get to the same rhythm they were dancing out to the end of Ancient with. Well, Sashi, you're going to meet you right on the floor beginning of this. It's actually a very nice look into that middle fight, but that's where these things usually turn sour, Vinny. Apogee doesn't take them long to bring the bad news.
See if the bad news keeps coming, though, for Sashi, because I tell you what, as it goes, bad news in Counter-Strike, right, in a best-of-3 series, doesn't get too much worse other than lose the series, than lose your map pick. You know what I mean? That's it's usually a pretty bad thing to hear. Sashi need a little bit of an upswing, and this gun round is what they hope to be just it. heavy on the aggression here towards B. They're just going to slide out. Great entries. And Lucky's going to have to once again save the day. Smoke goes down, though. It's going to make it difficult for him.
Really trying to work and wander. But the bomb isn't going to be sitting far in too foreign of a direction. Right back on down to that B side. And boy, look at where Prism is going to be slinking all the way back through Zyphon. He's going to be aware of this every single day of the week. Gotta be just so needy about it. Prism is going to get checked here. What a find by Zyphon. This is how he can just really reach and rip open the top of this can. Molotov right into the back lanes. You're just going to be selectively finding this low HP player. Going to have to go huge. And Jacob actually taking a moment to be seen. But Iceberg through Sashi are going to be getting their first round on the board.
Nicely done. I mean, this has been a big strong point for Sashi all throughout this series already. Ancient, their CT side retakes were wonderful. They were consistent. They always had a chance into these rounds when they were going up into the retake. I think that's another example of that, where Sashi methodically clear out the most important areas of the B site, get tunnels control, and ensure that they have a little bit of an easier entryway with what utility that they had left. Apogee bested in that, and I think it's a two-way street, right? Apogee's post plant's also a bit of an issue I talked about a lot. That's part of why Sashi have had so much success, but Sashi set themselves up for success.
Oh, this is a clash right here in Zyphon. He is the one that is going to meet them right at the reservations. They're on time for the destruction, but just going to be clipped up through. It's a variety of weapons they're going to be stampeding their way up short, but see if it's actually on time. They're smoked out.
It's such a tough task for Apogee when you lose so heavily at the long fight. Zyphon, doesn't even get touched. He's still at 100 HP. Now, how do you reroute after that goes so destructively wrong? Well, gotta group up, try and hope you're gonna get some freebie somewhere. Unfortunately, the tools are just not ideal for that. And they're running out of utility, too. One smoke is left, and that's got to be a mid-to-B smoke or a door smoke if they actually just hit B proper. And with the smoke recycled as well, life gets more complicated.
Scouts go hunting. Lucky a little bit below it. Just patiently lines the way. Maybe now with the smoke to disrespect in order to actually have into a little bit of impact in a round like this. Two players patiently waiting for this B site to be invaded. How far do you actually get to see this in so deep? It's Nico is going to have to go and actually put that Hypex to sleep. Sashi, they hang on in clean fashion to make sure you're not getting stained out of this round.
Yeah, but, it's Sashi that, they set themselves up early for that success when they win long in that fashion, and it's tough attack to try and break your way through after losing in that way. Giving it a valiant go, but I think it goes down about as expected. It's into the eco for Apogee.
This one won't take long. At least Lucky going to be checked with these Glocks. There is a couple of numbers down here. All onto Jacob. 2 kills ain't going to be so shabby off of a round like this. But you play with them and get a little bit more awkward up the fray. This is something you love to see. 8-2. Zyphon, one of the guys that obviously is a bit of a larger name walking into a game like this. A man that you have certain expectations for. You're about to meet him on Dust 2.
Yeah, I think that those expectations not quite met on Ancient. Again, I spoke of the coherency that Sashi had. On an individual level, we saw everybody playing up to a good degree, but I think we saw maybe the bottom floor of what we typically anticipate from Zyphon in that one, and I think that it's already an upswing that is positive signs for Dust 2.
Look at this batch is not completely peculiar. Minute and 13, not sure what to make of the rest of this round. Use Siphon to throw the first note back in. He's down to 19 health. Scraped out of the process. It'd be actually Dr. 2 given over the AWP from Lucky, who honestly is going to rather have the preferred weaponry, trying to provide support into a CT side that is going to be required to fight here towards B, where Cabby's attention is going to have to lay. So the support is needed. You get that smoke down onto the door. They just saw 2 players on this site, Vincent, so you know what numbers they are going to expect. Lucky, he has covered that back end, and Cabby goes for 2. This couldn't have gone better for Sachi. This bomb going to go down now, and Hypix feels like he's sticking out a little bit. Going to get a bit of a bonus and get actually a chance at a good clutch. 2 low HP players, Vincent. That's a concern.
Especially when the AK is in hand for Hypix. That being said, 2 Incendiaries available. One goes to the back of the site, so it's not going to be big box. Lines him up.
Oh, no,
3! Oh, Hypex! He gets them all on the worst possible timing. Out for Sashi. Incredible clutch.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, man. I guess that's how we're just starting the madness on it. You barely gonna check in like this. You have to stay locked through. It's bam, bam, back to back at the door. Look at this. Both of those skulls just thump next to each other. He has to focus on killing that player close in the engagement. Absolutely beautiful stuff there. No retakes necessary.
Nothing at all, man. That's a stunning way to stall Sashi out, at least for the moment. Thought it was just the plant. That was the treat. That was the extra on the round, but it's more than that. And with Lucky down early but not out, it gets even further complications here for Sashi. Scaled out mid. B-split is coming.
They just get that little bit of a sound cue, and that ruins mischievous play out of Nico there that honestly may have been a little overzealous in that first line.
I think he's just trying to deny that smoke. I think that's the point, is to make it so that lurk smoke isn't that effective.
So it can really be hard to handle. That's a good point. He plays in close with the suggestions. You're not going to be wiggling out here.
And another smoke at 44. Oh boy, that is complicated now. Apogee are in some trouble. It's now this mid-prong of the attack that's got to be taking the first contact, I would imagine. 30 seconds, got to move, though.
Got to go. B smoke is now going to be delivered. It's lucky that is not going to be in the conversation this time, so Cabby's going to have to be successful, and you've cleaned it all the way out. Apogee, they've been a little bit lighter in their middle control aspect, but now you have the factor of time that's played into the rotation of Sashi that is likely going to let them commit to letting this round into the way. You find both scopes about it, so you better get on your high horse. Demo down below now has a bit of a bonus to try and scrape over for the rest of the squad. And you know what? Lucky ain't feeling too good either, down on 2 health. Sashi, we're going to be feeling this one.
Yeah, no armor either on this this op, so, you know, a little bit of wind, stronger gust would probably push him over. I think that Sashi did such a good job in this round of making Apogee's initial game plan nearly impossible. Oh, Lucky might go down here. A flash could... Okay. Oh, and they'll bait him out. They'll get him down. So what I'm saying, though, is Sashi did such a good job. Like I said, the block of that smoke, it allows for Sashi to hold on to an extra smoke, so they got, you know, they forced him into, like, a really uncomfortable position where the smoke's only fading at about, 25 seconds left on the clock. All of that's great, except for the fact they have a lot of information on B, but nothing at A. So Sashi just sit and wait and wait and wait, and they never take cat control back. They never try and force their way through long. And so Apogee are never punished for holding back that long.
If something doesn't change soon, that's going to be a bit of a falter of your first half. You're through 8 rounds right now where you can acknowledge that stints, right? I don't think that Sashi are a team that is going to particularly actually have this falter to adjustment. You see a bit of business back through middle as Long takes maybe a moment to process. There's Prism going to be throwing his hand into a fight. Nico to get one, but gets a little bit awkward up the fray. Not for the Glock, though. Hypex, he's even got a second about it, maybe even a fourth in totality when the pressure is brought upon. But Apogee collect a fifth just like this. Only for now. You do get checked, and it's just that scope that was carried over on the harness anyway. Hoffa finds you in the back, and APG, they get the crack they want.
I mean, you could expect them to have some similar level of success in a round with so little in Sashi's pocketbooks, but regardless of that, now they set their sights on bigger and better things, start to climb into a comfy little lead, but that could all change in the blink of an eye. We saw what Zyphon was able to do at Long. He's heading back in that direction, and oh boy, here's Apogee in the same exact boat. Oh, and the flash is ineffective. Fully ineffective. Prism has vision, and the flash on the other side is perfectly placed. Both of the CTs blinded and running for the hills.
I feel like they haven't got this big ligament adjustment all the way back towards Long. Smoke that's going to be brought back to actually keep them in place. Prism, he is going to be just wrecking, destroying everything in front of this Long process. Bomb going to go down in permanent ink. It's going to be a 6th, the marker for Apogee.
I mean, at least they'll get to save these guns. That feels like such a cop-out. Cop-out that they might not escape with. A little bit of a scary moment, but Nico converts that one. But all things said, Sashi's starting to find some of those struggles. You know, and it's victories that they found where, you know, really impressed with a couple of those rounds. Zyphon, you know, setting him up for success in one of them. A phenomenal retake. Actually, a couple of them. But when they can't even hang on to Lucky's gun either.
Fortunately, not able to call on its lucky stars anymore. Not on this I was about to say Mirage. He almost got that out. I hope we do end up getting that into a fray. Honestly, this is a bit of a disappointing kind of showing from Sashi, though it's not like they have been sort of kind of waxed like the beginning of that Ancient, so to speak. Apogee has been extremely active, started his thing, and oh, poor Lucky, my friend can't get a break to save his life.
Oh, I feel like there's no start to this round. Like it's already ended, if you will. Gabby's gun could potentially change the equation. But if Apogee just route towards A, which they've so very rarely done, actually. And with Hypex hitting that shot, it should be a matter of time. And that time is now. Fast with the easy kills on the ecoing Sashi members. It is a build and a pretty good one here into this lead.
We were right here in the first map. The 7-3 that you were able to stand on and feel the concern, but also feel sort of the reasonableness back of a Sashi team that you just had Zyphon get off to like an 8-2 start. They just need to really hit onto the strike, and I guess you do hit something out of that long fray. Suddenly, 2-man advantage. 2 kills, rather, you get at the beginning. 1-man advantage.
Got to be able to convert this type of situation, though. That's the next step in the process. Apogee, all isolated here at Long. But notice how Sashi are still 2-2. But the activity that they're taking on the CT side, better than before when I leveled that accusation that they were a little too passive. They've cleared Catwalk in the meantime, so that now, when Apogee pressure Long, they can really just worry about the long take.
They're going to be expecting Lucky here, but they lie so close to it that it is just how the smoke fades. Oh, but it's unlucky for the CT side to actually miss an opportunity like that. So it's all good. Spend a lot trying to get the initial security onto the bomb site. They are going to see into the plant. They have one more refresh, and boy, you would have liked for this long fight to have gone much better for you. Hypex hits. It's quite a great shot! Oh, Hypex! 2 back-to-back in Apogee. This is the key they decide to turn in this round, and Demo has just kicked open the door. Lucky. I don't think they are going to be besting the flicks that Hypex just got, so I would get right out.
I mean, Hypex been incredible on this half. I think there was certainly some question marks about some of his decision making in the last map. There's been none of that here in this one. Dust 2 seems to be a place that he finds comfort, and as the Opera's playground, I think you can understand that. But 8-3 possibilities for 9 with Sashi's econ. Not great. It's a touch short of fully broken. They'll get rifles, but they'll have to take some concessions in the utility. That saved op, though, really doing a whole lot of heavy lifting for Sashi's buy this round.
Want to try and lock horns for that 9-3 APG. They are on their way, Vincent. Lock up here. Immediately not thrown all the way into the fray right at the start of that long fight. That's been one that rather to reorganize Prison. A little bit of a swing in. Lucky located. That's the scope on notice.
Oh my goodness. That is just confidence teaming from Demo. Oh, Siphon doesn't get the kill. He will drop down, though, to convert it. Bomb in a little bit of an uncomfortable location at the moment.
Yeah, very certainly so. That's why you've got to stomp. That's why you've got to, like, make a huge progression up onto this catwalk. But Sashi have the information. They know that there is just nothing guaranteed here. This bomb would have gone down. Oh, but it's Hypex, and you know what he just did at the end of that round. Hoffa has got the tail end of the long defense. He's even picked up a scope of his own. 28 seconds. That is the only issue, and it's awkward on the right side of this thing, where really it's Sashi. 20 seconds to go. APG already thinking ahead. He's close, and what the hell is that from Jacob? Right on the site. It's Siphon that is going to have to do something equally as ridiculous. But APG, they put the locks on 9-3 through their young lifeblood.
Oh my goodness, Jacob, that is nasty. Unreasonable to expect that from him. I was worried, Marky, because, you know, there's 2 ops there, and the rifler's planting, which means that, you know, if anything goes wrong on that plant, there's nobody to, like, actually fight for it. You know, one missed shot from the op, and that's essentially curtains. That being said, they get the bomb down, and Jacob hits them with something they could never anticipate. They could never recover from. Apogee take attack into pistol round. But Sashi, I mean, they're set up for some failure. I mean, 3 rounds on the CT side is definitely not what I would consider a strong one.
Gonna take quite the hike back, Vinny. I know that you and I are, you know, in for quite a long one for ourselves today on our own very naturist path, but honestly, I mean, we maybe let out to the first checkpoint here early. An early lunch that, okay, Hypex is wanting to get all the way to. That ain't the op, man. You're not supposed to be getting these long range with the USP. He's on 14 frags. Absolute cinema out of that young man at the moment. You're going to be chased down on Cat. There is no lease on life, but just for a moment, it became more expensive. Still alive on 7 health.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge relief. Just to stay in the mix, even if it's on just a sliver of life. Demo forced away, but he's going to stick around. That flashbang meant to allow him a bit more of a freebie. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that. Hypex goes down. Jacob, though, he's on B still. Gets the reload off as well as they try to hunt him down. Great adjustment as Zypman taps on the bomb, but oh my goodness, Iceberg falls as well. Jacob is incredible.
This is really great from this young man at the moment. I mean, this shot in at the end of our half was like that flick out of the smoke that Hypix had in that ridiculous ancient clutch, you remember? Getting that defuse down. This is the makings of almost poetically the same thing. I mean, Simon comes flying in, and nothing can best this young man. If he is that automatic at 11 frags right now, Hypix isn't having any issues. Prism's been online with multi-kills. If that's what's going to really actually line the fray and actually knit that down in Dust 2, then that's the color that's going to show. And it's glaring right now.
I just don't know how Sashi can start to recover from this. They're going to have to start right now, but this could be a phenomenal reef there in mid. Great flashbang. Oh, everyone's blind. Everyone's so blind. And by the time Iceberg goes in, the rest of his team is dead. Dead and gone. Demo running out of ammo, but he's got Jacob's support. It is clean. It is easy, and it is Apogee.
Wear that 11. I can feel the horns right now. This is a devilish performance out of APG, who at this point have just got to be grinning ear to ear. A busy afternoon they have had, but at least they get almost a sweeter turnout right at the end. A 11-round sort of presence with this type of lead, Vincent, is going to make this thing all the way up. We don't quite get that look into the odds at this point, but I guarantee, Vincent, it's vaulting onto one direction more than the other.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say
betting man.
Yeah, it leans one way. Continuation though for Sashi. Desperation more than anything. It's a slow crawl up the catwalk. Isn't exactly a well-defended A site. I mean, Prism, he's going to have some support. Should he need it? Maybe not. That support gets cut off by a Molotov. Nico gets in the mix. It's Jacob, though, who arrives on scene. And with him there, they flood back in. The CTs start to overwhelm, but uh-oh, bad news. Nico and Lucky stay alive in crucial positions. Nico can't chase down the refrag, but he can find Jacob.
And now Demho in a 1v1, and the bomb is going to be right at Demho's feet. How confidently are you going to try and peek in and steal this round from Nico, who is putting on the most gracious efforts right now for a clutch? Here's him drop to the floor. How does Nico steal this away without really being so obvious? He's lent a hard foot. That's a sound into the glue. Demo has really gotten bit of breathing room to try and maneuver this. Are you going to be ready for it? It's a spar now, and in the ring, it's Nico that will sing a 4K for this Danish demon. He gets that down, and Sashi, they're still kicking on Dust 2.
That they are. A reposition that I can understand out of Demo, but I think ultimately, gives a far more favorable duel over to Nico in that moment. It's so difficult to fight into CT otherwise, without some real setup behind it. And it is a little bit of a reliever for Sashi, but only a little bit. They still are in some trouble. Rushing up mid. Oh, it's so far forward, and it's Iceberg to get them both. A phenomenal transfer as more swing forward. Surely they don't anticipate Hypex here, but I don't see a world where he gets more than just a couple.
He's lurking at John, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going to go too well for him. All of a sudden, these last 2 rounds have been deafening. We may have other plans for a third act. Cabby is going to put that bomb down. And Sashi, they will roll on. This will be a clean pursuit they do have. Oh boy. Demho going to get decked for it. Survive on the island. It's soon to be voted off, Vinny. No chance. You're gone for it. Vinny, you ever been voted off the island?
I haven't. I do have a follow-up question, though. If you were
Yes.
on Survivor, do you think...
I would prefer Total Drama Island, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that one I'm not that familiar with, so
You're not?
No.
Oh, the Cartoon Network classic, brother.
yeah, I wasn't a Cartoon Network kid.
Part of the younger gen, I will say.
Regardless, do you think that you would survive to like where do you think you would go out? Are you leaving first? Are you making it to like top 16, top 4?
I would not last a moment. I would be not doing so well. I don't know. I would have to be in some familiar territory, Vinny. I don't claim to be the best outdoorsman, but there's like I believe it's like a Netflix show. I can't remember what it is. They have like a very like detailed camera crew, but it's something like you actually are by yourself to a certain extent. You gotta like, there's probably a panic button you all get. Cabby is probably gonna need to press that. We'll see if they actually get up too far into the way, but they say no kills for you. We're staying in pit. No bonus money.
So I don't feel like I got a clear answer.
I don't feel like I'm confident enough to say that I would be voted out in the first round on stream. Is that too unbelievable?
Well, okay. Second.
Because I know you're probably more equipped as an outdoorsman than I am.
No, not really.
I've caught some fish in my day.
I have too, but that was a while back, and that was with like, actual fishing rods
My
and
brother
equipment.
baits the line. Yeah, like I don't know.
It's a little different when you gotta get out
I caught
there
a
and
pink salmon in Alaska once. That's real. Not even joking. The king of the wilderness, actually. I forgot. I would probably make it top 8.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Real answer.
You could say that.
We'll get a real look at Sashi on the full investments once again, though. They've already done the very start of those requirements to get back into D2. But I think there's still a long road ahead of them. And Hypex has been a crucial blocker in their way.
Getting this business brought back to them on Cat, and boy, Iceberg looked like he just got hit in the numbers right there with a nade right on the chest. He's down to 51 health. Maybe all the more reason for him to torpedo up this catwalk and lead the team in the rest of the way. All's revealed upper. Nothing gonna be just staying here. The problem of a timing push like this is the actual inevitability of the response. But right now, it's actually Sachi that are playing right into their hands, Vincent. This is like that flank you had all around the world at the end of Ancient. This time it comes from Jacob's hands. And it's only one that they hold on to. But now it's a multi-pronged aggression that's back towards this long side. But I didn't mean like this. Oh no, Nico is going to go 2 for 1. Not the way we imagined. Iceberg all left alone, a 1 versus 3 for the man, but APG, boy, they're following their plan to perfection when Nico fluffed the lines.
I mean, that is, I don't even know that Nico's fluffed them really that bad. That'll,
We do a little trolling.
that's just, he's trying to kill the guy. Unfortunately, his teammate was in the way. Get out of the way next time, dude.
See, but when I say that to you and
Then I get mad and
yeah.
The difference is that you
I
do it on purpose. Yeah. Key differences. But I do think that Apogee, fantastic activity there in that round. And my goodness. Well, it was the upper push before, it's the upper spam to bring a little bit of ease, a little bit of free damage and kills Demo's way.
Whoa. Such a nice shot right down prison. Oh, this is ridiculous. Only going for 1, though. I feel like that are the makings for more rambunctious surrounding. Had 1 back. Short is going to be on lock, though. Iceberg is going to be abusing this. Trying to find a bit of a spam in the fray. But I think they're just going to be, honestly, happy to let Iceberg kind of let up and see what he can go ahead and grab after this. APG, they have information of a player that's trying to reach down in the middle, and Jacob just gets to absolutely batter him on the tee. Flashed in, and they get a free kill onto Zyphon. Iceberg, he's trying to shimmy his way up the cap, but boy, little does he know that there is a goose hiding in this corner, and he has just bit you with the beak. It's Nico with the 1v4, and I'm afraid that you won't get a sneak peek into this Mirage. You better be happy with your overtime and your 13-6, because it's coming down right here. Plus, the super sub has a super unexpected play. He's at least going to be hyping off in the headshots one.
It's just a slower crawl, oh, it doesn't commit to that plant.
Oh, no.
That's over. It's
unlucky.
Yeah, so over from that point on. Nico, I don't even know that he meant to do that. I just think may have done a little misclick angle. Regardless, Apogee moving on and moving up. Commanding Dust 2. I had a lot of criticism for Apogee on Ancient, and I think it was well deserved. What I don't have is a lot of criticism for their Dust 2. I loved how their CT side was so active. I loved how anytime they were lacking information, they took it as a way in which for them to go searching, for them to go fighting on an extremity, through upper B into lower, that push from Prism up long when it was the B control that was being pressured by Sashi. Like, everything was a good decision on the CT side, and all the way through, they were looking at a better team.
They certainly were, and in the way as well, I think you get a, like, Apogee very, I mean, that's a clear and decisive victory. They put it up at a 1-1, Vincent, where, I mean, already today, I know we have an overtime affair on that first map, and honestly, I think that just makes it all the much more sweet that they're able to really just kind of come in and more calmly take down their own map pick, Vincent. It's convincing from them. Even where you do have a sub up in the way, I was really looking forward to seeing that Sashi side, and it really did shine, but unfortunately, it was that Dust 2 that couldn't really develop, which I think for, you know, things kind of guaranteed to keep on tracking. I was really wanting to see maybe Zyphon get a little more involved in that back end. Unfortunately, they couldn't really let it out to dry. You're going to be able to save yourself there at the 1-2 stage to be able to, you know, sublet your life in this. But, you know, if I'm a fan, you know, of that other side, I'm going to be happy of that result over Sashi.
Man, and you should be happy, because Apogee, you know, not only a win here in the Swiss stage, that's important, but they've also, you know, stopped 2 loss streaks on Dust 2 and on Ancient, which I think is, you know, I know some people don't put anything into that, like they don't factor that as anything, but I do think as it builds, you know, that becomes a little bit of an albatross around the neck of some of these teams, and and you know, that's no longer a thing, at least not on those couple of maps. A nice recovery and a nice comeback too on Ancient alongside it. But yeah, that takes us to the end of the line here on this first best of 3. It's a 2-0, but an exciting one at that, where Apogee take the cake. We have one more exciting best of 3, and a whole lot of action coming up soon. It's going to be probably 40-ish minutes before we get Sinners and OG underway, so maybe grab a snack, take a little nap if you're feeling a little tired, and come back on for that matchup, because we're going to be getting it going in about 40 minutes time. We'll see you after the break.
Good evening and welcome back to Series 20 here in CCT Europe. My name is Get the Bag Mark, returning with Vincent for our fourth best of three here. We're about to turn it up. We get a three-mapper just before we got into the 2-0 breakdown that was right over the head of Sashi. Right here at the end of our card, though, Vincent, I would definitely consider this thing the main event. No bias aside, you got Sinners in OG. This one should be very exciting.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Nine Pandas Gun 5 could have had a conversation,
and it really did play out to be an amazing one as well.
Yeah, it did. But regardless, I think that this is certainly second fiddle, if that's not a bad thing in this case. Sinners and OG, man, I'm excited. I was just telling you in the green room that despite OG being like at and around these types of events for so long and over the last year, I have only had the privilege to catch them one time. So I'm excited to get another peek at this team, especially now that I'm a bit of a fan of the squad that they've put together after being out in the wilderness for so long, up against a Sinner squad that, it just doesn't feel like it's got the same luster, the same shine as it used to. What is this team without Oscar? That's the way I kind of feel.
Sure.
But listen, you've been telling me Beppo is the truth. He's the way.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this young man. He's gotten moved up from Sinners Academy, and so it's about as genuine as a move up as you can find, right? So I think that off the rating, it's not too large off the chart. He's, I think, no more popping off than a little bit higher than a regular one, but do be ready. When we get into the server, last time I casted this man in Series 17, he was hitting some wonderful shots, Vincent. So I'm ready to see him waltz into the server along some names that have been here for a while and can actually bring some consistent play alongside him to make his job a little bit easier. That's what this team does best, and that's what you can help for Beastick to call alongside this young man and see him to do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of what Beastick's been able to do. I think his consistency
for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it shows. It really does. And I think that Shock on this team has been very good basically throughout. I do think it's a big hole that Oscar leaves. And Mikey too, who fell off a lot in the last couple of months of the previous season, but definitely had some upside. That was another player that got brought up from the academy roster, if I'm not mistaken, and initially didn't look like it was going to fit, but then found a way to work that out. It didn't there towards the end as the new faces, a return of Zedko to this lineup, who again, I don't think that's a bad thing for me. I think that these are proven pieces with regard to Zedko, that we kind of know what to expect from, but it's just not been the complete results that Sinners have been looking for. Like, as a whole, this year has looked a little bit rough. It's been bomb outs here at CCT after CCT, 1-3 Swiss stages where they just pick up a win in the mix, and they got a win here. But it's in general been a bit of a struggle. OG, on the other hand, I think it's been up and down. It's sort of not been necessarily the depths, but definitely a step up in the heights of what these guys have been able to do.
Yeah, I think that for a lineup that I think the way you exactly said it before was out in the wilderness, and that is honestly comical wordage, but it's so true. I mean, for a team that had to similarly to, I'm going to compare them to Neighbors, but look, this is a team that's rebuilt in the correct fashion, right? They've gone young. They went for some talents around the margin, like a player like Buzz that actually does have a lot of experience, worn a lot of jerseys, Vincent, and, can even bring in, they've had a couple of players like bring in as their fifth to substitute with this lineup. And, Nico Das is the, latest and greatest of them. So I think it comes together and you actually see a great bunch of young faces. I think Spooky is a guy that I was telling you in the green room. I had a fun time casting him on Johnny Speed. So when this OG rosters came together, I think they have seen inevitable kind of showings from this unit. Great stuff out of a young core where, I mean, they likely can only get better.
Yeah, I think Nikolas is a good piece. It's currently a trial period right now, nothing set in stone. But I was a big fan of Buzz. I felt like he was sort of hard done by, as was everyone on Astrala's talent, to be completely honest with you.
Yep.
You know, like a lot of those guys, they had a lot of promise, and they got thrown by the wayside in many ways. But you know, Swooku's been doing a lot of great work with that Johnny Speeds roster. I saw him stand in for a couple of other teams in the interim between now and then, and also like a guy that, you know, I think OG deserves a little bit of credit for. They took a chance on Fiku, and he's been consistently good for them, even despite all of those months and even years in the wilderness, right? And all kind of put together here and led by a young in-game leader in Crizzen, who I also was really big fan of. I thought that he on Mal's NXT looked good, and I think he's continued to build and develop as he's gotten the opportunity with this OG roster. Still, I think the question marks for OG are, like, they certainly have a good ceiling. I think their floor is a little bit rough, to say the least, at the moment.
And that's, I think, well put for a roster that when you do have a bit of a, you know, factor into where you do have Nikolas as you line that in at the end of this thing, where it comes to bargain, where you actually are going to actually go toe-to-toe in a series like this, Vincent. We got to take a look at our veto, where it should be a very interesting crackdown here. At the back end of this veto, I think, look, when it's a Sinners team, they're going to be coming in. Not a lot of kind of promises. It's going to be a nice Inferno here back around. That should be really irregular for them. And to answer the question of the storyline you prompted up, right? Whereas to see if Sinners is going to be able to prompt those responses of disappointment in previous affairs. This is one that you're going to see them put their best foot forward. It's going to be on Inferno.
I agree with that, but unfortunately, I also think that OG are good there. So it's difficult when Sinner's most reliable map is also a good map for your opposition. And OG can really lean into a nuke that's been strong for them. And normally, I would say the same thing. Sinners are a nuke team. Historically, they're a great nuke team. Unfortunately, the results here more recently have been... they've been cheeks. They've not been good at all. It's been a rough go on Nuke. So I feel like OG has gotten an opportunity to, like, punish and bully a little bit in a map pool that realistically they don't have that many huge advantages in, but because Sinner's current form is so rough, they are getting a big advantage.
Yeah, and I think even, like, going toe-to-toe with these regular affairs, you are kind of coming into this expecting an OG team to definitely move up and have greater expectations from where they are at a 1-1. Going to be able to, I would really like to see a brand like this obviously crack in and have an affair at a playoff would be something that is certainly the goal here. And I believe that it is sort of even a rendition of, you see a version of this in our first series where you do see that back and forth that came through on that Ancient to, you know, muscle out a close game for, you know, both teams. Whereas I think you do have contention similar to that on this front end of Inferno.
Well, and let's kind of transition that into a conversation of what our expectations are, because here's where I'm at. Marky, I think that for me, OG are favored in this series. I favor them on every map. And that's not by the widest of margins or anything, especially not on Inferno. But as a whole for this series, I think OG should win it, but I think Sinners are going to have plenty of opportunities, because the biggest issue that OG has is that they can beat teams that I rate highly, but they also lose to teams that I just don't think that a team in OG's position should be losing to more often than not. So as we jump into Inferno, I do think Sinners need a good start here, because this is the map where I feel most confident in them.
They get to Jot immediately down on that T side, and, you know, show what they are exactly packing in the back of this thing. Sinners are going to go exactly the bargain. You know, pick up a pair of dualies. We are live into this fist round, Vincent. It's our first map of Inferno between Sinners and OG.
They're going to send it up beat. It's just a fake on that flashbang. This one's for real, though. Crizzen is going to get them all blinded, and as that smoke pops in their faces, Morisco is sidelined, with OG having a firm hold of the foundation of B bomb site.
storming up for that pace. Saw exactly where it came from B-Stick. Dump the belt. Now it's going to have to just be the brute force in these fights. Man, this middle view model is becoming more popular by the day. Why did Nico have to throw that thing on, Vincent? A side note that I will absolutely have to throw it every time. However, I digress. There are greater problems afoot. Approaching a Hall's Pop, it's going to have to be dry. Not the preference as per usual, but right here it actually will find them into a good look. Beautiful and clean entries, but there's still something lying about. It's going to take a little while to get there, this double rotation in.
Yeah, but with no kit, I mean, I think Nikodas is just going to save what he's got with dualies and armor. Kristen will hopefully grab an exit frag, get a little bit of extra cash, and potentially remove some armor on the other side. But he's going to get a chance to do that at all. What? I mean, absurd. Dismissal.
My dualies don't hit like that.
No, mine don't either. But I think, to be fair, my first bullet accuracy don't hit like that. So, you know, maybe it's me.
You know what? I actually played 5 minutes of DM the other day. I'm back.
Oh my goodness. You folks at
So
home
good.
don't understand. Marky never DMs.
Okay, now you're just throwing me under the bus.
You don't, though.
Suppose I did that first. I don't know, man. I put in my hours. Doesn't show up for me like it does with Peppo's shot, but that's what I mean, dude. If I'm gonna hype on it, I gotta say, he may be locked in right now. This man is scope. He's staying with the dualies. Unironically, okay. Thankfully, he's putting it in the bag. He'll be handing them the packet for now, PAK.
Some could say that they don't learn quite like that. Maybe he is of that mind. This is a reinvestment, though, from OG that, you know, not surprising with the stance that they had trying to get the saved armor. Couple of Khalils.
It's an awkward first fight, but Buzz comes out on top, and Spike from the site is going to get that down. Buzz with a MAC-10. He's going to let that thing go. Zedko and B-Stick, they're going to have to get active here. It's actually a nice touch back from Lane, but they're here to just stand in the ring. It's another great punch thrown back from Buzz. They're holding on to this A defense. A touch back from the FAMAS, and you're gone. You're cut off. That's Charizon to put you down. That's OG to tie the game.
Well, that'll do. That will do indeed. An attack here from Sinners that, you know, while simplistic, normally is a good idea on a round such as this, can be a surprising move as well. The problem is that OG just have everyone in position to handle that. And a swift response when you hit the shots in that fashion, too. OG bounce back quickly, and Sinners gonna have to do it with limitations of similar caliber. That's a nasty deep nade, and it's gonna be B-Stick who didn't have armor. That'll show him not be too poor to afford armor. You gotta get that.
All well and true. A lesson he perhaps, hopefully, will have learned by now.
I'm so mean.
A brutal reminder.
I'm just so mean. How dare he? I want a gun. Drop his teammate a rifle.
He's a thoughtful man. However, I hope it's not in vain at the moment. Like a shock, he could just as rudely sort of right back up into Nikodas, who's actually gone back into Arch quite far. Peppo does have a little bit of a lick of utility here. It's going to have to be some sort of shock like that. And shock down to 14 health. And now backup's on the way, Vincent. Into CT as well. You're let to your own death here. Pick your poison through this A lane. And right here, it's Sinners that are just going to be punished. This is brutal. This is gruesome in CT. They're going to get both off of it. Peppo 1 versus 5. He's going to die here, right?
You would think. I mean, okay, yeah, that or like somehow facilitate a bomb plant. That seemed far more unlikely than the go down angle that it really was. But I mean, a swift start out from Buzz as well. Watch out for Buzz, because you know, he on this map was always a threat, I think. And you know, just continuing to get to watch him on OG, I think has been the same situation. Fortunately for Sinners, their hot start turns cold in the blink of an eye with a eco round up ahead of them. 3-1, the likely outcome. I do have a question, Marky.
I have an answer.
How do you best learn? What sort of learner are you?
Excuse you.
I'm just
More of a
asking.
visual learner. You know, I
Okay.
usually have to watch the nade lineup video. You know me.
You have a guy you watch for the nade lineups?
Not time for that.
What do you mean? It's an eco.
We'll keep him on call when 5-0 needs to pull up. It's Nikadaz that, you know, he's going to be calling in his partner right now. It's Crizzen that will stand, and sheesh, with the Glock, his head is going to be risen up, takes a dink. Buzz just left to hop on the prowl. It's a 3K out of Nikadaz this time. Buzz to put on the closing remarks of this thing, and, you know, seems to be just one different OG player each round to get a multi-kill. It's soon going to be Fico's turn to tune up.
No time like the presence, though, here for Sinners to get into the mix. It's a little limited on utility. I would have loved to see them have more, especially in terms of HEs. They have none coming out of spawn. And on a map like Inferno, you know, normally that's the nade you can afford to miss out on, but not on Inferno. It's going to make fighting for Banana early impossible, and that's why they've just given it up. It's a great move, though, from Morisco. He's going to catch one off.
Wow.
Nikadaz caught entirely unaware.
Incendiary back, and the Swede finds nothing. Peering into the smoke there. Sinners have vanished else. We need to get right into this B side, which isn't completely let up in the way yet with 1:15 to tick on this timer. They will find themselves into prime position. All of this info, it's even going to go deeper into brackets. They clear it. Prison to just try and dig his heels back. Get ready to actually hold on to something for OG to grab back at. Sinners, they break back around. They get right in through. It's Fiku that is going to be holding a fine line. The backup comes through Banana. OG, they have plenty of utility to actually throw this thing into a full-fledged retake.
Yeah, there's actually two nades, I was going to say, but those are both Banana? Yeah, I think they are. That's a little bit troublesome. First frag, though. Going to be a little bit of an equalizer. That flashbang is very effective. Shock has to eat the nade, but Smook is in some trouble, and with that, OG will evacuate the whole scenario. Sinners, a phenomenal job of transitioning that early kill from Morisco on the lurk up mid into a victory. You know, allowing for OG to react in kind and then taking advantage of them not being confident with the man disadvantage.
They certainly hop into a positive direction for that matter, right? Even carry it on to the opposite site. They're successful. Inferno now to just become the stretch. Enter into this margin. It's Peppo starting to develop the rest of the pace. You get this quick look in. Nothing quickly off the matter for OG. They're still wondering about this peak. Holding this fight up from Nikadaz. He takes a very good lick in, but he's never going to get out without a look through.
I mean, you'll take that, though. Trade 45 HP for an opening duel victory. Removes Zedko from play. Oh boy, Pico's DC'd, I think. Reaction for Crizzen. Oh my goodness, he's almost caught him. Marisco's in a perfect location, but they're going to get out. They're going to move away before he can actually activate. He's got a flank coming, but they've got to be quick about it.
Yeah, and he's still walking, just trying to be calm on the margin here. Gotta realize, but actually should be right in time. Nikodas gonna check it, but just sways back in the way, has one vaccine, two heads tapped, and a great play to just lock this round in by the Sinners. There should be no brought back hope by OG, unless you caught one in a Hail Mary quickly into a frag. Well, look at where Shock is. Peppo is going to be draining this one down onto Buzz, potentially in position to already get into a lay. I have a feeling we're going to attack right after this, but Sinners put a thrash on the end of that round.
I mean, it's all up the back of Marisco, right? Two gun rounds won, and Sinners win them. You know, not entirely because of Marisco. That last round was, but he's the one who lurks up mid. Lurks up is even the wrong word. Just creeps up mid on a great timing, incredibly early into the round, and finds the kill to give the 5-on-4 to Sinners, and then he's the one to put the finishing touches on that one. B-site, a little bit vulnerable from OG, and that's a very clear decision from OG. You know, they're playing that relatively passively and willing to play retake. Unfortunately, if they are never getting an opportunity to play retake, that might be an adjustment they need to make.
The infection is spread. 28 seconds later.
That's fast.
Womp womp. Yeah. I hope you get the pun. You should be cultured enough. All right. Well, we may need 28 days to deal with this. We're going to throw it to a quick pause. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. A quick break before we get Nikodas back into the server. Alrighty, we are back in our Inferno. It is still a tie game. Nothing happened. We just had to, you know, tighten some of the gears and the funny anti-cheat. But we're back, Vincent, and we're already grooving. It's this Inferno that is already let out to be, as advertised, neck and neck. But right now, OG, they want to take that next step.
Let's see if they can, because it's been a couple of rounds here that Sinners have been successful in breaking open on the B site, and then OG, despite giving a lot of space in order to facilitate a retake, unsuccessful in doing so. So maybe a more forward hold might be in order from OG. We shall see. At the moment, Nuke pressed in, but he's got a double nade coming at him. It'll do some damage, force him out, and Vico looking to escape. Okay, he has escaped. So, at the moment, they dodge the bullets, both literally and figuratively flying at their face.
I think Zedko, like, turned around to play anti just in that moment, too, which is a little bit humorous. Prison, and separated from Bracket, smoked out. Will not be able to shovel right in, but... well, you wonder right as that smoke fades, he's going to get active. He's going to be too long from now. Waiting for a chance to fight. That just needs to go. Oh, but just in that moment, just in that time, he just strikes the hammer down and on the iron. Buzz has found a third. This is a great hold by OG. In the moment it gets tight, that's when they respond to the pressure.
Yeah, and time being of the essence as it was, and Sinners losing so much control when they lose their entire bracket side of the attack. I mean, they just have to save. There really wouldn't be a good reason for them to snap call towards B with no information and no space to work with. That's great work out of Crizant. I mean, an information play that genuinely is one where it could have gone super wrong, and they had a flashbang to set that up if they wanted to. Like, they could have flashed in for that, but they just allow Crizant the space to work on his timing, and, you know, it works out brilliantly.
Crizant has just been an absolute rat. I will, like, literally use that type of language right now. Playing around Arch. I mean,
oh, you hate
the
him.
amount of ways he's sort of just, like, pronged in. I know that feeling. It's so hard to play against such an unpredictable player. Kudos to him. Crizant, I guess they are right going to be striking down on him. This isn't his wheelhouse. He's going to have to strike right back. Fiku. Kill the game. Oh, look at this back scene. The A4, it's going to go and ring into one. Nikodas is going to be sparring right back. He's got this headshot scene. Oh, back turn. Buzz is going to be getting this headshot through. So it is the young Peppo 1v2. And let's see what you've got.
It's wonderful trades to get OG into this advantage situation, but so split up. Gives Peppo a true intention. Reposition here out of Buzz, though, is going to be a little unexpected, and that is enough as they will connect up together. OG lose a couple of rounds, but now they're back, and back in better than ever. With a little bit of a creative approach to centers taking some banana fights, even that is not enough to stop OG. I love Fiku and his decision-making to walk forward instead of falling back after they make that contact. When centers stop using any utility or making any noise at banana, immediately Fiku is questioning it.
Not completely empty-handed at the moment, though. Sort of feels that way on a couple of fronts. Buzz locks off the top of brackets for the moment. Letting these Deagles a chance to kind of marinate and see what they can find more out of this brackets take. Whereas we know this, and even goodness now that it's sort of clear to my eyes how good of a game Buzz is having. Alright, Nikadaz. Farming up some eco kills. It's going to be one of them like we were talking about, but some gracious fashion over here. However, you are going to be interested in trying to overwhelm the 50 count, but at the moment, he's actually even going to be striking in close to the heart of Zedko. Close enough to get him down. There's actually Peppo within the spam, and Fiku, he follows the plan, and financially, he's going to be getting right back up. 3 kills, he's got 5 frags now, and $5,000 in the bank.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest with you, Marky, I think with that bank account, OG are sitting relatively pretty, even for the rest of this half. Assuming, you know, if things go wrong, they'll have an opportunity to save a gun or two. That's a very convenient, comfy spot to be in for the CT side. Center's coming into this gun round. They're really going to need something to change up.
Oh, wow. Ready for this one. Oh, very nice line found by Peppo. But you demon, you dirty dog, gets in and just gets right out, Vincent. Not my style, but that's how some get it done.
I feel like the fact that he's been able to correct the record there, and after Spook goes down early, that's so important. Oh, that's just not what I anticipated from Nikadaz. Wide swings, didn't even really seem ready to take that duel. And Shock handles Buzz on the re-aggression. OG have been consistent in that, and Krisen's still here, but Shock handles him too. OG.
Crispy out of Shock, man. And I would say all around the board from the centers, Vinny. Would you not agree?
Yeah, no doubt.
They like it hot, man.
They are certainly hot to try into this 4th round victory.
Peppo's found himself some flavor, though. A bit of a bonus.
Hey-yo.
I gotta say, I was pretty impressed with a couple of those rifle shots he just bought up on brackets. And the center's direction has been flown a certain way, but that shouldn't stop their drive. They're kind of moving at the moment, and I mean, they're going to have to find a group to get back against OG.
Might be the worst possible timing for B-Stick. Fiku's swing comes as he is falling. That is crazy. I think Fiku's done enough, though, to ensure his safety. As I said, money's still good, but yeah, prime one-day delivery for Peppo, courtesy of Nikadaz on that AWP. I think centers will be pretty happy if they can, you know, find a 5th here even.
Definitely be satisfied with an enriching first half, with acknowledging even the way that I think the wind has been blowing towards OG. But I think standing up and I think even realizing that they have an opportunity afoot sort of just as valuable. Because OG have solid ground beneath them. Whereas even Sinners on the way back up will find a steep hill. Banana has fought and won, but just get Crizin back right now, and honestly, right on time. No complaints here. That smoke is just going to be hitting the paint.
Sinners have really favored more of these slow rounds on their T side. A lot of times their in towards B has been successful. And it looks like it's going to be the same situation. In towards the B side. A little bit of presence towards A. Actually, Shock was that presence, and he's going to fall away. Fiku repositioning. Gets a Molotov off so that he can do so, and he's now got a little bit more support. AWP of Nikodov swings through the smoke, misses his shot, and now, unfortunately, Fiku isolated onto the site. Beasting removes him. Oh, a little early onto the nade, but Heppo repositions and reconfirms that Buzz will be going down. 3 on 5. Surely this is a Sinners round.
I think that's that fifth you were talking about, Vincent. Got there a little bit sooner than we expected, even acknowledging the way out by OG. Should be all well and gracious to likely stand for a 7-5 that could sway in their way. However, Sinners are naturally bringing the ball, I think, just as close. Seem to be right there neck and neck, all 5 players out and alive. Only Fiku and Buzz had their blood spilled.
Well, there is a little bit of solace that OG can take, as I was sort of mentioning when they had the 2-round lead. It was 6-4. Their money's strong enough where, as long as they saved the gun, probably each round, and they saved 3 last round, then their buys would continue forever until the end of the half. So they're going to get that little infinite money glitch action.
Wow. They were gonna cheat over here, man. I think that's like the one guilty thing I am, like GTA 5. You know, putting the cars, selling them in the garage. Oh, dude, I was a criminal.
You are a thief.
Crizin has been just as mischievous and right down, even blowing Banana. Gets a very nice kill. Oh, this is naughty. Right back out. Trying to timing. And a clip back. Naked Eyes in the air. All the way down. Peppo is going to be satisfied with this. Oh, but Buzz. Right place, right time. And they have just been taking advantage of this position up with these players just to go and really widen this margin. There's no way Buzz is going to be good for one more, but Vincent, he hasn't taken even a point of damage. And all this pressure is falling upon his shoulders. He's raised that thing to the bar every time.
I mean, I said how good I've seen him play. I think he is on this map. And, you know, another round where he's showcasing that. And Crizin, all this space that he got at Banana, he's just held on to the whole time. So he can rely on both Fiku and Buzz to hold off onto the A play. Beastic has grabbed the bomb, but, man, they gotta get a move on. 30 seconds is not a lot of time. They both have a smoke, though. And so, if placed correctly, that can help dice up these duels on A pretty effectively.
The smoke is delivered at ample time. And Fiku, boy, he cannot help himself but go and have to just help the fight. Buzz gonna get 12 frags right here. That band is down at the end of the first half. It's a 7-5 that OG will go ahead and really hold proudly.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that beyond that, getting a 7th round is great, but the way that Buzz does so is even better. Sets up the T side quite nicely. But Sinners, you know, they get a little bit of preferential treatment now. CT side, that is. And I say that Inferno, T side for OG has actually been pretty decent. Like, better than you would anticipate. So maybe it's OG that are feeling like they've won already.
is a certain confidence there. But boy, are Sinners happy to duel right now. Wait for this to be pulled. Right here with Shock around the corner, but here comes the flash in, and the inviting light, but the inviting arms, they catch 2 bodies, and I'm expecting more to hit the floor. There's Shock that's going to put out another delivery and make it double. It is so much trouble, handed right over to OG on a silver platter, branded with Sinners all over it.
Yeah, a little full house there between Shock and Morisco. I feel like those two have been the most important impact fraggers over the first half, and that continues into the second. Unfortunately for Sinners, if you remember back, they actually won the first half pistol, but it didn't really give them much because they lost the follow-up round. This time it's going to be a whole lot more difficult to do that with Glocks on the other side. I'm not saying that the Glocks can't win, but I'm saying that they won't win.
All right.
I know. Brave
All
of
right.
me.
All right.
Brave of me.
Actually, big news breaking in. See if this does end up to a shocking finish, though. Honestly, I'm fine with the regularly scheduled programming. Sinners are going to throw in a very nice punch right back. If Peppo going to be engaged. Buzz straight up, going to bring that to his court. We get leveled right now. These clocks are on the way back. Boy, Nikodas, he is leveling the playing field, gets that down, and Peppo's the only man that bites the dust.
And they get his rifle too, so they'll lose in net just an MP9. Lovely from the Sinners. Only downside there is that the MP9s aren't the ones that get the kills, so you could have had a little bit better economy. Not really on them though. Looking down at the OG utility that they bring into this round, it's a good clip. I'm curious how they're going to approach this T side, where we saw Sinners very consistently allow for OG to take banana, then have a response immediately thereafter. Looks like OG, not immediately, but sort of the second step of the round, looking to pressure that area.
Smoke goes right down. Risco very patiently playing this anti-flash. You postured up there. Teams got so close, but don't get that fight right down into the brackets. OG, they pull themselves away. You'll throw back to immediately putting your eyes to that utility where they have a big margin for this. They've done a very good job keeping the important factors online. Sinners, they stay in place, yeah. Gonna be so overwhelmed.
Zedko's in big trouble right now. Attack over on B. Zedko gets his. That's massive. Oh, another one for Zedko. And a third.
That's
almost. He's done so much damage to Crizin. Oh, no. Oh, gee. They do everything right there except for hit the initial shots, and already on the flank are Sinners.
Yeah, they're about to put the pressure on, and this is going to be a damning revelation. Getting back up for this. Flash right into back halls. And you know that B-Stick, he just smells blood at the moment. Right there, it rings through. The nade will do the dirty work. Right now, Buzz, he has quite the position, so it's Nikodas that's going to have to take advantage. A second, a third shot. Nikodas, he's got to go huge. And right now, with that bomb, it's going to be led to Frey, and Shock is just going to be sent packing. Nikodas, he goes huge when required, and he's not going to let you get out, not with at least one more moment in. It's OG that go knuckle the fist right to get that bear out on B.
I mean, that's lovely from Nikodas. And, listen, it's exactly that reason that Nikodas has been a hot prospect for so many years. It's his ability, not just with the AWP, but also on the rifle that allows him to become an individual that these teams are searching for, are trying to find, and getting him a trial here with OG after a couple of months over at was Gaming Gladiators, if I'm not mistaken. So massive work from him, and it changes the game because OG break off an early round, puts Sinners back down pretty heavily too. There's just a pistol in hand there for B-Stick. And though there's an op available, oh my goodness, Peppo gets floored.
But they go right through that. And they carry it up with even more. And, I mean, if it's Nikodas is going to see his way into the line, boy, he is going to absolutely shine with that. Shocked knowing that there's probably just a little bit more value. That
Wow.
AWP he finds. Quite an eye.
How did it get there? Did you see what the body of Peppo is?
How did it get there?
Yeah, how did we get to that point? You might be wondering how I got here. Classic intro. As a film student, Marky, are you a fan of that literary device in film and movies?
Yes. If I am correct, it's sort of a, like...
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know.
If you did.
Ferris Bueller, you know? Had his day off.
Fact checking.
I think they just also use it in that.
Oh
example.
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the name.
I should know that as a aspiring actor, writer, director, editor. OG are playing their part right now.
I got it. I got
You
it.
have an answer.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
What do you
in
got for
media
me?
res.
Ooh.
I do remember learning about this. That's when we start in the middle of things. The story begins mid-action.
Like that. Well, at least you can sort of hit resume back to that. Nikodas is just on this one with the rifles right now. And OG seemingly can't do anything about it until momentarily Peppo gets back and, oh, look at this op has recovered again. Maybe Fico going to be aware of that in a moment. Do you find that player back to the B side, and OG should pedal their way up to 10 rounds.
Well, we have another moment for unrelated banter. Marky, unironically, that might be the first time that, you know, like Google's AI thing.
Yes.
That's actually a real use that I've just experienced where it was useful.
And it's been correct?
Yes. Well, it's good at like about definitions of that kind of thing. It's when you ask if, you know, soap is good for you to eat that you should worry.
It's like, well...
Some guy on Reddit said one time it made him feel good. Or something.
Could probably leave it right there.
We will. And we are certainly deep into action in this one with OG. I mean, 2 rounds that is defining for this game, especially because now centers are on a pretty significant timer, a clock that will expire if they cannot break through in this next round. You know, 10 rounds turns 11, turns 12, very fast for OG.
Iguodala now, he's been sublet off of the rifle, which honestly is a little bit disappointing in some world to see. And just absolutely destroying on it, but hey, you know, he's got other responsibilities when the big green's about. Still really giving them the business. That's... leave Fiku back and forth over in this direction. It's an 8 that's going to be perforating through, and you know what, Nico Dawes, he's got an entry into B. He's just wearing different shoes at this point. Buzz is going to have to catch up with the rest of the group later. Fiku gets this entry up top. There's Buzz right on cue. And right here, it's OG that will quickly find this 11. Peppo going to be actually challenged here in the back lines. It's Nico Dawes that finds his opposition. Opera on opera violence. Peppo not going to be walking away from it.
Yeah, I mean, for a half, at least in the first, where I think Nikodas got Not like figured out. I think he made some bad decisions in a couple of rounds, and then just, good play from Sinners in a couple of other ones where he was limited in his impact. He's not been limited in any way right now. We talked about Buzz and his impact individually on the first half, but now it's Nikodas who's just absolutely demolishing Sinners at every possible turn on the B-bomb site. Rifle, op, you name it, he's got it, and he is winning.
USPs are going to be waiting a long moment to see. Going to be a nice buy back in, just halfway up the board, likely from Sinners, but a momentary pause to make sure everything is all ironed out, Vincent. Nobody has DC'd. We had a bit of a fixture at the beginning of this map. We all well and remember that. Everything looks to be good to go.
Is it though? Are you good?
Just a little
to
bit
go?
of lag.
Not the
Hate
lag.
when that happens.
Queue up the... Never mind, I don't think I can say that.
Just get better routing, bro.
Yeah, that's so much easier said than done, though, Marky. It truly is. Shout out that one time where I was doing a show.
If you got bad routing, you got bad routing.
I was doing a show, and the server that was serving me the game feed just
Sure.
didn't like the routing to my space specifically.
Maybe
And,
maybe you had bad routing that day.
I did. Well, no, it wasn't just that day. It was like every time they used that server. Felt bad. And you can't do anything about it. What are you gonna do? Call your ISP and say,
Repair
hey,
the route.
my route to this IP address in London is bad. Can you figure that out, please? You know how much they'd laugh in my face? Well, I'd have to get him on the
I know
phone
as
first,
like
which
a
is
IT professional yourself, you were probably, a bit disappointed with the hospitality that did not come back in your friendly direction.
what? I'm so confused.
Help a fellow gamer out,
That is true. You gotta help the friends. I'm just saying, I'd have to get him on the phone, which first and foremost, that's like never gonna happen. So,
Yeah, clear your afternoon, pal.
more like clear your whole day. Shout out Comcast for the one time.
Wow.
I'm not afraid. You think I'm scared?
That's not even what I mean. Those are
Multi-billion
different
dollar
kind of
company.
trenches. There are a couple different guys we could throw out here, but hey, I'll keep it down low.
Oh wow. Let's get the back mark. Big fan of corporations.
Unreal stuff.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Hey man,
There's no jokes about it though. OG about to put Sinners on notice, and oh no,
my gosh.
Zetko! They run through the Molotov,
they're
and
buying what
B6
they're
got
selling.
absolutely nothing left there.
I don't know. We joke, but at least profits are high, Vincent. OG, been extremely efficient in this back end and are on approach towards this B side, just even that much closer in. Peppo, at least a little bit looser in the brackets. The Sinners can group up and try and do-si-do.
I mean, at this point in the round, it's actually quite simple for OG. They just need to take their time, and that's what they're doing. Slow crawl out into B. Let the investigation commence. Try to see if Crisant, and once he's started to clear everything out, see no more danger, no more stack. Then he'll call in the reinforcements. I like that approach from OG just because even though they have such an advantage, you might be thinking, why not just go? It can be easy to walk into a 3-man stack there, and with 5-7s, that can still be deadly. So Crisant is potentially a sacrifice, but if they find 3 guys there, they just run the other direction.
OG are going to be the first team to find 12 on Inferno. A common card in either deck. However, the Sinners bet right now, and we're going to have to be perfect back up the opposite direction in order to see this one to its full magnitude.
This could be another one of those struggles, another one of those missteps that Sinners has constantly been finding themselves in here in 2025. Their map pick, and up against the brick wall that's been OG's T side. Finally, though, getting a big buy of Peppo's op as well in the mix.
Rifles are back to banter. That's where you can actually turn the grin as well. Ooh, it's a bit of a nade back in that direction. Been a little bit lacking in some of the firepower brought back by Sinners. You see their value as a unit, but oh, the heavy lifting is... well, the heavy lifting for a reason. Gotta be able to actually subtract out with the numbers you have. Here, the equation on A, honestly, looks quite simple for an OG team that does stare back a little bit of a crazy one. There at the bottom of Banana, Zedko finds the head turn. Spooky, that's going to be getting back down, but that doesn't turn the tempo. It's just turned to challenge Peppo. Right here, out. He's on this bomb site and gonna have to pull up a highlight. Just has taken, flicked the wrist off of his opponent. That's Fiku that is ruined, but caught back up to.
On Buzz, oh, almost got a double. Nikodas is gonna have to try and save the day, but his saving grace is not available. Sinners off the back of Peppo, and some of that highlight moments that you were discussing coming into this one, Marky. He steps up in a big way to put Sinners up to 8, and it's not done yet. They cannot stall. And once again, as per last half, OG have built up such an economy that, you know, 1 round's not enough, 2 rounds is not enough, 3 rounds even is going to still leave them with something left. It's all the way down and all the way through to OT that Sinners have to fight. They get no insight.
Zenko with a very nice swipe, but he's just gotten across in his own way. Carry this back down. These are very good shots that you can at least put back up, because it's always been Crizzen alongside Fiku to try and meet the pace that Buzz has set towards A so many times, but sometimes that nature will cost you. It's an aggressive one. Now Shock, he's going to be right back on notice for it, but a nice fight taken by Nikodas, and you remember at the beginning of this half how just so efficient the rifles were, but look at how the keys turned on A. They are in sync, Vincent. Right here, Morsgo is going to have to try and land a spam. They need something here. A Hail Mary needs to come through for the Sinners, but back down. It is the bomb right on A, and I got a feeling this spam is just going to land the way it does. Beastick going to have to go large and in charge and pull off his biggest play of Inferno yet.
Yeah, I mean, a classic Buzz as well, dominating in this area. Beastick, sure to give it his best shot. He's got a smoke now spotted in a little bit of information. And Buzz gonna continue to swing. That's a little dangerous. Now can spot out the next, but Fiku, he had the high health, and he has the round for OG. The map goes their way in addition, and it is the map that flies by the wayside for Sinners. They pick it, but they lose it. Inferno, a danger as I suspected.
And it was always going to really be up to the test, but right here, it unfortunately looked a little bit less inspired there, unfortunately, within the back 12 from the Sinners, where in the first half, Vincent, they meet them even at that 7-5 scoreline. It was a great first half, and I think Sinners roll into it. They unfortunately don't get the results that, you know, they hoped for at the beginning of that half, and, you know, immediately that firepower difference was made. Nikodas put on with a flaming performance that's backed up by Buzz that's very aggressive on that other side of the map. map. And, you know, for Sinners, that even when their stars are playing well, Peppo's multi-frags, whatever does get in the way there. They had some great holds, but you need to have them more consistently up in the strides.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately for Sinners, they've run into a situation there in this map where it is on an individual level. You know, Nikuda's being available, that clutch really hurt them a lot. I think it sent them into an economy spiral that was hard to correct, that was hard to find their correct way up when they, you know, are spinning and they don't know which way or which direction is which. And I think that, you know, from that point on, it wasn't even just that they didn't have the firepower available. I just think that the key rounds, all of the important ones, especially on the T side, were won by OG. And when that happens and you're just constantly in a rut economically, I mean, it's one of the hardest maps, Inferno, to find a way to fix that. And I think that's where Sinners were.
Whew. I mean, look, really hard to kind of break out of that cage. And you know what, Vincent, as I said in the pregame, I'll sort of state it again, because it was that Inferno I would have on paper expected to be the closer of the two maps, right? We talk about the historical nature of just having the reps on Nuke. I don't think that's good enough today. I think you would have rather seen maybe a closer first map, rather even a version of a Sinners that could have like capitalized into even winning on that Inferno. I probably have less hopes for them on a Nuke, but I think that there's enough experience on this team to, you know, sublet expectations and maybe let up to an interesting surprise if, say, they get on that defense and they show out early.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be what we have up next, because Nuke is certainly on the docket. The question remains whether Sinners will stay or will they go. We'll see after the break.
Alrighty, well, here we are. We head on to Nuke for our second map where OG are already up. We have two best of threes that Vincent and I have been here for, and both times we've had our opponent's map stolen right out from under us. Vincent, you now have OG. They head on to their own. They have this advantage. Are you expecting them to send this one home?
I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I think they will. I think that there's a couple of factors, right? First and foremost, we saw just a lot of positive signs for OG on an individual level. They're playing well. But I mean, we talked about why I like the build of this team. I like how they have been constructed, even beyond that. Even though Nikodas, isn't currently a long-standing piece, he's had enough time over the last, I think it's been 2 weeks at least, maybe 3 weeks even. That he's been here, he's bedded in very nicely. And I also think that, while this is historically a Sinners map, man, has it been bad here recently.
Yeah, look, I mean, the margins have not been very nice to them whatsoever, so it's really going to take a very nice effort to try and change that versus OG here this afternoon. Unfortunately, Vincent, they could be right to a stage where 1-2 is not a very comfortable place to be.
No, I don't think it will be. Also, I mean, shout out OG, who have been putting in work against, good opponents, right? Like they won this map in the Dallas qualifier against Big. They've dominated Aurora on this map. A tight loss to Iberian Soul isn't the biggest of problems, and they beat Partisan more recently. I just think that OG looked incredibly cohesive on the start of Inferno. They continued that towards the end, and so you bring it to Nuke, and I just don't see that changing.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very, very tough challenge when particularly put like that, Vincent. Look at how we roll in right here. Sinners, we're going to get a great look on that CT side, but, this isn't really the Nuke of old. It's going to let up to, maybe a more practiced scene, but I'm ready to see them just try and climb to it. This is not an impossibility that they can exactly come in confidently and see what damage they could cause.
Hold on. Okay, I was confused for a second, looking at the top of the screen, and then I looked down, and I'm like, okay. Because I thought Sinners somehow were on the T side at the start. But no, I'm just a crazy man. Talking about Counter-Strike. See if it's crazy for OG to be readying up this Vit drop, I think. Kind of feels like that's the next step, but they can actually route towards A, and actually that's what they do. Prepared and ready, breaking open on the A bomb site is Buzz and Crisant. Do Sinners even have a chance at this? Maybe not.
Oof, probably. This one, look, gone. Definitely a 1v5. It's not going to be an easy call, and for Shock, well, he is actually still within heaven, so maybe he can give it a good crack, maybe get a couple of frags. Not sure there's a hitting the way for it. Gonna go looking around, and not such an inviting gush, and they are just gonna be capping that head right off. OG with a perfect pistol round.
I mean, they got everything that they wanted. Get to yard, let the P250 cook, but also allow, for Sinners to believe that there's somebody's down secret, so they get the rotator to go down there, pull off a third man from heaven. Sinners then too strong on A, get demolished by the squeaky run. I mean, actually, how you drew it up is how it happened with regard to that strategy. A little traffic jam up there. It's good to know I'm not the only one who struggles.
They get that shot right up. That ladder is not forgiving to many, Vincent, so I would definitely wipe the brow in that sense, but not a member of OG that has hit the dirt yet on Nuke, and now Sinners are going to try and change that margin. The A1S is amongst 4 players right now. Beastic going to hop on that MP9 after having a bit of a tough go on our first map of Inferno. Let's see if they can dip their toes straight in.
I'm really going to need to see Peppo have a lot of impact. I need to be mobile with the op once he gets it. I think that's part of the reason that Sinners were good at Nuke was how effective Oscar was. So, you know, big shoes to fill in that situation. Once again, I think they're going to keep it simple. Go for an A play. Get spotted out. This one's a little bit more complicated. Well, phenomenal flashbang, but that's going to stall it out a little bit. Buzz. Oh my goodness, he's somehow surviving here. Zetko, he's still around. When that smoke starts to fade, they might find themselves in a more complex situation, but they pulled everyone off of ramp here, understandably so, with how much utility was flown into A.
They sort of switch positions here. Zetko should be good for this one. Finds Buzz there at the back of sight. And OG didn't make the most of a unique situation. Morsey go down.
Okay. Interesting decision there. I feel like OG are fully lost right now.
Whoa. On the way back up. Can't land the second shot. Would have been a funny little highlight it would have been turned out to be. Lines up one. Execution down. Know that the style's got to be just that clean. Heading down the vent. Maybe just a moment there. Would have seen into a better fight onto the player top hut. Can you get a moment to breathe? Here to release Jive with this first player. All right, he's turned it into a 1v1 in Zetko. He needs to put the cap on this round, and no time, no management. It's Sinners that hold on, but boy, are they bruised.
I feel like Marisco almost makes a misplay there. He goes out just because, you know, the audio cue on the bomb, and it's because he's got there's so little time left on the clock. That's why, you know, it's almost a misplay. I thought that he had overstepped his welcome, but, you know, pulls him off. Zetko safely running for the hills, knowing that time has expired already, but even before it does. That's a lot of damage done, actually, on Sinner's economy. They got 3 MP9s this round.
One of them's boosted up at ramp. Just had a problem not having those dedicated rotations back way and through. The way you can fix that is just stick a man up on the shelf and see what he can go ahead and grab. OG, they look to just temper the pace with at least a set of utility to tease the A hit. So they are in position to fully fledged go for this. A refresh on the door that is right in time, Vincent. Okay, is about to get a very nice look. That's going to be a nice grab. But where's the second measure? We know a little bit more than we should here. Spooky not going to be aware of this second player.
No, but unfortunately for Sinners, there wasn't any way of like seeing how much pressure was being applied in yard. So Spook's still there and might be in trouble, but Sinners are also unaware of exactly what's coming at them. It's going to be flash play into A. Again, just keeping it simple. You know, let the utility start to do the talking for them and allow for Buzz and Fiku to find these entries. Quick flank, dismissed, and it will be B-Stick on the hope for a save. As MP9 never gets to activate.
So clean on some of these margins is a little bit scary. OG with 5 alive again, but I mean, it took them that down in the way. Nico and Nico Dawes have an interesting engagement that comes through, but OG rolls along. At this point, when Nico Dawes feels his way up to the AWP, it will be far unaffected. Has been one of probably the better riflers for OG here this afternoon, even though that is a high bar.
It's also just a big relief when you lose a round, you know, but it's close. You have the brilliant opportunity to just deny the CT side, any chance at starting to climb back. This is a bit of a crux of my analysis at the end of the last map, is that I think more so than anything, Center CT side was hamstrung by the fact that they just never had economy the whole time. They were always struggling, always fighting, and always getting reset. So, I mean, OG have, not intentionally, but they're losing that round, created a similar situation at the outset of Nuke.
Just dust Zedko out of the corner there. Making sure to even get into the nooks and crannies of Mini. B-Stick up top. Boy, a surprise. And MP9 is going to be just getting Prison out in disguise, but long range, up to heaven, maybe a more difficult shot. OG, they take a bit more damage back on that engagement, but I don't think they're going to be complaining. This T side has just been pristine so far, and each player can have a bragging right about it. I mean, this is a well-oiled machine they are really coming out to be right now.
I'm a little stumped, Mark. I feel like the Sinners are in a deep rut that I don't know what the right way out of is. Now, I mean, to be fair, that's why I'm not in the server there. So we can have some faith that they have an adjustment dialed in. With that being said, up lined up here to let Nikodas just try and work out yard. It's a wonderful flashbang, and even though Nikodas is good to try and push himself back, Marisco still wins out, but it's only temporary, that victory.
Young Swede right now is on a dominating start to Nuke, 7 frags. And it's a bit of an X-Factor position right now. Though, it seems like he may just be tripped up by Peppo, who's just the deepest man alive right now, and is going to be holding that with that regard. Proudly can rotate back over and just dodge in the way of likely knowing that OG has got to be desperate into finding something through this hell of back end. Oh, they boost right up. As soon as they get to Mustang, they're going to be met right up to heaven. It comes likely from the direction they didn't expect. It's B-Stick that finishes off the job for Sinners. They strike with their first round on Nuke.
Well, there you go.
Second round on Nuke.
Yeah, a little bit of a resurgence. Find the gap and expand upon it. When Nikodas goes down, and then the refrag is so instantaneous, and the amount of space that Spook gets over in Garage, I thought that maybe, you know, OG would be able to recover, but no. Where that leads them from here is a whole different story. So much damage. That's crazy. Ready to go off the back of this. It's a great flashbang. Set Prison up for success, and they're not even going to get the trade. B-Stick's so low, he's 3 HP, and they won't even go his direction. They're just going to hold and wait. OG get 2 kills on A, and they don't even have the decency to take the bomb site.
No kidding. I mean, giving them the respect of the rest of the gunfights when B-Stick is right around that corner at 8 health. But honestly, this refresh could find its way to be a little bit more complicated. Most likely solution to end up wrapping Mini here, I feel. Where you are going to get a good look in down below. You have this immediate rotation right back and ready towards the ramp. Easy pickup. FQ and Co, they're going to carry right down. OG are going on quite a scavenger hunt in round 7. And they've given the way to Sinners to actually be right where they need to. Down here at this lower bomb site. Now fighting back in from the ramp where Shock is going to be the big surprise.
He is, but is it going to be enough of a surprise? They still look to commit to this, which is surprising. Like, if you meet any resistance there, I feel like that's the move to leave. And I think they eventually will. Yeah, Buzz is going to take the cue from Prison in heaven. So
they eventually got there.
I think that OG, in their attempt not to be hasty, could have gotten a little hasty here, but I think it's fantastic to see that they end up continuing what they started in playing careful, measured in their approach, and not overcommitting.
And Dex right at the end. Crizin did the dirty work trying to go back up heaven there to secure the round for OG, and they're 5 alive once again. That's, I think, the 3rd time you pull out a full rifle round just like that.
Mark, remember what I kept saying? How OG are unintentionally creating these situations where Sinners are just always screwed on money. It's happening again.
Oh no! Zedco just whizzes by, and I think this round just as fast. Sinners down to their last Peppo to go, who is bleeded, just limping away.
Surely heard him, right? Nope, sure didn't.
He's causing a problem. All right. We've got a solution for him. But 1 more kill out of the 10 health USP is a good note. Not going to make a whole lot of difference, but it's better than nothing.
It is better than nothing. Peppo under the op, though, and this is, you know, what I was kind of referring to before as well, that I would like to see more of. I don't think that he's quite had opportunities here yet, but that's where this round should and I hope will change things.
Lobby Crunch did not just go their way. Look on this margin immediately. It's going to be hard to fight out. Peppo, a great flick over. He's going to take out Crizin. Throws his body and unfortunately comes up bloody. Back to Electronic. Clear this right out. That's a great shot. That's what the spot's called, dude.
No, you're
Yes.
You're crazy.
Electronic played there like 3 years ago.
We'll talk about it in a minute.
You're uncultured.
Cast around, bro.
Do your job, buddy.
That's right. Sinners are in a pretty decent position despite that clear. I mean, that's an impressive clear. But look how separated they are. Like, they're going to need one of these individuals to have a high impact moment if they want to move forward. And maybe not. Maybe this is just Buzz grabbing bomb and grouping back up. But what a perfect timing here for Sinners to go investigate. That's nasty, that off angle. Peppo, he's heard that his teammate needs some help, and even then, Spook is still kind of ready for that.
Out for a hunt of his own. Nikadas not coming as fortunate as he wished. Buzz gets ahead, not going to be ready for this player in the vent, but as he just jots by, it's 2 HP and maybe just a little bit of room to wiggle, and Zedco is going to be getting that back out, fake, and that'll be the 3rd that is brought back by Sinners.
That's funny though that he's working to win the round. By the way, at the end there, just trying to pop the fake. If he gets the kill on the Zedco, it is not curtains, but a very real possibility that OG win. Well, we asked for Peppo to get active. It wasn't exactly Peppo at the outset of the round, but that made the first move. But he's the one who finalized it. Crizin trying to take some liberties with the ramp control, and you know, when you're up like this on the T side, I think you can afford to do that, but it doesn't work. And you know, it's thanks to Peppo, quick decision making for him to stick around, and then, well, the nice flick. He's done exactly what we asked of him.
At his starting line, Fiku ready to go if they want to pull a trigger on an A hit. This man is going to see right in. So Peppo been impressive in the just sort of like offhand shots he's had to hit off the back foot and whatnot. We'll see if his number is called in a round like this. So far, you do have the hints of this heaven wrap, but there doesn't seem to be the bite about it this time.
Slow and steady. gonna have to win on that one. Shock hits his, and with Peppo prepared, seems like this round has met its gruesome, deadly fate here, unless Fiku... Oh, no, Zedko. All right. Gets bailed out by the fact that it's the dropping kill whilst in the air that hits the shot. So this is a recovery that Sinners really needed, a recovery that they're making, and a recovery that might even extend to 6-6. Because when you look at the economy for OG, you know, they're the ones who are now on the worst fate. Lots bonus is not favoring them all that heavily. But is this where we get the Nigada's rifle arc?
I think he's back on it, right? It was a interesting first chapter to that in the first map. I think that he really showed some great promise. Just got to find that same rhythm, and he'll be back fragging. But OG, there's another round where I feel like they consider an interplay, reconsider later on. And so far, it's bit them in the butt in a couple of rounds where when you open up those possibilities and you open up the opportunity to really meet a good maker. Oh, that nade is going to be so close. Only down a little bit more into the red. However, they're already seeing the punishment of going right back out with these smokes to dry. Peppo's going to be up top, and he'll be ready to just try and fight. Gets one before he goes down.
That's an interesting decision out of OG. You know, understanding that they could be seen over the top of that smoke, but they look to try and take the fight. Unfortunately, Nikodas is going to lose another one of these AKs, which is a bit of a tragedy. Again, the OG modus operandi has been fake B, go A almost all the time, and they're going to do that again. They know that they've got an isolated man on the site, though. And with the smoke to door, they should be able to find a way to do that. That flash is a creative way to try and allow some space, but Zedko not flushed out by the Molotov, and he's bought an infinite amount of time for the rotation from Shock's up into heaven.
Very impressive work on this wave back down, and they are taught to it again. The casualties have just been too much, and I mean, the Sinners, we know them to be able to really run this on the CT side when you can get up into the way. They have the reps and muscle memory is there in order to take advantage. They are at the moment.
Kind of expected something fast, and it looks like it's going to be visual gain there, and Nikodas going to be able to clear that heavily. AK, it's not perfect on the spray, and Zedko only going to get his one. Cut off on the rotate, and Peppo is a man alone.
Just got his 10th kill here in the first half. The youngest member is going to have to stand up with the largest play.
Oh my.
But smoked out on either side.
I don't like that, actually, at all.
Remains a mystery where this man might tack from. Peppo is unsatisfied with this look in, but he has plenty of time to make this margin happen. 20 to go. Tries to rise onto Hut, and Fiku, he is going to cut down those chances entirely. It's going to be OG that survive and put up another 7-5 on Sinners.
Yeah, a goofy end to a first half that OG had command of throughout. That you're going to see a 2-on-1 take shape like that. Regardless, though, I think Sinners deserve a lot of credit for their responses. They did understand what what OG were looking to do so many of those rounds. They kind of were getting better at adjusting. The problem is that OG had such a strong start to it. And as I've been talking about consistently, you know, having economy broken all the time just doesn't really facilitate wins on the CT side. Even on a map like Nuke, where, you know, pistol rounds can be a lot more successful than other maps.
Confident fights, that's the key. Fiku, he wants to try and just leave and just listen to some of their advice as well. Zedko an interesting position, was shocked to try and get walked back. This should be a kill. Crizin now gonna get walked down. Fiku still holding on to the A site, the nearest respondent. But Buzz is already being called upon, dropped down to the deck, but the ladder giving him some trouble. Fiku gonna need a 4K.
Well, he's being loud about this. He doesn't know where they're at. Shock and Zedco unmoving, unyielding right now in locker. They don't want to make the wrong move, but with Shock so low, you know, sticking together, that is the only thing they need to worry about. And stick together they will, but the low HP gone. The headshot, Zedco surely close by. Is Fiku's assumption, though he doesn't get the sight. He does have the right read, but Zedco hits the right shot.
A new lifeblood. This is so much more valuable for a Sinners lineup that, I mean, through like the first 6 rounds of Nuke, we're barely ripping into casualties of OG. This is a new life that they are going to be having to live. But boy, are OG going to be throwing their chips in the middle of the table. Nico Doss has got an A1S.
Well, especially when you have so much like available here. Like you got so many rounds on the T side. Even though it's a tight game still, I can understand why you'd want to go aggressive onto this one. Great flashbang though. Oh, Fiku's Deagle blinded on the second opportunity. And Nikudas doesn't really get the timing to flood back in through the smoke. That's what the hope was. But I think OG should probably save from here.
Yeah, and you can just kind of like hit reset, get another go at exactly this round again. Maybe with slightly stronger margins to likely be considered, but they're already locking that one back in Sinners. Just like that, Vincent. Take advantage of a pistol round, bring us up to a tie game. You talk about this nuke being an impossibility. Well, here we are.
Try again next time. OG. A lot of good details in that round from Sinners. The flashbang to send Zedco in, first and foremost. That's a good one, but even beyond that, they don't take any aggressive moves out after getting the bomb down. They know how important it is to start to build that economy up. I mean, as much as I've been probably overstating it, considering it's been their biggest struggle factor, though, I think it's very understandable.
Jar that door open. Try and get that push down. Zedco doesn't give Nikodas much time to think about it. But all of a sudden, if it's the pistols that are brought back, Buzz gets that before he goes down. But Spook gets an AK just in time. Might have slipped the timing there briefly with this backside player, but interested in what's above. Considers what's down below and still finishes the job.
Finished, done, and set. Sinners, they, with that victory, you know, bought themselves a little bit more time, but OG, not going to let them get too greedy, not going to allow them to sit too pretty. Just when you think you might have a little bit of a lead to play with, OG continue to put the pressure on. Continue to ramp that up to 11. Where the hope for Sinners is to lead into Anubis. OG hoping to end it fast.
Opening fight almost won by Crizin. Would have felt like they were patiently awaiting that. Would have been just gracefully rewarded at the beginning of a round like 16 that has so much pressure put upon OG that just burns so close to Sinners that we're starting to really pick up some confidence on this nuke. Nikodas doubled up with Buzz in ramp.
That could bail them out, this setup can, of a round where they lose Crizin early days. You know, he can usually be a reliable face to, you know, pick up an early fight, an early duel, but sticks around a little bit too long. Sinners now, the world is their oyster. because OG have no information in yard. None whatsoever. They're gonna get the vent drop. Nobody caught on the spam through the smoke either. This could be good, though. Spook is allowed to clear out some of the lobby. Nikudas gets his trade. Molotov's late. For the nade, oh, it will be chunky, and it will be enough with Nikudas' help. Fiku wins in yard, and uh-oh, Shock. He's got to do it all.
Wasting in the smoke. As the time ticks down behind him, he may just have them right where they need to be. But what a read by Fiku. He is going to be elated about a grasp on that. It's all 8. It's tied right now, and OG are sounding into the second half finally.
Dude, what the hell? How? Actually, how? There might have been some sort of, like, audio cue that Spook communicated over. That, like, it's the only thing I can think of, because, you know, he could be anywhere. He could be Sight, or maybe not Sight, but Astralis for sure. Dark, absolutely. And by that time, even, you know, it could still be, like, single door. That's an incredible read for Fiku. I'm blown away.
Adds to his already very impressive Nuke performance, the highest rated player for OG at the moment. Sinner's streaking down. Morzico is going to be all the way in secret already. Zedko definitely turned it on as well as he waits patiently. There is a player that is tucked into that position that I guess I could just normally call it back garage. That could be a little bit boring, but
there's a story.
I miss the prime
we
days.
just don't have time for it. I want to get into it, but we don't. It's not the time.
Tune into the Mark and Vinny podcast.
That'll probably be happening later over in ACS land.
Yes, we will. We have a fun day ahead of us as right now you haven't even begun to see how this is going to look into 17th. Buzz, long range, is going to be dipping in practically for a second. That second player dropped down to 34. Prison is just going to get this incision all the way back in, and he make it double time, has enough patience to actually line it up. Who's next on the waiting list?
Great diligence out of Zedko, though. Still clearing things out one by one. Shock in the... He was the lobby extremity player, but hold on. With him going down, Prison gets removed. Spook is in a must-win position there, but an off angle that is surprising enough for Zedko. Shock, though, with a 1v2. He now knows locked on position where Spook is located, but he's going to commit to the bomb plant. And out into the open. Out into the open for Shock's 1v2. Spook falls, and Sinners, they stay living on this one.
Man, oh man. Seriously turning up the heat here. On Nuke, this thing can really be drawn out. OG even put out for that 8-8. That one really took a very nice effort to graciously get that down. But now Shock can separate that further margin just that much more with a 1v2. Very confident that Wade. That's where most of our pregame praise went between Shock, who is a young man in his own right next to Peppo, who may be a little bit lesser in the years.
Not at all in the server. And with Sinners, it's been a little bit of a team effort between that trio of Zedko, Peppo, and Shock, which, you know, it's to be expected. You need to see Morisco have a little bit more of an impact if they are to close Nuke, in my opinion. But I think another issue from OG, just like to a little bit of a rethink to last round, the fact that OG like have no visual on anything down secret until basically they're on the site is a big problem. And that's why you saw the preemptive rotation this time around. But Prison and Spook both fall in that endeavor. MP9 isolated. Why would you do that, Marisco?
I hope that doesn't cost. You have a player up here with an A1S right now. This rotation is all the way up at buttons, and unfortunately, probably bit of a missed opportunity, could have taken advantage of the mistake. But a 1v3 for Nikadaz, he'll hold on to the rifle.
I think that's a great example of why Sinner's previous experience on Nuke as a good Nuke team matters, Mark. And I'm not coming at you because I think the point you made at the time was also valid. But, when you say something like, it was a different team, it's been bad here recently, I think the wherewithal after you've killed 2 players secret, killed a rotator from vent, to just fake that plant, even with 20 seconds left, that's that experience that's showing on its face.
Even on that note, it's coming through Zedco. The younger players are still very consistent on it. You can tell that they're able to gel when it matters the most, and they just did that a little bit more. It's definitely proving it's one that's going to take a moment from OG. They do actually get this tack pause in.
I'm worried.
I am as well.
I'm worried because OG, really for the first time, are like in dire economic straits. It's been my favorite thing to talk about, but now they're on the other side. Big clutch moments there from Shock. Force by falls flat. In defense to Morisco, that did spread so fast. But with an eco upcoming, I'm worried for OG. Sinners are very likely to get an 11th here. They're going to have to rely OG on pistols and Nikudaz's AK, which is, it's not nothing. Don't get me wrong, but, with better weapons, OG has struggled already. Why will these pistols be different, Mark?
Put up 2 or 3 bodies in the previous A-hit that really in the chaos you were able to sublet a couple of those deagle kills. But at the moment, there is no chaos. They're going to have to put themselves in a spot just like that Sinners are going to, for the life of them, avoid. They know what's going to be lying on the other side. Nikadaz and Buzz, they're going to be interested in this ramp walk. You know they need something through this. Molotov out close. Not going to be burning Fiku.
Fiku very intentionally placed. Both an off angle and to deal with that, the walk in here. Buzz and Nikadaz. This setup is actually quite good. And it's going to be Nikadaz first. He's got some support. Oh, but it's not quite there.
Needed it so badly. Dare I call it required? Consideration to go down below is just reconsidered immediately. They go up the vent back to heaven. Fiku will see if he's ready. He's not going to get an audio cue, but Fiku hits 2 glorious shots. A is not on the margin at the moment. And OG, they have just been let back into this round. Round 19 is where you can sprout into the back end of the CT side. They just got to hold on for 10 more seconds.
Yeah, and they don't have the bomb. Sinners, they can't grab it. That is going to be a just brutal defeat. Was it in heaven? Did it drop heaven? I think that I didn't get to see the perspective of the bomb carrier there, but it had to have not dropped down. That had to have been what happened. Unlucky not to get the chance to 1v2 there on Sinner's behalf, but beyond that, it's anything but luck that sends OG forward. A round where I said they needed a bit of a miracle. They needed to take a chance with 1 AK and pistols. Fiku, double up. In an impossible position.
Immediate A-hit. It's Peppo that's going to be going for the trade. How do you revisit now to at least that margin you just let up to go? Nikudaz posts with the AWP. Right Len at the ramp. Always good for 1 in spots like this. Prison keeps tabs elsewhere. Be sweating him momentarily. We smoked on this door. OG. Keep this thing well managed. Trimmed around the edges. Right here, Nico. Daz. It's going to go a little bit further. I'm still in our first series, Vincent.
This is prime spot for Nikodas to essentially seal a little bit of a game winner type of move. Not necessarily the game winner, but if he gets a multi, and he will, then it could be that. Next step, oh, Nikodas misses for the first time, but Peppo trying to scale forward. Now Krizen's there for support, and with Nikodas down, you think Marisco has a chance. Not at all with Krizen in the fray. One thing leads to another, and that eco round, I think we're going to be talking about that the whole time if OG win this map.
It's got to be this turning point. And I mean, he may have even had the luck for, looked like the bomb did stay up top there, just to let out on the mysteries we did have, right? Like, they love things like this. And they even almost line up for the collateral. Just a hair away from the third right there, but I don't think Krizen is ever going to complain about having to get involved. Yeah, it's 2 more, and he adds a 10.
What would have been, probably should have been, centers at 11 to 9, or 11 to 8, really. Now OG tie this game up. Pistol round, and it's not looking like it's going to be anything to talk on. Oh, it's a perfect time. Mark, the back side of the garage, right?
That backside of garage.
There's 3 or 4 player names that I've heard people call it.
Sure.
So, at that point, we're just making stuff up.
What names have you heard other than Electronic?
I think I've heard like Nico. I'm like less confident, but I'm pretty sure I've heard somebody say like Twist. I feel like there's just been a lot of like Rain. Rain plays there a lot.
Yeah, but see, like,
you see what I mean, though?
I suppose maybe on a map with so many like name-based callouts, we can have some normalcy. But Electronic cuts through, I feel like.
I think Rain cuts through over everyone, actually, but we'll agree to
Not
disagree.
really the point.
It's
It's
a fun hypothetical. I finally got the opportunity to explain myself, though. It's now time for Sinners to explain what had happened was.
Sneak out Owen Shock. He's going to try and find himself into the vent or maybe elsewhere. It looks like he's gotten out towards Mini, whether it was an intentional or not. And that's going to be an opening kill headed the way of OG, as the rest of Sinners is going to be headed right into the hands of the awaiting Swede. Check in on low health, and he doesn't even need to take the full fight. Fiku going to be right next door, and he is just going to be that local. Zedko with the bomb down is going to have quite a problem. One lined up dead to rights.
You did, but you gotta pull the trigger. You gotta hit mouse one. Unfortunately, missed out on that part of the equation. But it is indeed OG who hit map and match point first. Not an elimination game by any means here. 1-1 in the Swiss stage here at CCT, but still, OG trying to put the finishing touches on what would be a dominant showing against Sinners. It is, unfortunately, with a significant lack of weapons and utility that they're going to have to do this. Sinners start from behind.
Headed back the way of Nikodas. If that's your next best option, then good luck. Not immediately throwing into that lane. It's practically just that busy. At least teasing a bit of a margin. You could still batter outside. Krizen so far in front of it. Thought to consider.
It will eventually be Nikodas that they try and task, but a little bit of a different look. Not deep, but close. He goes Deagle mode. The support of the Rifler, but unfortunately, his Rifler can't get into the mix fast enough, so Buzz with only one gives an out to Peppo, and a little bit better of a rifle to Zedko if he wants to find it. Unfortunately, Peppo tosses the molly up ahead of it. was Spook, and it should be Curtains, unless Zedco can 1v3 this to keep Sinners in the mix. Unlikely, but he'll try it.
Nade singing in the way. Zedco has got that down. And right there, you do put it all the way up. OG, they're going to be putting the grass upon their nuke. They get down in great fashion, Vincent, putting up a 2-0 against Sinners this afternoon.
Incredible. Yeah, I think that OG, despite what would have been a bit of a travesty in the end, if they don't win that eco round where they have just pistols and Nikodos has 1 AK, but they had a good setup on that one, but they had to rely on Fiku. All of that is what allows that 13-10 on Nuke, no doubt. But Inferno was very strong, and Nuke was good up until that point. They just caught an incredible break, and I think that's what put Sinners down to make it a 13-10 at the end of the day.
Right. I mean, you go into, the fashion of actually coming through in the chaos of that eco round, and I think Sinners feel a little bit disappointed. This was definitely one of the nukes that I think they could have closed, and a 3-map affair against a team like OG, where honestly it could have been a good tussle on the 3rd map, right? You don't know exactly how that goes every time, but I mean, it was quite the challenge for them today. Unfortunately, they're going to be falling to the lesser of margins here. We know that Series 20 has been absolutely cutthroat. I mean, that's evident that you see in the teams that have already been eliminated in our tournament. Gun 5 out 0-3, Vincent. That one is going to pain. We know that so well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge surprise. Partisan as well, very recently a finalist here in CCT as well. The fact that they're gone, 0-3, I think it just goes to show that it's very difficult sometimes to call these games, to kind of understand who even has the advantage, because it's such a tight race here, just outside of like the top 30. Regardless, a pretty fun day of Counter-Strike that we've had. Here's the way the standings situate on the end of that one, and with OG and Apogee, both of them moving on and up into bigger and better things. I think that's been lovely to see. A big opportunity for OG after some struggles over the course of the last couple of CCT events where they've had a chance, but they've not been able to kind of
how to do some play-ins.
Yeah,
right?
Move all the way through. That's what I'm saying. I mean, but like they lost in that Series 19 play-in where they played like Aurora BC game and Iberian Soul. Like that is a tough
in a
lineup.
Play-in, man, right?
Imagine
solo casting all that chaos.
Yeah, exactly. So I just feel like OG, they aren't necessarily looking amazing when it comes to the results, but it's been a tough look. I don't think it's all down to like them individually like struggling. But here's where we sit in the group stage. This Swiss round 3 going to continue on, as we've already set 4 of those best of 3s done and dusted. We got just a couple of more left to go for tomorrow.
And I will comment that I think that, every day it seems like we get like a new update commenting on the VRS system. But even Vincent, like we're in March and, we see our tier 2 tournaments, here we talk about, things that are going on our side of the globe in North America, and like how many competitions have really been just brought to a insane amount of entertainment. I mean, the fact that you have those quality of teams coming through in the play-ins here, these games mean a whole lot, and it means that we have a much better product to watch, and it's just so entertaining, Vincent. I know we even just got a bit of a sneak peek on Twitter as to what our first tournament of Season 3 is going to look like, and it's really exciting stuff.
Yeah, all that excitement and more going to be coming up. We have, as we were highlighting, matches coming up tomorrow that will continue here. And alongside that, I think we got South American playoffs starting tomorrow as well. There's a whole lot of CCT action, but that is all we've got for you today. With that being said, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Peace out and have a good night.